really easy and straightforward. You basically just need to be 18 years of age.
Here is your daily reminder.
Oh, these niggas got it. 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 Oh, these niggas got it.
See, you would think this would be news, but you would be wrong. Because the people who actually know what this is do not want you to talk about it. Microsoft and OpenAI are developing a computer called Stargate for $100 billion that's going to be powered by several nuclear power plants. This guy, Sam Altman, the CEO of OpenAI, his board kicked him out of the company because they said, yo, you're not right, bro. You got to get out. And what did he do? He replaced the board and retook control of his company. Nobody talks about that. This is Terminator. It's literally happening before your eyes while the world is quote unquote has all these problems. No, the people who could do something about the problems aren't doing anything about the problems, so you will talk about the problems and they will collect their coins. When there's money to be made, who the hell cares about anything else? I can make money. If there's problems, y'all can deal with it. And with my money, I'm gonna buy my way out of any of the fucking problems that I cause. That's how it goes in America. That's how it's always gone in America. The greatest trick America ever pulled is telling you that something else other than that is going on. That's the only thing going on. We sell you a story about freedom, democracy, the Constitution, anything to get you to shut up and let me go get my coins. See,
I've been grinding all my life, all my life. Been grinding all my life. Sacrifice, hustle, pay the price. Want a slice, got to roll the dice. That's why all my life I've been grinding all my life.
Hello, welcome to another episode of Club Shay Shay. I am your host, Shannon Sharp. I'm also the proprietor of Club Shay Shay. The guy that's stopping by for conversation and a drink today, he allowed me into his domain. He's one of the most successful business people in the world. He's highly influential sports figure in the sporting industry. He revolutionized the sports of mixed martial arts. One of the greatest fight promoters of all time. He's the CEO of the UFC, the world's biggest MMA organization. He's a powerhouse, a global phenomenon, a marketing genius, a mogul, a maverick, a head honcho. Some call him a savage. The legend, one of the most influential people in sports, Dana White.
I'm glad I showed up. Just the intro alone. Thank you, sir.
Hey, bro, what you had to do to get here. We were supposed to sit down yesterday, but you had a conflict. You had to go. Your son's graduating.
My son's graduating, big shit show down in USD in San Diego. I had to fly there, help my wife with some stuff. Plane's landed to get me today, hits a bird, blows the engine out. Can't get me another bird. I'm like, the universe did not want us to do this podcast.
Okay.
The universe, here we are.
But you're here. And bro, all your success, growing the UFC, and we're going to get into the UFC, what it was. I was at the very first UFC fight in Old McNichols Arena before it was the Pepsi Center.
You were at UFC 1?
Ken Shamrock lost
crazy.
to Gracie. Back then, they had no weight classes. Yeah. You fought, you win, you advance, and you keep fighting, you keep fighting. And so what you've been able to grow it to, I don't think anybody foresaw this, but what you've been able to do, I want to toast you, bro. I have my own cognac. It's Shea by Laportier.
Boy, do I need a cognac, let me tell you. Afternoon. Oh, that's pretty smooth.
We got yours right here.
What's pretty smooth?
You have Howler Head,
yeah,
which is a bourbon.
It's a bourbon, yeah. It's a flavored bourbon, and I started it during the pandemic. Yeah, it's fun. It's fun being in the liquor business.
I started in the pandemic also. We kind of started a little before, but the kind of we're going to release it. Then the pandemic happened, so it got pushed back. But you're in this business and you understand the 3-tier system. So it's just not like, okay, I want to sell you this, Dana. You got to go through distributors and then they go
to grind.
Absolutely.
It's a full-time job.
It is.
Being in the liquor business.
It is.
But it's fun.
It is. So let's get right into it. The roast with Tom Brady.
Yeah. First
of all, could you let someone roast you?
After doing the roast, no. I would never. Now that I've done it, I would never. Let me tell you this. For the people that don't understand the roast of Tom Brady, right? There were 12,000 people there live. Wow. Right? 12,000 people live.
Right.
Then you have, the dais, all the guys that are on the dais. Plus, some of the baddest comedians in the world were there. You had Chappelle was there.
Yeah.
Chelsea Handler was there. Yeah. Guy from England, I got to remember this guy's name, but he's huge and
Jeff Ross and Hinecliffe and Glazer.
But they're all there. Yeah. Everybody was there. Well, then the people that you saw on the dais too, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, you have to get up and tell jokes. Public speaking is whatever. A lot of people have fear of public speaking. I public speak all the time. Telling jokes is a whole nother ballgame.
Yes.
Then, when you're up, cameras come running up and they're right in your face, 12,000 people, everybody's staring at you, and now you got to tell jokes.
Right.
And if you up one word, if you stutter, if you go into a downward death spiral that you could never pull yourself out of. I'm telling you, it's the most underrated thing in the world, being a comedian and getting up and telling jokes.
Right.
I will never, ever do it again. Ever.
Because I think the thing is, you and I'm a little older than you, Dana. I think I'm a little older than you. But I remember the roast with Dean Martin.
Yeah.
In order to do a roast effectively, you got to have some people like, ooh, he actually said that.
Well, it's another level now.
Yes.
I mean, the roast with Dean Martin were funny and fun and whatever. It's kill. It's go for the kill now.
Yes.
It's like, it's a whole nother. I love them. I love roast. I'm a fan of roast.
Right. Just not getting roasted.
Or I don't mind getting roasted. Going up and roasting someone else and telling jokes it's not as easy as everybody thinks it is. It's very hard to do.
So when you found out this, like, hey, Dana, we're going to roast Tom, and we want you to be a participant, what was the first thing, because I know the relationship that you have with Tom, and then what was going through your mind when you was like, oh, man?
Well, there are a couple things. When they first asked me, I hung up the phone and called him. I said, they must have paid you an ungodly amount of money to do this.
Right.
He said, they really didn't. I'm just a fan of roasts, and I want to do it. I said, okay. So he obviously gave my name to be whatever. I said, I'm in, I'll do it, which I said I would never do again because I do a show called Looking for a Fight.
Right.
And we put ourselves in uncomfortable situations. We did stand-up comedy one night at a comedy club.
Okay.
It is the hardest, most brutal, worst thing that I've ever done in my life, and I said I'd never do it again. I will really never do it again after this roast.
Okay.
But I did it for Tom. So then what happens is the producers start calling you, and they got people that are writing jokes. Now, understand this. They're writing jokes for Brady, Gronk, Edelman,
Coach
Belichick,
Mr. Kraft,
Kardashian,
his ex.
Yeah, no, Bledsoe.
Bledsoe, yeah.
The list goes on and on, right? I'm 60 seconds.
Right.
So I'm getting the piece of shit joke crumbs that fell on the fucking floor. You know what I mean? They're giving me all these jokes that are like UFC based that, you know, I would have never.
And you're like, I want some meat. You leave me some meat on that bone.
Exactly. It would have been brutal. So I called in a favor. I called Bill Burr. Me and Bill Burr are friends.
Right.
Me and Bill Burr are aligned in the way that we think and the way that we. So Bill Burr helped me with some of my jokes.
Okay.
And yeah, thank God, or I'd have been a sitting duck out there.
Right.
But that's the way that it works. And yeah, let me tell you, it's not as fun as you. People are like, oh, you must have had a blast. Had a blast. Bledsoe. I give Bledsoe all the credit in the world. You could tell when Bledsoe first went up there, he was nervous.
Mm-hmm.
He was first.
Right. Oh.
You got to go first, right?
Yeah.
And he killed it. He pulled himself together. He got through it. And he did a great job,
Right.
in my opinion. And even Kim Kardashian, and I don't know what's true and what's not true. What is true is they booed the shit out of her when she.
Really?
Oh, they booed the shit out of her when she went up.
I mean, you hear, but you don't. I mean, I hadn't talked to anybody that was actually there, and you hear the media reports like Kim Kardashian was booed, but hearing you talk about it, they really booed.
Oh no, they booed her, and they booed her so bad that like Jeff Ross stood up and said, "Come on, everybody, stop!"
Wow.
You gotta understand. I mean, when you looked around the crowd, everybody was wearing football jerseys. It's that crowd. It's not a Kardashian crowd.
Yeah, and well, she should have fit right in. Oh, my bad. My bad, Dana. Dana, I was a ref for. I'm getting ready for a roast. Dana. I'm sorry, Kim. I'm sorry. I just couldn't resist.
But what happened was, I'm hearing that Netflix, first of all, Netflix gets all the credit for having the balls to do this.
Yes.
And not only do it, but do it live. Because comedy had taken a hit with political correctness
Yes.
and all this stuff. And everybody was afraid to do a roast. These guys did a roast and did it live.
Yes.
I'm hearing that in the replays, they edited out the boos, which is crazy because Kim Kardashian is not an actress. She does reality TV.
Correct.
I've done reality TV. It's totally different than being an actor and acting. You go on and you do what you do.
You do what you do, and the
life.
cameras will follow you.
100%. Now, she got booed, and she powered through it.
Right.
She powered through it. She did her set, and whatever. It takes a lot of balls to get up there and do that, and she did it. But you know, when you step up and you do a roast, like my second joke that I told was, so I wake up that morning and I start thinking about, what if I start to bomb? Right? If I start to bomb, how could I attack the crowd?
Right.
Right? And
Right.
whatever. I call Bill Burr. And literally I said to Bill, if I start to bomb, how could I attack like the LA, California crowd that's there or whatever? He pauses for like 2 seconds and says, what? My name is Dana. Is that not trans enough for you,
Right.
liberal? And I go, oh, I'm opening with that one. I'm not gonna, right? So when I put the joke in,
Right.
that all the comedians were telling me, don't do that joke.
Right.
Don't do that joke. You're not going to get the response you think. I said, oh no, I literally want to come out and punch
Yes, I
this
do.
thing right in the face.
Yes.
You know what I mean? And that was how that happened.
Could you get a sense, because like I say, you know Tom, you've been around Tom in a private setting, not, you know, the politically correct Tom, so you know him a lot better than most people. Could you sense that he got a little uncomfortable with it, or did he just like, he was Tom?
He definitely wasn't uncomfortable.
Okay.
Tom Brady, you know, everybody talks about Brady like, oh, you know, he's soft and he's but he's a fucking beast, man. That guy's a savage. And, you know, again, when you're in positions like we are in, you don't worry about yourself.
Right.
You signed up for this shit.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
In life, you do what you do. You say things every day. You do multiple podcasts. You're on television.
Yeah.
You say things
Right.
that you know you're going to be attacked for your opinion or whatever it is. It's hard to see your family get
kids,
attacked. You
yeah,
know what I mean?
yeah.
Exactly. It's more about the kids.
Right.
And you know, there are a lot of great things that come with being our kids. You know, there's a lot of positives,
a lot of
but there's
perks.
a lot of negatives
Yeah.
too. And you got to take the good with the bad.
Right.
Not everything's going to be perfect. My kids see it all the time. People say horrible shit, and people say things. Who
Right.
gives a shit?
Were you really upset that you only had 60 seconds? Did you really want 3 to 5 minutes?
No, that was how I wanted 6 seconds. Okay? I
You wanted one joke and get away.
I wanted 6 seconds. I didn't want 60 seconds. And no, I was not upset. The thing is, too, is that even politically, like that joke,
yeah.
I'm not really that much of a political person.
Right.
And I definitely do not attack people for their political views. And this is America.
Right.
You can believe whatever you want. It was a roast and it was a joke.
Right.
So. Yeah,
So you was good. So
I was fucking thrilled that I had 60 seconds. Believe me.
So with your, like, you get up there, it's like, man, because if I mess up one word, the joke's not gonna come off as it's intended, and then people go like, it was a great night except Dana bluff.
Then you got 3 more jokes. How do you recover from that?
Right.
When you're not a professional comedian.
Right.
A professional comedian can recover from anything
Yes.
and do what they do. When you're a regular guy and you go on one of these things and you mess up a joke, you're on a downward spiral death that's going to seem 60 seconds would have seemed like 6 hours. You know what I mean? It's brutal.
The 82-game preseason is in the books, and it's finally time for the real season. Don't miss out on any NBA playoff action at DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NBA. From the play-in tournament through the finals, DraftKings Sportsbook has you covered with same-game parlays, live betting, odds boosts, and much more. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app, use code Shannon. New customers can bet $5 and get $200 in bonus bets instantly. That's the code Shannon, only on DraftKings. The crown is yours. Let's get into your upbringing, Dana. You were raised in Connecticut, Massachusetts, Vegas, Maine. As a small kid, what was Dana White like as a kid?
I don't know. You know,
You get in trouble?
Yeah, I got in a lot of trouble. Yeah, that's a good question. Yeah, I got in a lot of trouble when I was a kid. But you know, when you look at your life and you look back on it, you know, there were certain things that weren't, you know, great about my upbringing, but I always had fun and I always thought that I was living a good life. I was always happy, always loved where I was and who I was with and things like that. I'm happy. I wouldn't change one thing about the way I
How would you describe your family? Were you middle class, upper middle class, lower middle class?
Lower middle, yeah. I had a single mom who was a nurse, obviously made good money, but worked 24 hours a day to support us. And me and my sister were alone a lot. You know, we sort of
kind of raised each other.
100%, or raised ourselves, however you want to look at it. Yeah.
Did you fight a lot as a kid?
Yeah, got into a lot of fights, especially here in Vegas. There was a lot of fighting going on here in the 80s, like school versus school and things like that.
So, being in Connecticut and Massachusetts, did you have that accent? Did you have that Bostonian accent and people make fun of you?
Well, what was funny is because we moved here in like 1978, and I was in 5th grade.
Okay.
Going into 5th grade.
Okay.
And so they thought I had an accent here. Then after I was here for a while, then they thought I had an accent when I go back to Boston. So I always had this messed up accent no matter where I was.
So you got jumped, you fought, and then you got good at it. Did you get good at fighting, or you just like?
Yeah, I liked it. I embraced it. I liked probably the way you like playing football is the way that I felt about fighting growing up. I loved everything about fighting. Lots of different fighting. You know, I was a huge boxing fan.
Right.
I was a big Bruce Lee fan. You know, so I liked martial arts and I liked all kinds of fights. I like street fights. I mean, at school, there would always be fights after school at the park. And everybody would be excited to go.
Did you think you were going to be a fighter? Is that something like, well, you know, maybe I'll be a boxer, maybe I'll be a martial artist?
I didn't really think that until I was probably 18 or 19 years old is when I started to think that fighting was something that I wanted to do for the rest of my life. And not necessarily a fighter, but in the fight business.
Right. I read where you got kicked out of school. Was it for fighting?
I got kicked out of school multiple times. I was kicked out of school multiple times. I barely graduated high school. And yeah, between grades and fighting and lots of other things.
You go to college, but you don't stay very long. You drop out. Why?
Yeah, I went to college for less than a semester, I think. It just wasn't for me.
Right.
I went to school and I was just like, it's not me. Unfortunately, this isn't my future. My son is going to graduate college this weekend. I'm literally flying back to San Diego tomorrow for his graduation weekend, and I'm so proud of him and happy for him. It wasn't my path. It just wasn't for me.
Right. But when you look at it, you look at a lot of people. You dropped out of college. Oprah, Steve Jobs, Mark Zuckerberg, Bill Gates, Kanye West, Jack Dorsey, Paul Allen. Why do you think a lot of successful people choose that path? Because we go to college, you got to go to college, you got to get a degree, you got to yada, yada, yada. And so many people that are successful chose a different path.
I think a lot of the people, I'm not saying everybody, I'm just, in my experience with this, a lot of kids that go to college don't know who they are and what they want to be and do for the rest of their life. I was very fortunate, and I think these people were probably the same, knew exactly who we were and what we wanted at a very young age. I mean, there's still people that are 30 walking around trying to figure out who they are and what they want to do. I knew. And then once you know and you lock in and focus on it and go for it, it's hard not to be successful.
Right. And maybe a college degree isn't a requirement for what you want to do in life or what you want to become in life.
Yeah, and I think, I read this book recently. Rick Rubin wrote a book, and it's brilliant. It's so good. And it talks about how a lot of the people that become successful, it's like when you go to college, you learn all the rules.
Okay.
They teach you all the rules of business and whatever it may be. Kids that didn't go to college don't know the rules. So they break all the rules and do things differently than the kids that went to college.
A lot of time kids that don't go to college, they're willing to take risks that people that went to college because, like you say, you learn the rules. And you're like, we don't do that.
It's
but
true.
If you didn't go, you don't know the rules, so you break the rules.
And I am an excessive risk taker. Excessive risk taker. I mean, I literally take risks to a whole nother level. I love risk. I love adversity. It's like today. I mean, I don't care who you are, how much money you have, what you have going on. When you get out of bed every day, life is standing right there to punch you in the mouth. And, you have to overcome all these different struggles in life every day.
Right.
I actually love when adversity is thrown at me and I have to deal with this stuff. And it's one of my favorite things to do. So I'm a little sick and twisted, and I like the conflict every day. I like powering through the challenges that life throws at you every day. It's like one of my favorite things to do.
Is it true you got ran out of Boston?
You could call it that, yeah.
Did you owe somebody money?
No, I didn't owe anybody money, but that's the way. If you've ever seen the movie Black Mass, or you hear the stories of Whitey Bulger,
Yes.
who was one of the most notorious gangsters in American history, was in cahoots with the FBI, and that's where I lived, and that shit was going on at that time, and it was very real.
And so you're like, okay, I'll leave.
Yeah, well, when you're staring down the barrel of those type of people, I just booked a one-way ticket back to Vegas.
Right.
And
So did you understand why you was being run out of town? Were there something like you owed money? Was there something that because, you have to pay a tax on goods, or were you trying to run an operation? Did you infringe on someone's territory?
yeah, I mean, I didn't owe anybody money, but I mean, that was life in that city at that time. And it's crazy the way that life works out, because I wouldn't have come back. I think I would have eventually come back to Vegas. That was always my plan. I wouldn't have done it then, and the timing wouldn't have been right for me and the Fertittas to connect at the wedding that we were at, and the list goes on. And I'm sure you have a million of these stories yourself. The way that life works and all these paths you end up going down for whatever reason, that led you to sitting in this chair right now talking to me.
So you come to Vegas and you become a manager. You ain't got no experience in being no manager. You managed Tito Ortiz. You managed Chuck Liddell. How?
I barely graduated high school. So I didn't have any experience doing any of the shit.
Yeah, that's
I
what
ended
I'm
up
saying.
doing.
You barely graduated high school and you thought, like, you know what? College is a good idea.
So I came out here, started doing what I was doing in Boston. And Boston.
How old were you when you came here?
I was 25.
Okay, you're 25.
And then it was actually, I was 24. It was my 25th birthday, like days after I moved back to Vegas. And I just got back into the boxing. I knew what I wanted to do. I was going to be in the fight business, started doing my thing out here, and then ended up you know, meeting lots of different, Floyd Mayweather. I mean,
Yeah.
me and Floyd were together when he got out of the Olympics, and we're doing stuff together. Started doing stuff with Chuck and Tito and John Lewis, who was our jiu-jitsu instructor at the time. And the list goes on, and it all just started to build into where we are today, because me and the Fertittas started taking jiu-jitsu with the only guy that was teaching jiu-jitsu in Las Vegas at the time, a guy named John Lewis.
Okay.
That's how we started to meet a lot of these fighters and training with them. And then Chuck and Tito asked me to manage them, so I started managing them. And
Did they know you didn't have any experience in managing people?
well, I mean, I was proud. I think they just, I don't know what it was that you know, ended up getting these people to all sign with me. But listen, I was the type of guy that got shit done.
Right.
So they knew that.
Right.
They knew that.
Being a manager, you understand both parts, because now you're the CEO of the UFC and you're having to negotiate and deal with managers.
Yeah.
So how was it for you being a manager in this for the very first time, and you're trying to extract as much money from an organization as you possibly can, all the while understanding that they have to run a business, and at the end of the day, business is business.
Right. And being a manager is a very fine line you walk.
Okay.
Because you want to get as much money for your guy as you can.
Right.
Without destroying the relationship with the organization.
Absolutely.
You know what I
Yes.
mean? So that's how the whole sale went down. So Tito Ortiz had been screwed over by them, and they were supposed to pay him money that they didn't pay him. So I was trying to get Tito a new deal and get the money that they
he was
owed
owed.
from before.
Okay.
So in that negotiation, the owner at the time, Bob Meyerowitz, flips out on the phone and finally says, "There is no more fucking money. I don't even know if I can put on another show. Da 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 da." And he snaps and freaks out on me. So I'm like, holy shit. I hang up the phone, and I literally picked it back up and called Lorenzo Fertitta. And I said, I just got off the phone with Bob Meyerowitz. I think the UFC's in trouble. I think they're going to go bankrupt, and I think we should buy the company. So I literally had that call with Lorenzo. I gave him Bob Meyerowitz's number. He called Bob Meyerowitz, and that's what started the conversations for us to buy the UFC. So, I mean, in that negotiation is what led to us buying the UFC.
Danny, you said something interesting just a few seconds ago. You said, as a manager, your job is to try to get as much money as you possibly can without destroying the relationship. And I tell people that I would rather take a little less than have somebody begrudgingly give me more, and it ruins everything for down the road.
You're absolutely right. And you know, there's this, when you're a manager, right? So you're trying to get as much as you can for your client. You're trying not to damage the relationship with the organization. Yet at the same time, you also realize, if I'm managing you, your life, literally your life is in my hands.
Correct.
Right? And I tell fighters this and other athletes all the time, be careful who you get to represent you, because that is exactly what they do.
Because
they are representing you, right?
Yes.
So any way that this negotiation goes south, I'm still going to make a living. I got 5 or 6 other clients, but you, the one guy that I'm managing, if I burn that bridge and destroy that relationship, I burned your bridge.
Correct.
Not my bridge,
Right.
Your bridge.
Wow. You say you picked up the phone, you called the Fertitta, and how did you, before you say, how did you guys become friends? How did you know the Fertittas?
So Lorenzo and I went to school together in Las Vegas.
Oh, okay.
We were in the same class. It's not like me and Lorenzo were best friends
Right.
growing up in high school. We knew each other.
Right.
He came from money. I did not.
Right.
And but the Fertittas were always really good, solid human beings.
Okay.
You will never meet more well-adjusted, kind, giving humans than the Fertitta family.
Okay.
They're one of the greatest families on planet
Okay.
Earth. And they've done a lot of things for a lot of people, and they've made a lot of people wealthy.
Right. So you pick up the phone, you call him and says, "Man, check this out. I think the UFC might be in trouble. I think they might be going belly up. I think we'd be able to get them for a good price. And I think this is something we can really." Did you know you could turn it into what it eventually became?
Listen, we all believed. You know, me, Frank, and Lorenzo believed. There were 3 guys that truly believed in this business, and it was us. And yes, I mean, I was just telling you when we started talking that every day after school there would be a fight at the park, and the whole school would show up for the fight.
Right.
After school. And I had this philosophy that no matter what color you are, what country you come from, or what language you speak, we're all human beings.
Right.
And fighting is in our DNA. We get it and we like it.
It's universal. It's like
100%.
music.
It doesn't need to be explained. I could be, so many times we'd be in Europe, and I'd be laying in bed flipping through channels, and cricket would come on, okay? I have no idea what's going on.
Right.
I don't know. I'm never going to know, and I don't care enough to know about cricket.
Okay.
Now, I could be in another country, and a fight could come on, and the commentator could be talking about, I don't need to know what he's saying. I don't care. This is a fight. I understand it, I get it, and I like it, and I'm going to watch it in any language.
Right.
It works everywhere. And when you find somebody, I'll give you an example, Conor McGregor, who's from Ireland, right? He ignites an entire country. And sometimes, you know, all of Europe, when you have somebody that's a big star like him, right? Or a Manny Pacquiao.
Yes.
Where everybody who looks like him, talks like him, and comes from where he comes from will get behind him and follow him. Brazil, whatever it is. And when you have multiple champions or great fighters from these different places around the world, it just works, man. It works. And that I always believed in.
The $2 million, did you think the $2 million price for something that was about to go belly up, did you think you were paying too much, or you felt you got a good deal? Because you had the UFC, you had all the branding, you had everything already in place. You weren't going to have to put that up.
In hindsight, yes, it was an amazing deal. But when you really think about what we bought those 3 letters and an old wooden octagon.
Yep.
And realistically, even those 3 letters hadn't been protected the way that they should have been.
Right.
He had sold off the video game rights, all the VHS and home video rights, which at the time
that was the money.
Was big, exactly. We only had, like, I want to say we had 12 or 13 contracts with guys at the time. So there was a lot of work that needed to be done. It's easy to look back now and say, oh man, they got the UFC for $2 million. People don't really understand or know what it really took and all the work that had to go into turning this thing around.
But you had to you went $40 million in debt.
Right.
On the top of the $2 million that you had spent in order to, and obviously we know what it's worth now. But as like you said, you only had X amount of fighters under contract. So, and I'm reading that you're like, okay, you put all your own money up on like Spike TV to.
Right. So at the time, you know, we're 40 million in debt, and the only way we thought we could turn this around was getting it on free TV. And you have to understand, when we bought this, it wasn't allowed on pay-per-view.
Right.
Porn was on pay-per-view. you could buy porn. You were not allowed to buy the UFC.
Wow.
So our goal was to get it on free television. People thought we were insane and it would never happen. But at the time, reality TV was taken off.
Yes.
And it was sort of what we felt was our Trojan horse. You're watching, you know, UFC.
Right.
But the fights were taped. What the network was really afraid of was live fights, and that something crazy would go wrong and whatever. Well, these fights were taped, so
you could edit it accordingly.
Exactly. It was the perfect in for us. So,
but wasn't Congress trying to pass laws to get it banned or outlawed or something?
Yeah, they did.
You were up against that also, if my memory serves me correct.
Right. So what happened with the original UFC was they ran from regulation. They tried to go to places, you know, where regulation they thought couldn't touch them. And then Senator John McCain came in and put the stamp on them, and you know, all their marketing that they did at that time hurt them. We did the exact opposite. We ran toward regulation. Lorenzo Fertitta was a very respected regulator at the time. So, yeah, our goal was to make this a real sport. This many people want to watch a freak show. This many people want to watch a real sport with real athletes. So we believed that it could be this someday, but you never really. Our big thing was the jiu-jitsu.
Yes.
How are you going to educate people about the jiu-jitsu? Because you know, again, you and I are close to the same age. We came from, you know, the old John Wayne movies where you'd hit a guy, and you'd go over and you'd stand him back up and hit him again. You'd jump on top of the guy and start beating the shit out of him. You know, that wasn't, and boxing and everything. How do you teach people the ground game? Right. Well, first of all, one of the key components to that was Joe Rogan, who is the greatest, you know,
the UFC
play-by-play fight guy ever. He's a guy who's really educated on the sport, has actually done it, loves and respects the sport and the athletes. And Joe Rogan had this ability to walk you through what was happening before it actually started to happen, you know? And jiu-jitsu as a sport and as a martial art completely took off, and everybody started training in it. So,
would you consider Joe Rogan to be the Howard Cosell of the UFC?
100%. I mean, he's better than Howard Cosell. Howard Cosell never actually trained in it, did it, and you know, could speak about it with the love and passion that Rogan does.
Did you understand what you were buying? Did you understand that the UFC, we're taking a lot of different disciplines. We're taking karate, we're taking Muay Thai, we're taking street fighters, we're taking boxers, we're taking whatever the case may be. Did you understand what you were actually buying when you purchased the UFC?
We did, because we were in love with the sport. You know what I mean? This wasn't just like, if this was an investment, you probably wouldn't have done it. This was, we loved it. We were literally obsessed with it. We started taking jiu-jitsu with John Lewis, and we were doing, you know, 3-4 classes a week, private in our offices at the time, and we loved it. When we saw, we said, man, imagine if they did this, imagine if they did that. This could be big. We truly believed in it.
Did you take the jiu-jitsu classes to better understand that, or to see how it would translate into UFC?
No, we took the jiu-jitsu just to do it. And then once we did it, we became obsessed with it. Then once John started bringing some of the other guys in, and we started to meet these guys, we're like, this is, boxing had the same story. I came from the mean streets of such and such.
Yeah, absolutely.
If it wasn't for boxing, I'd be dead or in jail. That was everybody's story. That wasn't the story with the UFC. To be involved in martial arts, you grew up in a household that had money. Martial arts is expensive to go take these classes. And the other base for UFC was wrestling. So most of these kids had college educations. And, you know, they wrestled at some college. So it was a completely different. You had Matt Hughes, who was this farm boy from the Midwest. You had Chuck Liddell, who looked like an axe murderer, but actually graduated with a degree in accounting from Cal Poly. And the list goes on and on of all these unique individuals. And the style of fighting was much more exciting than boxing, because you could punch, kick, knee, elbow, slam to the ground, do submission.
Jump on top of it.
100%. There's just so many different ways to win and lose. It made it was a much more exciting fighting style.
So how did you learn to negotiate these TV deals? Because you're bringing a product that, I mean, it went away for a little while, and you retooled it. And so how do you go into a Spike TV? How do you go into a Fox and says, okay, this is the product that I have, and this is what I think it should be worth? How do you do that, Dana?
Well, think about this. When you ask me about how did you know how to manage, how did you know how, when we bought the UFC, in I think it was 3 weeks, we had our first event. Me and the Fertitta brothers had never put on an event ever. You know, logistically, for the live event, forget about TV and lighting and cameras and all the shit. We had to learn. We had to dive in, and we had to figure. But here's what we did know. We knew what we wanted. We knew all the things that we loved about boxing and all the things that we hated about boxing. Because at the end of the day, we were fight geeks. We loved fighting. So we knew what we wanted. Then it was just a matter of getting in there and fine-tuning. You know, believe me, I went through, there was a day, we had these guys that worked for us at the time in production. And we had a fighter who flipped out in one of the interviews. And I loved it. I said, this is going to be incredible for this fight. We're doing this. So I worked with the production team. The production team said, no, we don't like this. We shouldn't do this. I said, well, I don't give a shit what you think. This is what we're going to do. Okay? So we're sitting there the night of the fight, and I told Lorenzo, watch this interview. The interview happens. It's not what I told them to do.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah. I literally got up from my seat, went back and kicked the door of the truck in. and went in there and said, if you motherfuckers ever do this again, I'll fire every one of you. So I ended up firing that whole crew anyway. But these are the kind of things we went through, you know, in the early years to build it into what it is today. But it's all trial and error. But on the business side, you know how much I learned from the Fertittas on the business side? I mean, not just them. I'd go in and sitting down and talk to their father for hours about things. And, you know, so coming through all of this was my college.
Right.
The best way to learn is to dive in and do it.
Experience.
That's how you learn this type of stuff.
Game Time makes getting playoff tickets even easier and faster. Prices on Game Time app actually go down closer it gets to tip-off. With killer last-minute deals, all-in prices, views from your seat, and their lowest price guarantee, Game Time takes the guesswork out of buying basketball tickets. With Game Time guarantee, you'll always get the best price. And if you find a ticket in the same section, same row for less, Game Time will credit you 110% of the difference. Take the guesswork out of buying professional basketball tickets with Game Time. Download the Game Time app, create an account, and use the code SHAY for $20 off your first purchase. Terms apply. Again, create an account and redeem the code SHAY for $20 off. Download Game Time today. Last minute ticket, lowest prices guaranteed. They say in negotiations, in the art of a deal, you have to be willing to walk away. When do you know the right time to walk away, and have you ever walked away from a deal?
I've walked away from many deals recently too. You know,
How do you know the right time to walk away, Dana?
it's just a gut. It's a gut feeling. You know if something's right for you or it's not right for you. And you don't jump at the first opportunity. Take your time, you pump the brakes, you shop around and see what's out there and what's possible. But lately, I mean, I've talked about this recently too. I'm at a place in my life and in my career, I'm not doing anything for money anymore. I want to be in relationships that I'm comfortable with. I want to be in relationships with people that I'm aligned with and that we have the same beliefs, philosophies, and whatever it might be, especially in this culture and in this nutty world we're living in right now.
So everything done with Dana White is about a partnership. It's not so much about getting a check. We're in business together.
100%. 100%, and we're aligned, and you're not going to be calling this office 12 times a fucking year bitching about shit. And you know, the way that a lot of these sponsors think now and act, that because they spend some money with you, they can tell you how to run your business, live your life, how to vote, how to do this.
You ain't going for that, Dana.
You got the wrong guy. You got the wrong guy.
I read where you pay. Is it true? Because I read this, and I don't know. I love having people that can answer the questions for me. That you paid Spike TV to put on the Ultimate Fight. You paid them?
Yeah. So the first meeting that we had with Spike. Listen, we're looking at all these different options out there. Spike TV pops up. It's the network for men. Could there be a better fit for us in the UFC at the time for a reality show? So the guys came in and they met with us. And I remember that day they were going to a Dodger game.
Okay.
They could not get out of this fucking meeting fast enough to go see the Dodger game. And we pitched the Ultimate Fighter to them, and they didn't love it. So they end up leaving that day. You know, the Fertittas and I get back together, and the Fertittas say, you know what we'll do? We'll put up the money for this first season, which was $10 million.
Wow.
And this will be our last investment in the UFC. If this doesn't work,
We're done.
over. Yeah. So we reach out to Spike TV. We tell them we're going to put up the $10 million. They love that idea. So we financed the first season of The Ultimate Fighter, and The Ultimate Fighter is a smash hit.
Right.
And then the finale happens, and Forrest and Stephan Bonner put on that unbelievable fight. The ratings go through the roof. That night, I was like, I don't care if we end up with Spike or not. I know we got something here, and we're going to end up somewhere. The Spike TV executives take us out into the alley in the back of the arena. We literally did the next TV deal, you know, the outline for it on a napkin.
Wow.
In the alley at the arena.
But is it true that WWE could have axed the deal because you followed them on Monday night?
Yeah, and I will give Spike TV and their executives all the credit in the world for that. They literally, once we got in there, they put us behind the coming out of the WWE, which was a brilliant move.
Right.
And that was all Spike TV. They did that.
But how do you, I'm just trying to figure out, because obviously when people see you do something and you have success, obviously you're going to have competitors that are like, okay, maybe we're not going to be as big, but if we can take 10, 15% out of the UFC, how have you been able to not only build from where you came from, but continuously grow?
Well, we once this thing took off and started to grow, my philosophy was always this. The old UFC and a lot of other events that you'll see, all they really cared about was focusing on the television product.
Okay.
Which is very important. But what about the live event?
Right.
Because the people who show up for the live event actually spend more money. Most of them fly there. They have to get hotel rooms. They buy the tickets. They have to eat.
Buy gear.
100%.
The T-shirts.
Eat. You know,
Programs.
the list goes on and on. I always want to make sure that the live event is better than anything you've ever seen. And most people will tell you, when you come to a UFC live event, it is the best sporting event you will ever see live. It's actually better than what you see on TV, and the TV product is incredible.
Right.
So all I ever focus on every day when I come to this office is finding and building new up-and-coming talent,
okay,
putting on the best fights that we can possibly put on, and then it's live television production and live in-house production. Right. If I focus on those things every day, you can't mess this up. You can't mess it up. It's impossible.
But it has to be, because you're a very, very energetic person. And in the beginning, this had to wear you down. The average person, when you're not having the success out the gate that you thought you were going to have, how are you able to remain so positive?
Nothing wears me down.
Yes.
If things wore me down, I'd be sitting in fucking San Diego right now. I'm doing God knows what. Because believe me, getting here right now today,
right,
nothing wears me down. I feed off that kind of shit. I love it. I love adversity. I love people saying this can't be done. That's my favorite thing in life. Tell me this can't be done.
And I'm going to show you can.
100%.
Is it true that Joe Rogan, he worked the first 12, 13 shows for free,
yes,
to show you that he could do it?
No, he didn't do it to show. I actually reached out to him. Okay. Ivory Keenan Wayans used to have a talk show.
Keenan
right?
Ivory.
When we bought the UFC,
right,
they were based in New York.
Right.
So I had to fly out to New York, go through their offices myself, figure out what I was going to ship to Vegas that we needed, and throw away what we didn't.
Okay.
So they had tapes piled up to the roof. So I'm in there with a VHS, popping all these tapes and seeing what was what. And I pop in a tape, and it's the Keenan Ivory Wayans show. And he's got Joe Rogan, who was the Fear Factor guy at the time.
Yes.
And he starts talking about his love for MMA. And it was brilliant. The interview was brilliant. And I'm like, this is the guy I need. This is the guy that could be the, I didn't know how he fit in, but I was going to figure it out. I ended up reaching out to Rogan, and he's awesome. We hit it off. And he says, wait a minute, so you're telling me that I can have the best seats in the house for every UFC event and talk about the UFC? He's like, I'll do that for free. So Rogan comes out. He does the first 12 events for free. Wow. We buy him a really nice watch to say thank you, whatever. Rogan could give a shit about a watch now that we really know Rogan.
Yeah.
But that's what started the relationship. And yeah, it just, I would do anything for Joe Rogan. And we haven't, we're tight.
Would you consider him, even with fighters, probably one of the 2 or 3 best investments that the UFC made that you made?
100%. Joe Rogan was one of the best moves that I made early on in building this company. There were a few key people that I brought in that I believe helped get us to where we are today, and Joe Rogan is absolutely positively one of those people. And Joe Rogan will go down in history as one of the greatest combat sports play-by-play guys or color guys, whatever you want to call them, ever.
Let's talk about some of your fighters. Let's start with Conor McGregor. Grew up, obviously, at one point in time, he was getting government assistance. Turns himself into the great fighter. He's a champion in 2 different weight classes. He fights Floyd, makes a ton of money, and we're going to get to that how and why you signed off on that deal. Do you think Conor can ever be what he once was, having accumulated the wealth? Because it's hard, and I can appreciate Brady. I can appreciate guys that make millions, hundreds of millions, and still go and act as if they're broke.
So
Did you
true.
think that 100 million changed Conor? Does he still have the desire to go train and punch people in the face and get kicked in the face like he did when he was broke?
It's impossible for that money not to affect you and phase you. And you see it, that is, and you're so dead on. One of the things that makes Brady so incredible and unique is that not only did he every year strive to get better and better, he was never one of these guys that tried to break the bank and be the highest paid guy. He would actually take less money to build
A better team.
100%. I mean, it's one of the things that now he's looked at as the GOAT, and that guy will continue to print money for the rest of his life.
Absolutely.
And to be a young guy and not let his ego get in the way of being great and chasing greatness and understanding that not one person does anything. You need a team around you. And that is one of the things that I will credit Conor for too. If you ever notice, there's never been animosity or a beef between UFC and Conor McGregor.
Right.
Conor McGregor is brilliant in that way too. He knows what he brought to the table, and he knows his value and his worth. But he also knows that the UFC is, you know what I mean? Much like Brady. The thing in fighting, the hard part about in the combat sports world is once you start to make that kind of money and you want to say, well, it never changed me, it's impossible not to change you. It's impossible to go from, where you were to where you are today financially and not be changed. But Conor's one of the very unique few that was able to capitalize on his fame, his personality, and everything else outside of the octagon. And this is all professional sports. I mean, you played at the highest level. To stay on top of your game for many, many years is very hard to do, especially once money becomes involved.
Well, it's hard in this sport because you can't duck and dodge. You can't.
You're absolutely right. You have a team around you that where you might slack a little bit, other people can pick up and carry you. You can't get carried in this sport.
Right. See, and see, when I look at Conor and you look at what he has, his craft Irish whiskey, and I think he has a beard now. He goes from wearing sandals to have mink slippers. He goes from living in very meager house to living in an ivory tower. And he hadn't fought. I'm looking at it we last fought in January 2020. What do you expect when he steps back into the ring?
He's at a place in his life and in his career that, he shows up every once in a while, but when he does, it's fun.
You know it's going to be electric.
People give a shit.
Yeah.
People want to see it. And, you can't expect to always be, the best in the world. It's hard to do. And you got to give it, I'll give you an example. People talk shit and say whatever they want to say, but look at Canelo. Canelo is still the man.
Yes.
He's
been for a long, long time.
And he jumps in there and he does it and he goes to work, and it's hard to stay at that level for a very long time. And Canelo's another guy. I mean, what's this guy clipping 40 mil a fight?
Easy.
Something like that. You know what I mean? Not including what he's making outside of the ring. So, a very unique few can do it.
How much do you think, because I do think he's a very talented and gifted fighter, but how much is it his ability to sell a fight? His gift of gab is nothing like we've ever seen in the UFC. You have to go back to an Ali. Somebody that could talk, that get you riled up. I got to watch this guy fight. Either he gonna whip somebody or I want somebody to whip him, but I got to see it.
I always hate to do this, but it's a fact. Conor and Ali are here. When you talk, they're equal. When you talk about mental warfare and the ability to get in the guy's head and the ability to, talk up a fight, he's Ali level. He really is. And it's fun, man. Conor, it's fun having Conor in this company,
right,
and in this sport in general. So, I don't know what you asked me. What'd you ask me?
How has the $100 million fight, to your best guess?
Well, it's not just the $100 million fight.
It's everything
this
that came along.
made. I mean, as
half
far
a
as I've
billion.
heard too in the movie business, he just did a movie. He was the highest paid guy to ever walk into a movie for the first time. You know, his liquor business.
Craft Irish,
You
yeah.
and I hope we can do what he did
Absolutely.
in the liquor business. And the list goes on and on and on. And what this kid has achieved and continues to achieve. So, fighting got him into a position where he could capitalize on all these different things outside of fighting. And very few, I'm trying to think of who else has been able to do that. Everybody else has had to make all their money in fighting.
Yes.
You know, maybe they had a couple things go on here and there. Nobody has done it outside of the octagon or ring at the level that Conor McGregor has.
You're absolutely right. Spring is in full bloom. Are your finances blooming too? With the Chime Secured Credit Builder Visa credit card, it's easy to start building credit with everyday purchases on regular time payments with no annual fees or interest. And if your credit score grows, so could your opportunities for lower interest rates on loans, like for car and for homes. With the Chime Credit Builder Visa credit card, there's no annual fees, interest, or credit checks to apply. You can use it everywhere Visa credit cards are accepted, and you can build credit while using your own money. With Chime Secure Credit Cards, you can start improving your credit scores right away. Get started today at chime.com/Shay. That's chime.com/Shay. Chime feels like progress. The Chime Credit Builder Visa Credit Card is issued by the Bancorp Bank, N.A. or Stride Bank, N.A., members FDIC. Spot me eligibility requirements, overdraft limits apply. Out of network, ATM withdrawals, OTC advance fees may apply also. Terms and conditions apply. Go to online.com disclosure for details. 303 UFC. It's going to be in the Sphere, right?
Mm-hmm. No, 303 is Conor McGregor International Fight Week.
Okay.
The Sphere is in September.
Dana, how do you go about choosing where fights will take place?
So normally what we'll do is we'll look at a date, a fight, what's available, where we haven't been in a long time. This whole Sphere thing goes back to Tom Brady. Tom Brady called me and said, want to go see you two together? They're playing at the Sphere. I said, yeah, I'm in. We go to the Sphere. I'm sitting in the Sphere and I'm looking around at how amazing this place is and the technology and everything. And I'm like, I have to do this. I literally, when we left, I got on the phone and I called my head of production, Craig Borsari, and I said, you're going to U2 next weekend. Get the team together, whoever you want to bring, and you're going to go watch this concert. We're doing the Sphere. Wow. So why? Why would I do this to myself, right? It's like, this is the kind of things that I love to do. I love to be first.
Okay.
I love to push the limits.
Right.
I love to do things that people think aren't possible, because everybody's like, how could you pull off a sporting event in the Sphere? It doesn't even make sense. Well, in September,
Watch it.
In September, I'm going to show you how you do it, right? So we're deep into this thing now. At the time, I've been with MGM forever.
Yes.
Well, I don't have the right to go to the Sphere. They fucked me. Okay? They fucked me.
MGM did.
Yeah. And basically they knew that I had this whole thing that I was doing. I just built a performance institute in Mexico, right? I'm doing Mexican Independence Day, and hats off to Al Heyman. We do the event. MGM got fucked by boxing somehow.
Right.
I don't know the deal or how it went down, but they got fucked.
Okay.
So I end up getting Mexican Independence Day.
Okay.
I go in, put on a great event. Al Heyman, I called my guy Monday and said, make sure we got this locked up next year too.
Right.
That weekend, Al Heyman slides in and steals the date from me next year. Al, hats off to you. My guy calls on Monday and they said, yeah, we already gave it to Al Heyman. I flipped the fuck out. Flipped out.
Because you do all your fights at the MGM Grand.
Yeah, for 20-something years.
Yes.
But these guys say, we're sorry, how can we fix it? I said, give me the Sphere. I want the Sphere. I want the Sphere. So MGM gives me the date at the Sphere, lets me go to the Sphere to do this thing.
Wow.
Right? So the way that this thing played out is crazy. This was meant to happen. So September is going to be, first of all, I'm a big boxing fan, and I've always been a fan of Mexican fighters.
Yeah.
And, you know, some of the baddest dudes to ever walk the face of this earth have been Mexicans.
Yeah.
When somebody tells you you fight like a Mexican, it is the biggest compliment you could ever get.
You fight.
In the fight business, right? And this is my love letter to Mexico, the Mexican people, and the history of combat in Mexico.
Right.
And it's going to be done in the greatest arena ever built.
Right.
With the best technology in the world right now as far as arena goes. And I'm already $16 million into this thing. This will never be done again. This will never be replicated. Anybody who comes in after me at the Sphere is fucked. Fucked. Telling you right now.
So this is going to be a one-off. The UFC will never go back to the Sphere. This is a one of a one.
One of one. One and done. And it will be the greatest live sporting event anybody has ever seen.
Have you?
And if you're Mexican, you have to be there. You have to be there.
Have you already got a card in mind?
We're working on it and we're tweaking it every day. And yeah,
John,
the answer is yes.
Ooh, woo. Oh man, I can just imagine who. I'm sure everybody wants to be on that card.
Everybody should want to be on that card. Believe me when I tell you. Everybody was all fired up about UFC 300. This thing is going to be, you know, and again, if you are Mexican and you are on this, it's going to be like nothing anybody's ever seen before.
Right.
For a live event.
I had Francis and
Not to mention the fact when I talk about always being first.
Yes.
Nothing has ever been done live at the Sphere.
Right.
Broadcast.
Right. Oh, yeah.
Nothing's ever been broadcast live out of the Sphere.
Right.
So everything that I'm doing there, putting on a fight.
Right.
Right. Programming the Sphere, beaming it live to the rest of the world.
Right.
These are all first. Nobody's ever done this before.
How many, what's the capacity of the Sphere?
So 20,000. So
wow.
Yeah, there'll be 20,000 people in there that day.
Wow. There's not a bad seat in the house, is it?
Well, it's different. It's unique. To say there's not a bad seat in the house for the fight, this isn't just a fight. This is a live.
Yeah, because you're going to have every
theatrical event.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You excited about this?
I'm beyond excited about this.
So had you not gone, that obviously the U2 was the first to perform in there. Had you not gone, had that thought ever crossed your mind prior to you going to see U2 in the Sphere? All
these things that happened, Brady calling me and asking me if I want to go to U2 with him, I wouldn't have gone, and I wouldn't have seen it and done it. The thing that happened with MGM, Al Heyman sliding in there and stealing my date, all the things that have aligned for me to be at the Sphere.
It was meant to be.
It was meant to be. This was supposed to happen.
Yeah. And you glad say, thank you, Al. I appreciate that.
Exactly. Hey, I ain't hating on him. Listen, Al is a sharp dude. Yep.
I had Francis Ngannou on, and he lost his son a couple of weeks ago, so rest his RIP to Francis Ngannou's son. Do you regret how things played out with Francis? Because you talk about the heavyweight champ and the baddest man on the planet, and for some reason, I think he defended his belt once, and then his contract ran out, and you guys weren't able to get something done. Are you disappointed with how that played out, Dana?
No, because we did everything in our power to try to make that John Jones fight, and it is what it is.
He said that. Now, I'm just going by what he said. Right. He said the UFC, I'm assuming if the UFC, that's you, said John Jones was afraid of him. Do you believe John Jones was afraid of Francis?
Not only is John Jones not afraid of Francis, John Jones is the baddest fighter to ever live. Ever. In any combat sport. If you look at John Jones is undefeated in the UFC, right? He's got one loss on his record. He lost to Steve Mazzagatti. Do you know who that is?
I don't.
He's the worst referee to ever fucking ref any fight.
Oh, Big Steve, he's not in it.
Steve Mazzagatti. No, you're thinking of the other guy. No, this
Big
is
John.
Steve Mazzagatti. This is a guy that should have never, ever been a referee in combat sports, okay? It was during a period when athletic commission was at its worst. And John Jones did not lose that fight. John Jones destroyed the guy that he fought in that fight, and this guy fucked the fight up. John Jones is undefeated, never lost, and he went through murderer's row.
Yeah.
Then he goes out for 3 years, right? Sits out for 3 years, comes back, and beats Cyril Gane. Like that, easily. In my opinion, he does the same thing to Francis.
What?
100%. Does the same thing to Francis. John Jones, Francis didn't want to fight John Jones.
Nevada Senator Jackie Rosen is pushing for action at the border.
Senator Jackie Rosen says she supports the bipartisan border deal.
The legislation, which was endorsed by the National Border Patrol Union, provides more money to fight fentanyl smuggling.
Jackie Rosen, keep fighting to protect the border.
John Jones is the scariest, most badass fighter of all time. John Jones has his issues outside
They're
of the
documented.
octagon, which actually makes it even more impressive.
Right.
When you think about the lifestyle this guy was living and doing this to the best fighters in the world. And John Jones is one of those guys that won't truly be appreciated until he's gone.
Right.
But I'm telling you right now, when you talk about who the baddest man on the planet is, two guys get locked in a room, who's walking out? It's fucking John Jones all day, every time.
Did you know when you first met him, did you know he had these type of capabilities?
Not really. It was when we just started seeing him fight and how he was destroying people at such a young age, and what he was doing to guys that were looked at as, wow, this guy's the, you know.
And he's running through them.
Just,
I mean, it's not.
For anybody to even try to say John Jones wouldn't fight what makes John Jones even scarier is when you put John Jones in front of a camera and he tries to be normal.
Yes.
And he tries to talk to there is a dark side to John Jones. I mean, that's just a fact. And yeah, John Jones is the baddest, in my opinion, the baddest human in combat sports ever.
He has a fight. He was supposed to fight, and he tears a pec. Now, obviously, maybe Stipe. John says he would like to fight Pereira. Give him an opportunity to be a 3-division champ, something that's never been done in the UFC. Obviously, I think Aspinall, I think that's how you say his last name?
Aspinall. Yeah,
Aspinall. Yeah. DC, Daniel Cormier, says he understands Jones wanting to fight Pereira because, give him an opportunity. But he thinks the better fight will be with Aspinall. What the fight? But John says, you know what? Stipe did have the belt. I think I owe him. What's the fight do you think makes the most sense?
First of all, he has to fight Stipe. That fight has to happen.
Okay.
You have a guy who's looked at as the greatest heavyweight ever versus the greatest fighter ever. Right? That fight has to happen. And I don't disagree with DC. The next fight should be Aspinall.
Okay.
And John Jones, most of the people that cover this sport know nothing about the sport. They're actually horrendous. And they don't know anything about the sport, and they definitely don't know anything about the business of the sport. But if John Jones beats Stipe, then Aspinall,
So if he beats Stipe, he beats Aspinall, he should just retire because there's nothing else left for him to prove.
There's nothing for him to prove now. He already moved up to heavyweight.
Right.
And walked through
Cyril Gane. I mean,
Francis Ngannou barely made it through Cyril Gane.
Yeah.
If Cyril Gane doesn't go for that submission,
right,
Cyril Gane wins that fight. John Jones walked through him.
He did.
Like he was nothing. John Jones has nothing to prove now. You know what I mean? I saw John arguing with fans on Instagram the other day. John Jones has nothing to argue about. John Jones has nothing to prove anymore. But the fact that he's still here and still wants to, he's going to come out and fight Stipe, and the fact that he could fight Aspinall, it's unbelievable. He will not truly be appreciated until he's gone.
So the Pereira fight, do you think, because Pereira, I mean, the punching power that he possessed,
Pereira's amazing. I think John Jones walks through everybody, man. When John Jones gets his hands on you, you're in trouble.
What makes him so unique? Because there are a lot of guys that can grapple. There's a lot of guys that can submit you. There's a lot of guys that can stand. What makes Jon Jones so unique?
Jon Jones has a great chin. Jon Jones is good anywhere the fight goes. And Jon Jones is a killer. He's a killer. Jon Jones doesn't go in and try to squeak out, decisions.
I think that's what you love most about him. You don't like guys trying to wrestle and just try to get
It's not even that. He's the best. And there is a dark side to Jon Jones.
Wow.
Well, look at the when him and Cormier were in that interview.
Yeah.
And they thought that the cameras were off.
Right.
And they start talking to each other back and forth. And Cormier's like, you're a piece of shit. I'd spit in your face right now. And Jon Jones is like, and I'd kill you. You know, I'd kill you, right? Like, we're not talking about fighting. I'd kill you. And then Jon Jones, the stuff that's gone on in his personal life, when all the nuttiness was going on during COVID and people were rioting and all that shit, Jon Jones was walking around the streets of his town, like smacking spray paint cans out of kids' hands and being like, get your fucking ass home.
Wow.
Stop fucking up my town. And Jon Jones, Jones is a big gun guy.
Yes, I see.
He's got the dogs that are trained to, you know what I mean?
Yes.
Jon Jones is a bad dude.
Do you ever worry about him in a face-off? Because you said he has a dark side. We see it in the ring.
The MGM Grand lobby. Yeah. People are checking into their hotel. We're doing the weigh-ins in the lobby. Him and Cormier, Jon Jones goes after him. They get close and Cormier pushes him back and Jones goes after him. Big fist fight right in the lobby of the MGM Grand. Jon Jones is the baddest dude to ever do it.
Right. Dana, you guys have made some positive strides as far as pay, because that seems to be a lot of the fighters that we don't get a thing. And I think the last one, you gave $300,000 bonuses instead of the $50,000 bonuses.
For UFC 300.
For UFC 300. And you have now to get $150,000, I think, if that's the case, and they can come out here and train and nutrition and all that other stuff. So where do we stand on this? How do we get, obviously they're not going to make football money. They're not going to make basketball or baseball money. But obviously I think some of the fighters says, considering what's at stake, I think the pay should be more.
Well, nobody really knows how much a lot of these guys make. And guess what? These guys don't want you to know how much they make either.
Right.
There's a narrative from, people that don't like the UFC, don't like me, or whatever it might be. And these guys don't know what these guys really make. And the other thing is that the money is spread out from the top to the bottom.
Right.
We have guys who would be considered journeymen in boxing who've made millions of dollars.
Right.
And if you don't like the way that it's run here, there's no barrier to entry. Start your own mixed martial arts organization and you pay the guys whatever you think you want to. Right. It's been done by many, many powerful, rich, smart businessmen, and they don't succeed.
No.
I've built a business that has lasted, that has changed many people's lives.
Right.
And, if you think you can do it better than me, knock yourselves out. Most of this narrative is by scumbag reporters who have never built anything in their life, who have no idea what it's like to run a business, and who have no idea what it's like for people to depend on a paycheck from them. So I could care less.
I look at you guys, Dana, you're like the NFL. You remember the USFL? They tried to compete against the NFL.
100%.
It didn't work. And we've seen other leagues try to compete against the NFL. And the UFL says, you know what? We're going to pay you more. And it didn't work. Why do you think that the organizations that come up against you and have all these genius ideas, well, we're going to do X, Y, and Z, why do you think they fail?
Well, we felt the same way. I mean, when we bought the UFC, we were like, wow, this is going to be great. We'll be friends with all the fighters and we'll do this and do that. But then once you get into it and you start to realize the reality and you're $40 million in the hole and you're trying to fight to survive, we change people's lives every day in many different ways. And I'm very happy with what we've accomplished and what we've done and what we continue to do, not just for the fighters, but for our employees who work here at the UFC. We continue to grow the sport. We continue to get more people involved from other countries.
Right.
And we reinvest in the sport. You know, when you look at what boxing did, everybody's like, oh, boxing, every fucking event that they put on, it's a going out of business sale. Let's grab as much money as we can from everybody. We don't care if
For delicious margaritas, choose a tequila made from fresh pressed agave, or Nitos, a fresh take.
event is good. We don't care if the people at home enjoy what they saw. We don't care if the people who came and bought tickets liked it.
Right.
We just want to grab as much money as we can. They never reinvested in the sport. Tell me a sport or any business ever in the history of the world that has probably made trillions of dollars in revenue. And at the end of the day, there's nothing there.
Right.
That's boxing. We built a brand that fans believe in and trust. They know when they buy tickets or a pay-per-view, they're going to get what they paid for. And everybody is taken care of from the top to the bottom. Professional sports isn't a job. It's an opportunity, right? You were given an opportunity. You were good enough to get an opportunity where you could go out in a very short
period of time
and make as much money as you could possibly make. And it gave you a platform to be here today having this conversation. Yeah. That is what professional sports is all about. And that is what we provide for lots of different people who are great like Conor McGregor and people that you'll never know their name. Right. You wouldn't even know who the hell they are if you saw them in the street. That's what we do.
Quick math. The less your business spends on operations, multiple systems, and delivering your product or service, the more margin you have and the more money you keep. But with higher expenses on materials, employees, distribution, and borrowing, everything costs more. So to reduce the cost and headaches, smart businesses are graduating to NetSuite by Oracle. NetSuite is the #1 cloud financial system, bringing accounting, financial management, inventory, HR into one platform and one source of truth. With NetSuite, you reduce IT costs because NetSuite lives in the cloud with no hardware required, access from anywhere. You cut the cost maintaining multiple systems because you've got one unified business management suite. You improve efficiency by bringing all your major business processes into one platform, slashing manual tasks and errors. Over 37,000 companies have already made the move, so do the math and see how you'll profit with NetSuite. By popular demand, NetSuite has extended its one-of-a-kind flexible financing program for a few more weeks. Head to netsuite.com/Shay. The crossover. Some of you guys, I mean, Conor did it first, boxed Floyd Mayweather. And we've seen some of the other fighters. O'Malley, I think he wants to go into boxing. Where are you on that? Because I look, it was great because Conor and Floyd is big time. You got big personality. You got Floyd, arguably one of the greatest fighter ever, and so you got great. Where are you on that now, Dana? I don't know if you see people that are like, oh, I want to go into boxing. I think that boxing calls out a lot of our guys. Yes. Because they know that's where the money is, correct. Right? We built the right model, a sustainable model, and a model that works for everybody and changes everybody's lives. If your opinion is, again, I think these guys, well, how much money? What's the number? Because most of the time, most of these guys in boxing will say, well, I want 40 million for that. Well, how does that fucking make sense? Boxing got so fucked up that nobody could actually make a living out of it and people couldn't, right? That Saudi Arabia had to take it over. Right. A group of people that have so much money, they don't care whether they make or lose money. That's how fucked up boxing got, that's where that had to go. Wow. Right? That's why this guy is making all these fights that he's making right now. Like Tyson Fury versus Usyk, that's a fight that should have happened. It took Turkey to make that fight. Right. Because they have unlimited funds, and whether they make money or don't, they don't care. They don't care. I just saw that because of piracy, that fight lost like $100 million or something like that, or 20 to 100 million. I don't know what the number was, but that's what you need for boxing. Wow. Right? Yeah. I do give a shit whether I lose money or not. Absolutely. You're not a nonprofit. we built a sustainable business. Right. That can continue to go on and continue to give opportunities to lots of different people from all over the world. Mike Tyson, Jake Paul. I've seen you go back and forth with Jake Paul before. He's beat a couple of your retired or guys that no longer fight in the UFC. What's your take on Jake?
Yeah, listen, the kid's out there and he's doing his thing and he's making money. If you can,
you making real money, Dana, or are you making?
I don't know. That I don't know. I don't know what he's really making. I believe that he was making the money he says he's making.
Mm-hmm.
Showtime Boxing wouldn't have gone out of business, and Showtime would have made sure they kept paying him.
Right.
But he's doing it. You know, what do I think of the Mike Tyson fight?
Yes.
Tyson's 58 years old. You know what I mean? Jake fought a guy who was his age and who was also considered a boxer, and he lost. So if you can keep fighting fucking 50-something-year-olds...
You don't think Tyson has a chance?
And making a living at it. I think that Mike Tyson has a puncher's chance against anybody. Mike's 58 years old.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Right.
I hate doing this because Mike gets mad at me every time I do this, but Mike shouldn't be fighting.
I mean, because you look at Jake Paul, he fought Tyron Woodley, slept him, Anderson Silva, I think he fought Nate. Is there, I mean, if he wants to do boxing, why not fight guys that actually box for a living?
100%. Fight guys that box for a living and guys that are your age. How about that?
He says he wants to fight Canelo. I'm just saying what
I hear you. Then why is he not fighting Canelo?
Canelo, I don't think Canelo wants to waste his time.
Yeah. I mean, it'd be a fucking 30-second payday for Canelo. So I don't know why Canelo wouldn't do it, you know? But they probably... Canelo can fight real guys and keep his credibility intact and still make that kind of money. You know what I mean? Jake needs these guys. Jake needs Tyson and needs all these other people because that you know, everybody's going to tune in to hope that Mike Tyson knocks him out.
Right.
They're not tuning in because they think Jake Paul's a great fighter and they want to see him compete.
I know you know this guy. I think it reminds me a lot of Butterbean. When Butterbean was fighting guys that had no chance of beating, everybody loved him.
Yeah.
But once he got beat, the novelty kind of wore off.
Yeah.
And I think that's what would happen with Jake. If he were
to happen, he got beat, and the novelty did wear off. That's why he has to get a guy like Tyson and
try to get some credibility back.
When he fought somebody that was actually his age and was actually a boxer and was actually his size, he lost. I mean, it is what it is. I'm not trying to shit on the kid.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't care what he's doing. But I mean, come on, man, to be fighting Mike Tyson, and you know.
Another guy you've had some verbal spats with that's been very publicized is Oscar De La Hoya, and I think it goes back to I think he said you blocked a fight with he and George St. Pierre. Is that where it started from, or?
Talk about Jake Paul. Like me and Jake Paul have had whatever.
Right.
You know, Jake Paul's a kid that's out doing his thing. He's trying to make some money, whatever his deal is. Oscar De La Hoya.
Okay.
is a two-faced lying fucking nut job, you know, and yeah, me and Oscar are never gonna be cool.
Y'all never gonna be cool again.
Never ever.
But were you cool?
Look at anybody who's ever dealt with Oscar De La Hoya. I don't know if that guy literally has any fucking buddy who's his real friend.
Were you guys ever cool at any point in time?
We were cool. I mean, obviously, for all the things I think about De La Hoya personally, you know, as a fighter, Oscar was a bad guy.
He was.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And Oscar was the real deal. But as a human being, completely different. He and I would go to his fights. I used to promote his fights on my social. I was watching the fight or whatever. Then I go to do Mayweather versus McGregor, and he starts shitting on the fight, yet saying, I would fight McGregor, though. So
yeah,
he's just, I mean, if you look at the history between me and him, you know, I'm going to get into MMA and pay these guys what they deserve to be paid. No, he didn't. And you know, the guys that were involved in that fight all got fucked.
Right.
He didn't pay them more than they ever made in their careers. He didn't even know half the guys' fucking names on the card. And the list goes on and on with that guy.
Khabib, he retired. Do you think there's ever a chance that Khabib would come back and fight? Is there a number that you can say, Khabib, we got 20 million. We got 25 million.
I threw the numbers at him, trust me. Khabib has more money than he'll ever spend. He doesn't need to fight again. And I think that he sort of lost the desire when his father passed away. And I think it was a father-son thing.
Yeah.
That he had with his dad. And also he's such a good human being that he is truly happy for Islam.
Right.
And what Islam is. And he is fulfilled enough that was his dad's dream, that Khabib would reign, then would come Islam. And it's all playing out exactly the way they planned it. I think Khabib's in a good place in his life.
Ronda Rousey.
Yep. Greatest athlete I've ever worked with.
Wow. What did she mean for the UFC?
She was huge at the right time and the right place. And women's fighting is where it is today because of her. And she was one of those athletes, like, anything, anywhere, anytime. She was a workhorse, great human being, brilliant. Yeah. The greatest athlete I've ever worked with.
Were you sad when she stepped away?
I was sad that I wouldn't work with her on a daily basis like we did, but I felt like the timing was right. She had done everything she set out to do, not just for her and her career, but what she did for women in fighting in general.
Right. And you see Amanda Nunes come in, and I watched that fight, and I'm looking at the capabilities that Amanda had versus what Ronda.
Well, what happened with Ronda was very unique in that she came in and put this thing on the world stage. This thing being women fighting.
Women fighting, yeah.
She put it on the world stage.
Correct.
Right? At a level that nobody else could have ever done it. And while she was doing what she was doing, building the sport and the UFC and women, all these other women were training to be her. You know what I mean?
Yes.
She had taken so much on her shoulders at the time. It was literally impossible for her to keep growing as a fighter during that period.
Right. So now we see UFC fighters becoming movie stars. We see Ronda Rousey. We've mentioned her. Conor McGregor. He was in his own movie. Ronda's been in several movies. Are you pleased with? Do you like that your fighters, UFC, that they're becoming so big that they're able to brand out and even grow the UFC even more?
Well, you have Conors and Rondas that are very unique.
Yes.
It's hard to take those two and compare them to all the rest.
Right.
If you look at, we already talked about Conor, but if you look at Ronda, she came in and blew the UFC up for women, opened the doors for all women to come in. She's written books that have been New York Times bestsellers. She's written, she just wrote a screenplay for her own story. She went into the WWE and became a star.
Yeah.
Sponsorship deals she's done. There's things Ronda's done that will never be done again. So you're looking at very unique.
Very, very unique situations.
Right.
And everybody's not going to, but you know, Dana, everybody comes with the aspirations of being, if they're female, being Ronda Rousey or being Conor McGregor.
As you should. And what happened with Nunes, I love Amanda Nunes. We have an incredible relationship.
Is she coming back?
Huh?
Is she coming back?
She could come back. There's a possibility she could come back. But again, a very unique individual in her own right. You know, very powerful woman that is looked at as the GOAT now.
Yes.
In female fighting. You know, married to another female fighter, so very inspirational and big in the gay and lesbian community. You know, now a mother. You know, she blazed her own trail in UFC. Like, everybody's journey is different and not the same, you know, as an athlete and as a human.
I read that you were the one that really got Rock into social media.
Yeah.
What's your relationship with The Rock?
I have a great relationship with him. You know, we probably talk a couple times a month. And yeah, at the time he wasn't on social media. And I was like, are you nuts? Do you have any idea how big you would be on social media? And da-da-da-da-da. And I actually, the people that ran my social media, I put on his to get him up and started and kind of get him going. And obviously, you know, the guy's a trailblazer now right. in social media and one of the biggest followed humans on earth.
Right. And he loves UFC because he's doing a doc. Isn't he doing a doc on like Mark Kerr?
No, he's doing a film.
Film.
Yeah, a film based on the Smashing Machine.
Right. Did you have any influence on that? Did you like?
I wouldn't say that I influenced it. That was all him, but I've obviously helped behind the scenes.
Right.
Yeah.
Power slap. Oh,
I love it. I love it. I love it.
I mean, there are very few times that there are two slaps. It's normally just one slap, Dana.
No. It's like 50-50. Yeah, go to decisions or knockouts. Yeah, there's way more back and forth than people realize, because all you see on social is the viral side of it.
Yeah.
But this thing is a beast. It's the most successful thing that I have ever been a part of in my career in such a short amount of time. In 16 months. This thing's only 16 months old. We have more followers than like the NHL, PGA, NASCAR, and many, many others. And we're about to take over Major League Baseball too here pretty soon on all social platforms, and billions of views in just 16 months. The EBITDA on this thing is off the charts. The revenue is unbelievable. And we have more sponsors in 16 months than the UFC had in 8 years.
How do you train for power slap?
So what's starting to happen now, these are all the same questions people asked me about UFC in the old days. Oh my God, this is garbage. You jump on top of another guy, you can do this, you can do that. It's human cockfighting. Now this, because as soon as money gets involved,
right,
and you can actually start to make a living doing this,
right,
people start taking it serious, and people start, so when athletes come in to slap, we put them through the Performance Institute, and they go through the same type of training. We measure them for force, velocity, speed, and people are actually starting to train and take this thing serious because there's real money involved now.
And
this thing was global overnight. This thing started in Russia,
right,
and Poland.
Right.
That's where I started to see this stuff coming from. And, we pull massive numbers in places like Southeast Asia, India, Brazil. There's already 2 knockoff leagues in Brazil. And you're starting to see these smaller leagues pop up all over the world now.
So when you first saw it, when you first saw Power Slap, what was the first thing that went through Dana White's mind?
This is crazy. What the hell is this?
Exactly.
And I was fascinated, and I started to watch it, and I started to dig deeper and take a deeper dive into it. And I was looking at some of these numbers that were coming out of Russia and Poland. 350 million views on YouTube and stuff like that. And our YouTube channel is massive now.
Right.
And you want to realize something. So I started putting this thing on UFC's YouTube.
Yeah.
Number 1, 2, 3, and 4 all-time video views are Power Slap on UFC's YouTube. When you think about Conor McGregor, Habib, you think about Brock Lesnar, Ronda Rousey, some of the big stars that we've had and some of the big moments.
Yeah.
So the second biggest thing on my social media ever now is Max Holloway knocking out Justin Gaethje at UFC 200.
Yes.
Number 1 is Power Slap.
When he called him in the
By a massive number 1.
Right. What about celebrities participating in Power Slap?
It will eventually happen.
Hell no.
It'll eventually happen.
Who the hell wanted it?
Shannon, I'm going to have you pretty soon.
No. Hell no. I don't want to be in no UFC. I don't want to get choked. I don't want to get kicked. At least in boxing, Dana, I ain't got to worry about, but two D's right here. In UFC, you got to worry about kick, but that slap, man.
I know.
And they got your hands behind your back.
Yeah.
And they already know what's going to happen because they got 2 people to catch you. Because they know you about to go down.
These guys are so tough, man. So tough. And the balls it takes to go out there and perform on the world stage and do this when you know it's going to be the biggest thing virally on earth.
Nah. Well, I tell you what, I hate to be the first. I hate the first athlete because he's gonna be the biggest. That's gonna be the most biggest viral moment. Because when you get an athlete that does that, an ex-professional athlete.
This thing's been around for 16 months, and we have 6 billion views. Over 6 billion views.
Yeah.
Right? Think about that.
The first athlete to get slapped, he's going to do $1 billion by himself.
In the world, 8 billion people in the world. We have 6 billion views in 16 months.
Wow.
I mean, when you really wrap your head around how big Power Slap is and the numbers that it pulls, it's absolutely fascinating. And I love it because it's another one of those things that people said, this won't work.
Give me 3 football players and 3 basketball players that you believe would be great MMA fighters.
You gotta start with the two GOATs.
Okay.
First of all, Brady.
Man, you know damn well Brady ain't gonna be no MMA fighter.
I'm just telling you, if you think about the mindset that it takes to be great, that's number one. It starts with the mindset.
Okay.
You got to go with Brady, and you got to go with Jordan. Okay. So let's get those two out of the way. Jordan is a killer.
Okay.
I've spoke about Michael Jordan many times. Never met him. Don't know him.
Yeah.
Don't want to meet him. I like him too much. I respect him too much. I love his killer instinct.
Yes.
Don't want to meet him. Respect him to death. So take those two. Then now let's get into the next four, which is going to be tougher. When you talk about big, explosive power, so Mercedes Lewis, he's a huge UFC fan.
Yes.
Obviously, an unbelievable athlete and whatever. Has the mindset, been in the game forever. I'm going to go with him too.
Okay.
Just because he's such a huge fan of the sport.
Okay.
And gets it, and you know, you look at all his attributes as far as a physical. Basketball. Basketball these days is tough because they ain't as tough as they used to be. I guess you'd have to go with Lambeer, right? let's go with Lambeer. Take world meta peace. I'll take him too.
Now you probably want to take Charles Oakley.
Yeah, Oakley's another good one. You're right. Oakley, Big Baby, Shaq.
Man, Shaq too big.
Too big?
Yeah, because you got Shaq 7'1", probably 350 now.
Imagine Shaq on top of you though. Shaq in his heyday. We're not talking about Shaq today, are we?
320. Well, he's 325.
Yeah,
I mean, you got a limit. You
Shaq in his heyday. When you see Shaq back in the day.
Oh yeah, Shaq used to bench over 400 pounds.
And, you know, the speed, the agility, the power.
But you got a limit. You can only be 265.
Yeah.
Shaq was 265 in high school.
Now I got to pick weight classes. Holy shit! I mean,
no.
Yeah. If I was just talking about guys that could go in and kick your ass, Shaq would definitely be one of them.
Yeah.
And then when you go back to
James Johnson,
to football too, and I think about some of these. I mean, there's so many probably, you know, big, talented, physical athletes.
Yeah.
You'd have to look at Gronk too.
Yeah.
You'd have to look at Peyton, right? Walter Payton.
Yeah. It's definitely a mindset.
100%. That's why I started with the guys that had the mindset first. Right. You know, Jordan and Brady both have the winning, whatever it takes to win, the mindset. Jordan to me is the, I mean, in any sport.
Yeah.
When you look at the way Jordan was, and when you look at some of the clips on how physical it got with him, and you know, he didn't care.
No, he didn't.
He was sick. At 104-degree temperature, whatever it was. Everything about Jordan equals winner.
But he's like that in every aspect of his life.
And that's what I hear from people that know him.
He can't do anything for fun.
Right.
It's got to be a competition, and it's got to be something involved. Normally a large sum of money.
Or he has to be pissed at you.
Oh, yeah.
He has to be pissed at you and not like you. He has to create conflict.
Yeah.
For him to have to want to go out.
Well, if you beat him in something, he's pissed at you.
Right.
So now he's going to double the stakes. You know, and I don't know if this is a fair comparison, but a lot of people compare you, and not in this aspect because we know what transpired off the thing, is that you and Vince McMahon have a lot of similarities with the way you conduct your business as far as him running the WWE. He's no longer in charge there, and you running the UFC. How did you learn how to run a business not ever being in business?
I did run businesses myself, but not at this level.
Right.
Not at this, you know, the type of finances.
Is it the same, Dana? Can you run a business, a lower level business, and then take the same mindset and run a multi-billion-dollar business?
I think you can. I think you can, but I was just very fortunate in that two things that I've done. I always learned from other people. You know, the ability to learn and see things and learn from certain people. But I'd say my biggest talent is building a team. Nobody does anything by themselves. You build a team around you that you can count on. So I've built a team of people that when I say, this is what I want, I have the right people who can implement what I want and get shit done, that I don't have to tell somebody something twice. You can't have those type of people around you. If I got to tell you something fucking twice, it doesn't work here. And the other thing is, I've also had the ability to, when I say I want this fucking done. I want it done now. If I call you at 2 in the morning, I expect you to answer the phone if you work for me and all this other stuff. Yet, I also want my people to not miss their kids' practice, not miss their kids' play, not miss their kids, a lot of the things that happen in life while you're building a business. So it's a very, it's a weird,
very fine line.
Yeah, it's true.
But when I tell people, and people tell me, Shannon, you're crazy, I say you have to have people as equally obsessed as you are in order for this thing to work.
People have to be bought in on the vision, especially in the early days.
Yes.
It's easy to get people on board for the vision now.
Yes.
But for me to hire Craig Borsari, my head of production, away from Fox, for me to hire some of my guys that are here legally from big law firms, and, greatest PR person in all of fucking business over there in the chair.
Yes.
To keep her from going to somewhere else.
Right.
The talented production people that I have here, the talented salespeople that I have here that work in sponsorship, all those jobs are in New York and LA. They're not in Vegas, right? You have to have people bought in on your vision and like you said, be obsessed and love this as much as I do.
Obviously, NBA, NFL, Roger Goodell, Adam Silver. Have you ever spoken to those guys? Do you take any notes from how they conduct their league and what you can learn, or did you take anything from, or they're so different?
Not really. And I wouldn't put this on those guys. It was their predecessors, the guys before them.
Mm-hmm.
I would look at the things like them reading canned statements from lawyers that I always hated. Them being too corporate, I always hated. So I did learn a lot about the guys before them. And people will always try to ask me, oh, Roger Goodell doesn't do this, that, and everything. You could run the NFL. I wouldn't want the NFL.
Because you got 32 bosses. You're the boss.
Touch the NFL, okay? And credit to him for what he did. Say whatever you want about Goodell and Silver and all these guys. Those leagues continue to go like this. They continue to make money. They can.
Yeah! Woo! Yeah! Yeah! Woo! Yeah! Yeah! Woo!
Check this out. I'm going to show you how I afforded this car. Okay, you ready? All right, $118 for car insurance. That's how much I was paying, okay? I picked up the car a few months ago, and watch this, ready? $97 premium, $20 were my fees, $118. Now, I covered up my private information, guys. $39 $118. Check this out, ready? $500 for comprehensive, $500 for collision, $500 for comprehensive, $500 for collision, okay? The same make and model, Hyundai Ioniq, okay? Guys, it's the same policy, $118 to $39. As you can see, I have full coverage. I have a premium policy. I love my coverage and I love my insurance company, but I was paying a lot and I didn't even realize it. Check this out. See, look. All right. Hyundai Ioniq. I picked my year. Okay. Hyundai Ioniq. There's my make. I picked it already. And then you're going to scroll down and find your model. This Ioniq Limited. Guys, this
continue to thrive. They continue to do well. I don't point the fingers at anything they do, and I don't look to them for guidance or advice at all.
You're a very generous man, though.
Well, thank you.
You're very generous to your workers, to people that believe in you and that see your vision. Like you said, I call, I expect you to answer the phone because I'm compensating you handsomely. I expect that. But where did that generosity come from?
Well, it's not even that I'm compensating you. This is a very unique business, and that this isn't a 9 to 5. This isn't a, this is a...
Y'all hear that?
It's true, though. This is a 24-hour a day, 7-day a week, 365 fucking madhouse, I guess I would call it. And the hard part about this job is it's like Groundhog Day, right? Every Monday is fight week. And you get into this hamster wheel. So to keep it fun and to keep it different and to keep growing and to keep going to different levels, I need people that work here that are accessible and creative and can do things on the fly and can turn things around in a minute. Fighters fall out all the time. We got to rip all the billboards down. We got to change all the marketing. We got to sell a new fight. We got to do this. You need people that are ready to go. And but also I understand how hard these people work and the sacrifices they make. And I try to reward them in many other ways other than compensation. We do lots of fun things around here. Right. We throw killer parties out in this backyard. We do concerts over in the arena that we have next door. Right. And I try to do fun things and involve their families in it. I want the people who work here, I want their kids and their significant others to like the UFC and be a part. Exactly. I hear stories where these big corporate companies will throw parties and they don't even have a +1. It's just the people who work there having parties with the people who work there.
Right.
No, that's not what we do here.
Do the employees, when they're coming on, do they understand what's going to be asked of them and then what's demanded from them? Do you explain that to them, or are they given a great explanation? Do you understand what you're about to embark upon?
I think they do. Yeah, and I think it's at a level now where people realize, we have an intern program here too.
Okay.
And in my opinion, we have the best intern program in all of sports. Kids come here and actually do stuff. They actually learn and are hands-on with real business that's happening in the UFC. And every time the interns come, they meet with me.
Right.
And then when they leave, they meet with me. And we've hired many interns.
Wow.
Yeah, many interns work here. My right-hand guy, who is my right-hand guy, started here as an intern.
Wow.
Yeah. He is in the day-to-day shit with me all day, every day, professionally and personally. He was an intern here at this company.
You live in Vegas. We know the strips just right up the street. You like to partake in gambling.
I do.
I've heard the story that you've won a couple of $1 million and they've asked you not to come back and partake anymore.
Yeah, that's happened a few times, actually.
What's your game?
Well, blackjack I've been playing pretty much my whole life. I just started to get into baccarat now.
Okay.
And
money really changed hand in baccarat.
I love it. It's been fun. I've been playing for like 2.5, 3 months. And yeah, I gamble almost every night.
Every night?
Almost every night. I can't say every night, but
hold on. How do you live in Vegas? How do you live in Vegas and you stay at the casinos?
I told you that I love adversity. I love conflict. I love, if I don't have it, I create it. So Yeah, gambling is one of my favorite hobbies. I love to do it. I should probably take up fucking bowling or bird watching or something.
It's
Not only do I love everything about gambling, I love everything about this city. This city, first of all, I love America.
Okay.
I love this country. And one of the things that I love about this country is that it is truly the land of opportunity, right? You and I are both proof of that, right?
Right.
Doesn't matter where you come from or how you were raised or anything else. If you have the right mindset and you go after something, it can happen in this country.
Yes.
How to open your car door while submerged underwater. A fatal construction flaw in all recent automobiles makes it virtually impossible to escape the car after crashing into water. This ingenious innovation elevates your odds of survival to an astonishing 99%. It was developed by the brilliant mind of engineer Mark Jones, a distinguished rescue diver. He is now exposing a deadly design flaw in all cars built after 2005. Car windows use a durable glass designed to safeguard passengers during a car accident, but it's nearly impossible to break using a traditional safety hammer, especially when the car lands underwater. Because of the intensified external pressure, it gets even worse. The electric windows become non-functional when submerged in water. With his one simple idea, Mark is now keeping millions of drivers safe. Here's how the story began. A year ago, Mark volunteered for the Public Safety Dive Team, helping law enforcement during challenging missions. One such mission continues to haunt his thoughts to this day. A mother and 2 children were driving home when she suddenly felt sick and lost control of her car. She crashed right into a nearby lake, and when Mark arrived on the scene 15 minutes later, he was bracing himself for the worst. When he approached the sunken vehicle, to his wonder, all 3 occupants of the submerged vehicle remained conscious. The mother was desperately trying to shatter the window using a safety hammer, yet her efforts failed. Despite his extensive training and experience, Mark found himself powerless to save them. The cries of the family father, witnessing this dire situation unfold, left a permanent imprint on Mark's mind. At that moment, he realized this tragedy could have been avoided with the proper tool. Blessed with his gift for engineering, he resolved to take matters into his own hands. After months of research and the creation of numerous prototypes, Breaker was born. And the unique design already won the Safety Innovation Award in 2023. It boasts a patented mechanism that generates a staggering amount of force. It's extremely powerful, like a bullet fired from a gun. A simple button press propels the tungsten steelhead through even the thickest windows. Thanks to the gunworking principle, Breaker retains its effectiveness underwater. It even comes with a seatbelt cutter ensuring swift belt slashing in seconds without any risk of injury. The National Safety Council now urges every driver to equip their car with one. If you want to feel safer on the road, there's some news. The good ones. Mark is offering Breaker at a 50% discount for the next 3,000 orders to raise awareness about.
Look at Vegas as like a little America. Vegas is exactly like America. When you come to this city and you have the right idea and you're willing to work hard enough, anything is possible in this city. And there's nowhere else in the world that you can go out with $200, have a great dinner, go out and party all night, have a blast, see some shows, do this and that, and come home with $1,000. There's no other place in the world that you can do that. This city, you can do that. But on the flip side, this is also one of those cities that if you don't have the right mindset, can chew you up and spit you out in 2 seconds.
Right.
I can't tell if this city was built for me or if I was built for this city, but I love it and I couldn't imagine living anywhere else.
When you play blackjack, are you playing single hand or you have the table to yourself or you at the table with buddies?
I have a table to myself and I play double deck.
You play double deck?
Yeah. And my strategy is this. I want to bet as much as I possibly can in one hand. Let me bet as much as I can. My goal before I die is to bet $1 million hand.
Well, you got
$1 million.
Hold on. I don't know if they still allow that. We used to be Binions down on Fremont, right?
How do you know this? You're absolutely right. It's one of the greatest stories that's never been told. There should be a movie about Benny Binion.
Yeah.
Okay. So,
I met his grandson. I wasn't cool with his grandson.
Okay. Well, his philosophy, he was an old school Vegas gangster type dude. Yeah. Okay. You didn't fuck around in the horseshoe. You didn't go in there and cheat. You didn't do any of that kind of stuff. And guys would walk in and say, "What's the limit?" And he would say, "Your first bet is your limit." How gangster is that?
Yes. Whatever you could pay, whatever you put down, he cover it.
Whatever your first bet is, that's your limit. So if you wanted $1 million limit, your first bet was $1 million. None of this $5, $5, $1 million.
Right.
I love that.
I mean, do you know the story about Arnie that came in there and he almost bankrupt Binions?
I do. There's so many great stories out of Binions back in the day.
I used to go take the pictures and they had all the $1,000 bills.
$1 million.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was $1 million. Yeah.
But how do you have the... I used to have, I'm not going to lie, I used to have the stomach to be able to go and I wouldn't play like you played. I play, maybe 5,000 here, maybe $10,000 hand there, but I don't have the stomach anymore. Because you can't look at that, when you're playing, you can't look at that as money.
Right.
Because you got to just look at that like this is a glass, or it's not a denomination at that point in time.
Right. And that's what I was always fascinated in when I was younger. I would go watch these guys play high stakes blackjack, and I would equate every bet to what you could buy with it. That's a car, that's a this, that's a house. Yeah. And I've always been fascinated with it, and now I'm one of those guys. But like I told you earlier when we started talking, I have a crazy high tolerance for risk.
Clearly.
I love risk, and
do you give yourself a limit? It says, okay, I'm going in here, I'm going to play whatever the case may be, $1 million. If I lose $1 million, I'm out. If I win $1 million, I'm out.
Yes. So my strategy is always this. Let me bet as much as I possibly can, right? Let's say it's a $300,000 hand, right? You win 2 or 3 hands and you leave.
They let you do that?
Yeah. You don't stay there and play for hours. And what a lot of these casinos try to do, and this is the reason that I'm not allowed to play in some of these. So I beat the Palms twice for $1.6 million. I got kicked out both times. I literally have the heavyweight championship belt they gave me in there. I was 16-0, 1.6 million, and they asked me to leave twice. And the way that they ask you to leave is they drop your limits so that you can't bet that much anymore. Right. So they did it. The Mirage did it to me. The Win, they're the worst. Go to eat at the Win, and hang out. They'll get the greatest restaurants, but gambling at the Win. Right. They're the biggest pussies on the Strip, in my opinion, for what a big casino they are. But Caesar's Palace, the Bellagio, and the Venetian. Those are the 3 real casinos in town that you can play big in. And they don't sweat you. They don't act weird when you win or any of that stuff. But yeah, I don't. Oh, so what I was saying is what most of the casinos do, they fly you in, they put you up in a hotel, and then they make you play for a certain amount of hours. Yeah, fuck that. I'll go in and buy my own room. I'll pay for my own dinner. And I'll walk out when I want to. It's me versus you. Right? I'm one little guy. You're a big casino company. Me versus you, one-on-one, and I'll play 1, 2, or 5 hands if I want to.
So you do realize that you could potentially mess up their quarterly report.
It just happened. Yes, I do realize that, and it just happened.
And you love that, too.
I love it. When we're off camera, I'll show you the quote during their earnings call that this just happened.
Wow.
In the month of April. I fucked up their entire quarter.
With all the success of Proper 12, people say it's gone to me head. But I'm still the same old underdog from Dublin who enjoys a rich and smooth whiskey at the end of a long day. Now that's a proper kitty. Proper number 12, Irish whiskey.
Do you ever worry about getting canceled, Dana?
What does that mean, actually? Canceled. Canceled by who? You know what I mean? Canceled by who? I obviously have, in the UFC and in life, you have a fan base. Of people that
believe in you, that love you regardless.
And do whatever it is that, that are in with you. Outside of those people and my circle that I give a shit about, I could care less. I could care less. And I've seen people talk about, oh, well, he has fuck you money and all that other stuff. I equate it to being gay, okay? Think about this. In life, back in the 80s, if you came out and said you were gay, it could destroy your career. It could destroy. Imagine living a life where you can't be who you really are.
Correct.
It's got to be a horrible thing, right?
Yes.
Fuck that. I am who I am. If you like it or you don't like it, I don't give a fuck.
Right.
That's your problem, not mine. So you're going to have people who do like you and don't like you. This whole trying to cancel people thing, even the thing when I did the
roast?
No, the interview with Theo Vaughn.
Okay.
And the guy from Peloton, I don't know if you saw this, but the guy who was running Peloton was sponsoring his show. He just stepped down from Peloton, actually, within the last month. And he had, Theo Vaughn had Kennedy on his podcast, right?
Robert.
They called and said, you need to take that episode down. What? He's a fucking Kennedy.
Right.
And he's a Democrat.
Right.
And he's an American citizen.
Right.
And he has the right to say and fucking think whatever he thinks.
Right.
You sell stationary fucking bikes for a living. And you think because you spend money with Theo Vaughn, you have the right to tell him to take another fucking American down off his platform? Who the fuck do you think you are, you arrogant fucking piece of shit? Now, I'm not trying to cancel Peloton or tell people, but I ripped the Pelotons out of my fucking gym here at UFC.
Did you?
Ripped them out of the gym that day. You know what I mean? I can't stand that stuff. That stuff makes me crazy.
You don't like corporations or companies that bully people and dictate what someone can say or what they can show.
Say, show, talk about, promote, vote for, any of that stuff, man. It's like, I was very liberal when I was younger.
Right.
I lean more conservatively now because I'm all in for common sense.
Right.
I want common sense, but I don't judge anybody by their politics.
Right.
I don't discriminate against people. You know who I discriminate against?
What?
Douchebags. Okay? If you're a douchebag, I probably don't like it. Okay? But other than that, all this political bullshit and trying to cancel people, I'm not in, man. Not in.
Could you see yourself being a part owner of another professional, like an NFL team or an NBA team?
Not really. I'm not. I couldn't see myself in that sort of corporate structure. What me and the Fertittas like to do, we take sports, niche sports that nobody thinks will work, and we build them into billion-dollar businesses. That's what we do.
Is it true that you moved the birth date of your child for a Chuck Liddell fight?
I did. Yeah. So my son was supposed to be born, you know, they give you the due date when you think it's going to happen. And it was a big Chuck Liddell fight. And I'm like, yeah, that's not going to work for me. We're going to have to, we're going to have to go in and pull him out a little early.
When people, they saw the incident and you and your wife, what happened with you and your wife, how were you able to get past that, Dana? Because that had to be the toughest time that you had ever gone through in your life.
It wasn't. COVID was.
Really?
Yeah, COVID was way tougher than that. But the thing was, it wasn't about getting through it publicly.
Yes.
It was about getting through it personally.
Okay.
With my kids. Me and my wife were fine.
Okay.
Me and my wife had whatever. My kids. The kids had never seen that before. It was on the world stage. We embarrassed them, and no kids want to see that shit with their parents. Everybody else can go fuck themselves, okay? It had nothing to do with them.
Right.
It was about my family.
Right.
That's what's important. The people who know me and know her, they know us, and we're fine. It was my kids. That was something personal between me and my family.
Right.
So, listen, people are going to have people still talk about it, and I would have an opinion too.
Right.
Of course. I would have an opinion.
Right.
Seeing that. You know what I mean? If that happened there on New Year's Eve, basically on stage at a club in Mexico, that probably isn't the first rodeo. You know what I mean?
Right.
I would say the same thing. But I know exactly who I am. My kids know who I am. My circle of people that I give a shit about know who I am. And that's what mattered to me.
He's Dana White, not Joe Rogan. Thank you, Dana. Appreciate you, bro.
Thank you.
All my life, been grinding all my life. Sacrifice, hustle, pay the price. Want a slice, got to roll the dice. That's why all my life, I've been grinding all my life. Look, all my life, been grinding all my life. Sacrifice, hustle, pay the price. Want a slice, got to roll the dice. That's why all my life, I've been grinding all my life.
He and I are on the rooftop, and it's in the middle of night, and from that vantage point, you can see the Tikrit Airport, which is the Air Force airstrip, and underneath it, they had all of their munitions. I mean, not just ammo, I mean like missiles, bombs, explosives, you name it. They had all of their stored underneath the airport, which to me, even not understanding anything, it seems like a dumb place to put that stuff, because that's generally going to be target number one is airfields. But so we bombed the out of that, and so for like the whole time we were there, this airfield, this airstrip, it looks like the surface of the sun, like with solar flares, like it's just blowing up constantly for 2 weeks. So we're just like 5-year-olds playing with matches, like just staring at this carnage blowing up, being fascinated by it. And then all of a sudden, these 3 little blips of light from a different part of the city, a little further south and a lot closer towards us. You see blip, blip, blip. And we're just kind of sitting there and don't think much of it. And then all of a sudden, 3 explosions about 400 yards directly south of where we're at. And immediately I'm like, oh, and then 3 more blips, and then now it's like 200 yards south of where we're at. Then 3 more, and now it's like rattling the windows right south of, so they're just walking mortars into us. And we look at each other, we're like, I guess this is it. We can't get off this rooftop. It's gonna hit the roof. We're fucking dead. We're 5 stories up. So we're just like, holy fucking, no sooner than we kind of looked at each other like, how about a high five, you know, or like, what the fuck are we gonna do? All of a sudden, from across the river, you hear this like mechanized whirl of Optimus Prime having an orgasm, like this weird, just this crazy fucking mechanical whizzing sound and whatever, and then all of a sudden you just hear this whoop, 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 whoop.
What's up, guys? If you're not subscribed, please subscribe. Also, please smash that like button on the video and enjoy the show. But you're from Iowa, so you're not a Cowboys fan, right?
Not really. I mean, I just don't really give that much of a shit, you know. Plus, I think it would be hard to be a Cowboys fan.
All right, yeah, that's an acceptable answer. This is an Eagles household, so
yeah.
It's a sensitive stuff.
I like the Eagles, but I mean, to me, I like any team that has a good story, or even if there's a player that has a good story, like I'll root for them. And I mean, I do enjoy watching football and professional sports, but I refuse to get so wrapped up into it where, you know, if they were having a good year and then lost in the first round, that it would ruin my fucking day. Like, I just refuse to be that wrapped up into it, you know.
Yeah, when I was younger, I was so much like that because it's like a religion in Philadelphia. Yeah. But, you know, when I got into my career, I had to kind of put that aside because
Yeah.
it's just like it messes with your head, and it's like, all right, it's
Yeah.
grown men playing sports. Like,
Yeah.
let's relax a little bit here.
Well, I mean, to me, the biggest thing is, do you think that they give a fuck about you?
No.
They don't. You think if you're having a bad day, they give a fuck? No, they don't. You think if you lose your job, they care? No, they don't. You know,
Nope.
so to me, it's like, well, fuck them then, you know.
But we care about what they do. We care about all the latest news on them. But
As soon as Jerry Jones is worried about how much money I'm making and has a bad day, if something bad happens to me, then I'll worry about the Cowboys.
well, you're not missing any meals. You seem to be doing pretty well these days.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have anything to complain about. That's for sure.
Multiple businesses, right? And you've had the podcast for 6 years.
Yep.
And this is like, what, 15 years, 16 years since you left the Navy SEALs?
Yeah.
So you lived like 3 careers over since then. That's awesome.
Yeah, I mean, it's weird. It feels in some ways like a lifetime ago, and in some ways just yesterday. Like a lot of things, I guess. But yeah, I mean, sometimes like if I'm driven to do something, I forget kind of where I came from or how much I've done before this, you know, type of thing. But no, I mean, I'm happy where I'm at for sure.
Well, that's great because you've obviously had an amazing career. We're going to talk all about it today, get into your backstory and everything, and you managed to bridge kind of right from your career, from your Navy SEAL career into your current business with dogs and training them and kind of like scratching the itch, which I think is really, really cool, something that you're passionate about that kind of continues your work. But for people out there who haven't seen the Mic Drop podcast or haven't heard your story before, where'd you grow up, Mike?
So I'm originally from Waterloo, Iowa, which is a nice little town. I mean, there's not much going on there, but to grow up there, I think was good and beneficial for, especially for the path that I went on. There, you know, because there's not this like overstimulation of to do, and you know, there's just you kind of have to self-entertain and figure out your own deal there because there's just, you know, there's very little to do. So I enjoyed my childhood. Growing up in the 80s was pretty awesome. And I think about it a fair bit, like from that almost depressive nostalgia, like missing the 80s and kind of how it was then. But joined the Navy right out of high school. I swam competitively all growing up. I did martial arts for a few years, kind of before UFC was a thing. I was in this like kind of underground dojo that was kind of a mixed martial arts. Like we did karate, wrestling, you know, Filipino stick fighting, boxing. I mean, we mixed a lot of different things, and it was kind of tailored to each student's strengths and weaknesses, and kind of custom developing your fight style kind of thing. So it was pretty ahead of its time as far as that goes. It wasn't a commercial place.
What was your specialty? How'd they customize you?
I mean, it was kind of just a little bit of everything because I was young enough and athletic enough to where, you know, there was nothing that I couldn't at least be proficient at. Nothing really necessarily stood out as being better than anything else. So I kind of just did a jack of all trades approach. But like there were, you know, 40-year-old sheriff's deputies that, you know, had a bad knee or, you know, whatever. So it was like, you know, the instructor would kind of work with each student a little differently and kind of tailor stuff, which also, you know, the mental toughness was a big component of it too. It was a very old school kind of traditional martial arts studio where like, you know, it was very respect oriented, very kind of militant as far as the rules and bowing for respect and the hierarchy within the belts and, you know, just doing a lot of the little kind of traditional things that I think most commercial dojos, you know, don't really partake in these days, especially. But all of those two things combined were a huge driving force in terms of me also wanting to join the Navy. But I graduated high school at 17, joined the Navy right away, and had to wait until my 18th birthday to go to boot camp, and then left right after. So
Is that so? You said those were the forces, but is that something like as a kid was your dad in the military or someone in your family that you looked up to and you wanted to do that?
Both of my grandfathers were. My dad's dad was in the Army in World War II, and my mom's, which, you know, today being the D-Day anniversary, I don't know when this will air, but
yeah.
And then my mom's dad was in the Navy, and both of them had, I wouldn't say experiences that were like, you know, they weren't at the Battle of the Bulge or, you know, at Normandy or anything, but like my mom's dad was in a fleet of minesweepers, and there were 98 of them in this fleet, and only 2 of them came home, and he was on one of them, obviously. So, and then
was that Pacific or
in the
Europe?
Mediterranean? Yeah.
Okay.
So, kind of right at the height of, in the middle of World War II, when there were U-boats and mines everywhere, and so pretty intense experiences. He talked very little about it. I don't think it was even like a shell shock or PTSD thing. I think, at least looking back on it, it's hard to kind of ascertain that, I think, as a child, but he never seemed like, oh, I don't want to talk about it or bothered by it. He just didn't really get into it a whole lot. And the few times that he did, he didn't seem troubled by it. I think he just had kind of moved past and what have you. But my dad's dad was kind of a different cat. He grew up on a farm, and like most guys did at that time, but was just, was kind of a troublemaker, got in trouble a lot, and was an alcoholic, and smoked, 4 packs of non-filters a day, and was a womanizer. And like, he just, but he was on the European front also, but he actually got kicked out of the army for, he got in a bar fight with an English soldier and killed him. And, if that tells you how times have changed, like nowadays you'd spend the rest of your life in Leavenworth for that. They just sent him home and kicked him out of the army, but
for a bar fight. That's what happened.
Yeah, it was like, they were on liberty or whatever, and it was mixed, English soldiers, American soldiers, whatever.
Oh my God.
And he got in a fight and beat him to death. So both of those for sure shaped my motivation to want to serve. I've always been, I think, fascinated and kind of looked at the World War II generation with kind of a romanticized lens, and I've just always really appreciated what the entire world went through, and that was a big inspiration for it as well.
Are you a huge history guy?
I mean, it's definitely something that I'm more interested than most things. I don't know that I'd call myself a buff with it. Like, if you were to give me a bunch of trivia, I'm sure I'd fail miserably, but but I enjoy it. I love history and find it fascinating.
Yeah, there's this kid, Rishi Sharma, who I got to show you his channel when we're done. I don't know if you can pull it up, Alessi. Type in Rishi Sharma to YouTube. Guys, if you're still watching this video and you haven't yet hit that subscribe button, please take 2 seconds and go hit it right now. Thank you. But it's pretty amazing what he does. When he was like 17 years old and in high school, he had been obsessed with World War II and so amazed at, how close things came to falling apart, that he went to like a local nursing home and asked to meet World War II veterans, like the heroes. And so then pretty soon he started like a foundation with it. And for the last 7-8 years, the kid has not had a career. He's made no money. He's had a foundation, and he goes around and he interviews World War II veterans around the world.
That's amazing.
And gets their history. It's like, it is the most underrated channel on YouTube.
Yeah.
It's absolutely unbelievable, but it's crazy how many different not just experiences, but the different, this is a horrible word, but like the different theaters everyone had to fight in, you know what I mean?
For sure.
Like, there was North Africa, there was Europe, but then there was Europe down south, and then there was the Pacific, there were the islands on the Pacific, and it's almost like you start hearing these guys and you're like, oh, I forgot about that one.
Yeah.
Oh my God, I never even knew about that one.
Yeah.
It was so insane what those guys went through.
How old is this kid?
He's like 25.
Wow. That's amazing.
He was calling me from JFK the other night because they wouldn't let him on his plane, and he had to get another ticket because he's going over to France for D-Day with these guys. It's amazing. Like, he really really lives and breathes it. But
yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, it's cool to hear that like some of your motivation came from the greatest generation.
Yeah, and I think maybe even to an unnatural degree as a child looked at just the opportunity that America provides, and was maybe more appreciative of it than I think most children. I always felt like this is the greatest country in the world, and I want to do something to perpetuate it and kind of pay it forward. And I've really always been a most bang for your buck driving the decisions that I've made, really throughout my entire life, even as a teenager. And no different there is that I thought, okay, I want to join the military. I want to, serve to the best of my ability within the confines of the military. What's going to give me the most impact or most bang for my buck in terms of service? And I thought, well, special operations seems like it has kind of the highest percentage chance of, making a big impact. Looking back on it, a lot of it is because of the challenge, the sexiness of special operations. I read a Popular Mechanics article when I was in high school that really introduced me to the SEAL teams. I didn't really know of them other than seeing the movie with Charlie Sheen. And that really kind of laid out from soup to nuts what they were all about, and really supercharged my desire to want to do it. But as I, spent all the time that I did in the military, I learned very quickly that, while special operations does some pretty high level missions and it's kind of that tip of the spear thing, the reality of it is that everybody's job in the military is equally as important, because you remove any one of them and those guys can't do their job, So, it gave me, I think, an even bigger appreciation for the entire military machine and what it's capable of, how important it is. And not to get too far into politics quite yet, but just, how important I think it is that our elected officials be diligent or use their due diligence before sending us anywhere, to ensure that it's kind of a last ditch effort, or there's no other option, because it's a big commitment.
100%. And actually, that's something I would really like to ask you about, though. You're hitting on a topic that we're all thinking about, with these multiple wars now happening around the world. And it's like, we are technically not sending boots on the ground, right? We haven't deployed the military, but we're funding both of these wars. It's war. I mean, you know what it is. It's horrible. It should be a last resort kind of thing. But it's brought up these two crowds that are obviously arguing with each other all the time. And one crowd is kind of, I guess, tacitly supporting military-industrial complex, if you will. And the other crowd is isolationist. Yeah. And like, when I study history, as best I can tell, it's kind of somewhere in between is where it's supposed to be, more towards what you just said, which is it is a necessary thing, but it should be a last resort, and we should try to avoid it or de-escalate situations. And I feel like we're now at a point where people are either like war hungry or nothing. Yeah. America's got to stay away from everything and not lead in the world at all. Like, how do you have that conversation as a veteran with people usually like me who are arguing about this who never served?
I mean, for me, I don't take the approach that my opinion is more valuable or worthwhile than anybody else's. I think, if you pay taxes in this country and you're an American citizen, your voice is just as important as anybody else's. And I do dislike to see some in the veteran community kind of taking that, self-entitled approach to, like, I served and you didn't, so shut the fuck up. I don't think that that's helpful. But having said that, I think, like with most things in life, balance is the key to everything. And to your point, and I agree completely, is that I'm not an isolationist, but I'm also certainly not a war hawk either. I think, if you look at historically, just within the right and left flank of the United States in terms of its history, World War II is as good of an example as to when you get involved and why, how to conduct the actual operation itself from start to finish. And then I think at least as important, maybe even more importantly, is what you do afterwards. It needs to be done in a certain intentional manner. So that.
What do you mean by that?
Well, if you look at Afghanistan and Iraq now, we spent way more time and money in both of those places than we did during World War II. Mm. If you look at what we did in Japan and Germany after World War II versus, and look at how Germany and Japan are now as nations in terms of allies, in terms of productivity, in terms of a lack of terrorism or whatever the thing is that we battled, whatever you want to call Nazism and the imperial army in Japan. Neither of those are a threat anymore. We're allied with them. They're productive democracies because we made a commitment both during of saying we're all going to go over there. We're taking the fucking gloves off. The entire country's behind it, and we're not coming home until the mission is done. And then even when it is done, we're going to leave as many people as we need to leave there for as long as we need to leave them so that this shit doesn't happen again and it gets completely rooted out, which it did.
Yeah.
When you look at Afghanistan and Iraq, neither of those are the case, and we were there way longer, So, again, I don't think not doing anything is the right answer. It is tough with the amount of places that exist in the world to decide which ones to get involved with, and that's never an easy solution. But I do think oftentimes some of the world's most complex problems, whether it's geopolitical, socioeconomically, what have you, actually require some of the simplest solutions. And I would equate it to a bar fight. Whether it's the micro of a bar fight or the macro of a world war, is that the principles are generally the exact same, in that if you're walking by and you see a bar fight taking place, you can walk in there and get involved, or you can keep walking. Why you decide to walk in there and get involved is going to vary in every instance, but understand that if you do, no matter how you conduct yourself in there, you're going to make friends and you're going to make enemies, no matter what your intentions are. Yes. No matter who you help, no matter who you try to hurt, you're creating that ripple effect, that the CIA studied and talked about at length in terms of the Russian involvement in Afghanistan in the 80s. And so understanding that, only walk in there if you feel like by not doing it, you're basically either creating or allowing an existential threat to your own safety, or something so egregious is happening that you can't live with yourself without walking in there and getting involved. To me, it's kind of that simple. But now if I'm going to walk in there, like, no matter what's going on, if I decide that the stakes are so high that I have to walk in there, I can tell you right now, there's going to be zero rules as to how I conduct myself in there. And if I go in there, I'm going to stack the deck at every turn to my advantage. I'm going to cheat. I'm going to use weapons. I'm going to use the element of surprise, overwhelming force, a broken bottle, a chair, a gun, a machete. I don't care. I'm not going to give them the heads up. I'm not going to give them any chance to fight fair. And I'm going to overwhelm them and absolutely wipe them off the map. And then I'm going to leave. And to me, you really have to do that. No different than, say, the Tecumseh Sherman approach in the Civil War of that scorched earth. Like, I'm going to make it so god awful. Like, we're not going to get involved unless we have to. But if we do have to, we're going to send the entire brunt of the United States military over there with absolutely everything we have. And we're going to completely demolish that entire part of the world and make them regret that they fucked with us. And we're going to make every other country that's thinking about it decide, we're not going to fuck with those guys, because I don't want that happening here. I think that's the only way you can do it.
Wow. That's makes sense, but it's heavy. I mean, that's what it is.
Yeah. I mean, the reality of it is that if you don't, the Reagan speak softly, carry a big stick. I think, he was, I would say pretty wise in terms of his foreign policy. He wasn't a perfect president. He certainly made mistakes, but in most cases with and I'll leave the drug war out of it, because I think that was a big misstep on his part. But in terms of his foreign policy, militarily, terrorist, etc., I think he did a bordering on masterful job at handling our foreign policy and making people understand that we're not going to fuck with you, but if you fuck with us to a certain point, like, it's game over and you're going to absolutely regret having done so. But
yeah, I think when you look at the fact that he's the guy who essentially de-escalated the Cold War, results matter, and that's sure. Certainly, like, when you look at his style, following up Jimmy Carter, who that was not his strength. Yeah. The ultimate symbolism of getting in there, like when the Iran hostages were still hostages, Reagan gets in there. Yeah. They're not hostages anymore. There's something to be said for that.
Yeah,
for sure. But it's kind of crazy. I had been studying, like, some of the build up to World War II recently, and one of the things I never knew was that we had massive isolationism thoughts in this country prior to Pearl Harbor.
Yeah.
And it makes me think about it, and I hate this idea. I want to be clear about that. But, like, you look at the Afghanistan-Iraq wars, they happen after 9/11, right? You look at World War II, our involvement happens after Pearl Harbor. It's like it takes this great tragedy of being attacked on your own turf, yeah, and thousands of people dying, and I mean, they're dying, but in the worst way too, for us to be like, okay, all right, this is a problem. That said, there's also differences too, and I'm sure we'll get into it today. Like, I look at Afghanistan and Iraq differently, not our soldiers who fought there, but just the politicians
Sure.
and how they made decisions there. And you bring up the Afghanistan point. That was so sad to watch, as a civilian 20 years later, where it's basically like the fall of Saigon all over again. and the Taliban's back in control, when it feels like we kind of took our eye off the ball when we started Afghanistan so strong after 9/11, and then decided, all right, we're not going to put resources there anymore. Like, is it that simple, or is there a lot more to it?
I think it's largely that simple. What I would say, and having a show myself, I've interviewed a lot of Afghanistan vets and Iraq vets, and one thing that I've asked just about every single one of them was that before you went on deployment, and this is, the sled dog E4 all the way up to colonels and everything in between, is that did any of your leadership sit you down and explain to you why you're going there, what your goals on a micro level of that deployment are? But further is that this is the piece of the puzzle that you guys are inserting into the big picture that's going to get us to this goal, and it's tangible and it's well defined and it's clearly communicated. In every single fucking case, the answer is not at all.
Mm-hmm.
So to me, you have a goal when you start a podcast. If you start a business, it's okay, I'm at point A. This is what point B looks like. I know what point B is, right? I know what I want. I know where that is. There are tangible goals that I can clearly identify and explain to somebody. To me, what we went into Afghanistan with was the mentality of somebody saying, to put a business analogy to it, is that I want to be rich. It's like, what does that mean? Well, I don't know. I want to have a lot of fucking money. It's like, you're not going to have any if that's your definition of what your goal is. What do we want to do in Afghanistan? We want to fucking kick the Taliban's ass, pay back for 9/11. We want to win. Okay, well, what does that look like? Well, I don't know. Fucking payback. And that was basically our strategy. And so we had no real clear definition of what winning even looks like. So if you don't know what that is, just like if you can't define what your enemy is, you're not going to defeat it. Same token, if you don't clearly define what your goal is, what achieving success actually looks like, how are you going to do it? You're not, and so, that's Afghanistan. Iraq, agreed, is a totally different animal. I think it was a complete mistake, in my opinion, having been there and lost a number of friends there and been in dangerous situations myself there. Our view and the lens with which we look at our combat experiences is very different than that macro view of what the government is deciding and what the country is behind or not. For us, it's pretty simple, is that, I volunteered to give my life if necessary, to the best of, and to serve to the best of my ability in a capacity with which my country sees the most appropriate. It's not my decision to decide whether or not they're right or not. Like I'm by volunteering, I'm putting that level of trust in our society's ability to elect people who are going to make that decision with wisdom and some caution. And so that's really all you're focused on. You're there to do the job. You're looking at the small details of ensuring that I'm doing what I'm supposed to do, and that the guy on either side of me, that we're all coming home. And that's kind of really only your priority. If you're trying to decide whether or not what you're doing there is right or not, you're probably going to be distracted, and it's not going to pan out well. So that's not really the time to think of it. As I've gotten older and reflected on that time now, I wasn't in the war room with Bush and Condoleezza Rice and everybody else to really know what that intelligence said in terms of weapons of mass destruction and whether or not there was proof that he had them at whatever level. Obviously, he used gas on his own people, and that would check that box of weapons of mass destruction. So he clearly had them to some level and was willing to use them. But especially when you look at the dynamic of the Middle East and the role that Saddam played in that region, especially with respect to Iran and keeping them in check, I think we completely stepped on our dick by getting rid of him. And now that's why Iran has gotten to where it's gotten. So not to mention the fact that they were a huge part of the IEDs and the advancement of some of the IED technology with the some of the shape charges and some of their, from a technological standpoint, some of their ability to get through MRAPs and have some pretty gnarly IEDs that were very advanced and were coming over from Iran. So they were our biggest problem really in Iraq. So, but we kind of started it, not kind of, we created them as a monster not being in check. Now, Saddam was a prick. He was horrible to his people, but you could say that about a lot of fucking places, you know.
Yeah.
Chinese president, the Russian president,
Yep.
a dozen of them in sub-Saharan Africa that slaughter their own people that we don't do a fucking single thing about.
Yep.
So, you know, to me, that's not enough of a reason to go in there. And the justification of, we think there's a link to 9/11. He has WMDs. I don't buy it. I mean, Pakistan, India, they have WMDs. They have factions of their government that fucking hate us and would love to use them on us. We don't go in there and get rid of them, you know. So to me, it just doesn't really line up. And I think it was a big mistake. But to your point about, you know, things leading up to certain events and it taking a catastrophe, one thing I do think in looking at the World War II historical perspective of it is that there's another component that I think gets glossed over often, which is the Great Depression, the 10 years prior to it, is that my personal view is that the isolationism had more to do with that and not so much a conscious decision of we want to stay out of it, is that things are so fucking terrible here that like we don't have the bandwidth, just like in the Philippines, they don't really give a fuck what's going on in Afghanistan, because, you know, they're just trying to fucking survive, or Indonesia, or, you know, wherever. So I think that played a bigger role in us kind of burying our heads in the sand. It was kind of out of necessity, but it still ended up catching up to us.
All right, that was amazing. There's a lot on the bone right there. But on that last point, have you ever read the book The Fourth Turning?
I haven't.
So I'm not going to explain the whole thing, and apologies to people who have heard this on the podcast like 8 or 9 times before, but I'll give you the basics. So these guys in the 90s, I forget their names, but they were historian sociologists, and they wrote this book called The Fourth Turning, where, you know, a huge mistake historians make in predicting the future is that they get so good at studying the past that they think they can like predict it, and therefore like inject some biases from their studies to change how the future happens. These guys just said, yo, there's patterns. We're just going to go like this. We're not going to touch anything. We're just going to tell you this is what we think is how it's going to go down, whatever. And so what they figured out is that there are roughly 4 generations going back to the Revolutionary War times, and they exist in 20 to 23 years, something like that, periods. And each generation exists across 4 different time periods that are the same length, and they are of the same ages. Each type of generation is of the same ages at the same time. As an example, the boomer generation was what was known as a prophet generation. They were born out of after we won a big war, we're on top of the world, everything's happy, yada, yada, yada. So from in their childhood, 0 to 21, they're coming up in a great world. The next generation that they're a part of is when they're 21 to 42, and this is called the awakening. So think like the hippie movement, think, you know, turning in against Vietnam, stuff like that. This is where, you know, society starts to question itself or things like that. Then from 41 to 63, something like that, they're in power. Those are the years where like you're the CEO of the company, you're the president of the United States, or supposed to be, that kind of thing. And that's like the brewing crisis era. And then you have the full-blown crisis era where, you know, at this point they're old and retired. There's 3 other generations after them, though, and each one exists in those ages at a different point. And so what we see is that, for example, you look at the 1929 stock market crash, 80 years later is 2009, where we have our depression, right? Our modern day depression. You look at World War II happened in 41 to 45. We're right in that 80 to 85 year period right now with these wars happening around the world. 80 to 85 years before that was 61 to 65 Civil War. 80 to 85 years before that was the Revolutionary War, 75 to 83. It's crazy when you look at how these things line up. So when you talk about a point like isolationism is also coming out of people's needs at home, they're economically needy because shit's bad. Like, look around here right now.
Yeah.
Very similar. People are like, we can't even put our kids through school. You know, everyone's in debt up to their eyeballs with college debt and shit after being sold that whole thing. And yet we're sending billions of dollars to other countries. That's kind of like, it's kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy. That's what makes me worried. Like, oh, are we going to see something really big happen here because we're in that pattern? I hope it's not the case, but it does make you think.
Yeah, I would not be surprised. I mean, to me, the precursors that exist leading up to all of those big ticket items that you just mentioned seem to be present in a pretty similar fashion. So I think, you know, a lot of it's going to depend, or some of it, maybe not even a lot, but some of it's going to depend on how the election goes later this year. I mean, it's kind of a flip of a coin, I think. You know, who knows if Biden will actually even be the nominee, or if they'll pull a bait and switch with Newsom, or who knows.
Crazy.
2 weeks ahead of time, you know, maybe Trump goes to prison. I mean, who fucking knows? You know, I don't know. But I do think whoever it is that gets into office is going to play a role in what happens, for sure. And I do worry that if we continue down the path that we've been on, that I think we're headed straight for that. You know, with the Israel-Palestine stuff, with Ukraine and Russia, China kind of looking over the fence, watching all of this with the, you know, Dr. Evil fingers. I just, it's like, how could it not lead to that if it just continues to happen the way that it's happening?
Yeah, you also made a great point with Saddam, too. That's an uncomfortable point to make, but you have to give Trump credit for this. In 2015, 2016, he was saying this. I don't know if you remember it, like every rally that guy had, he's like, Saddam, bad guy, killed terrorists. Bad guy, killed terrorists.
Yeah.
And it's like, yeah, we don't want to see someone massacring their own people like he did. He was a horrible guy, to your point. But yeah, like he was a little bit of from a selfish American point of view, he was a little bit of a check to the balance in that region.
Yeah.
And the alternative of al-Zarqawi blowing the whole place up in the vacuum afterwards, I think time has proven that's probably worse. Of course, that's hindsight 2020, but there's part of it that's like, couldn't we have kind of seen that coming? Like, we're going to go in there, we're going to rain hellfire on all these citizens who are going to get caught in the middle of it. Their leader's going to be overthrown. The government's going to kick out one of the two sides of the Muslim religion, of the Islam religion. And, you know, that's probably not going to end well.
For sure. And one of the most frustrating parts for me is that not only did we not learn that before, but we didn't learn it after either. You know, in the early 2010s, you had the Arab Spring in Egypt, Libya. You know, we're still fiddle fucking around in Yemen. Like we continue to do the same thing over and over of force feeding toppled regimes by way of trying to implement democracy in places who, one, don't really want it, and two, I would say, don't even understand how to deal with it or maintain it. I would equate it to freeing a supermax prison and then expecting them to get along and not go fuck people up again. You know, I mean, that's what happens, and it just happens over and over and over. And the reality of it is that, you know, you're talking about millennia in terms of tyrannical dictatorships that have, with an iron fist, ruled regions of people for generation after generation after generation, and that's what they understand. You know, and so when you replace that with basically saying, we're just going to trust that you guys do the right thing, they don't. You know, to be fair, neither do we. You know, look at, like, say, the PPP loans. Like, how many people took advantage of those that either didn't need them or completely just fucking raped the system, you know? So to me, it's such a frustrating thing to watch happen over and over and over. And it typically gets masked by our greedy politicians that have some skin in the game financially, whether it's they have investments in Northrop Grumman or McDonnell Douglas or, you know, whatever purveyor of military equipment, weapon systems, et cetera, that if this happens and the U.S. Army signs this $40 billion contract for, you know, Stinger missiles that I have a 19% stake in, and I'm going to make $67 million overnight, you shouldn't be allowed to make that fucking decision, you know, and they do. And I think it's a huge problem. And so you see it continue to happen over and over, and it gets muffled by the guise of freedom and democracy and doing the right thing, and it's bullshit, you know.
Do you, when you look at us not learning these lessons and still continuing to get involved in these different conflicts in the same region of the world, is there any one place in particularly within the context of government that you kind of think is to blame for that? Do you think it's more the politicians themselves, or maybe the intelligence community, or maybe even, you know, overzealous military generals? Like, is there anywhere you look to and go, that's where it's coming from?
I think, you know, the symptom that is the corruption and the problem that we see happening over and over is a byproduct of all of it combined. Having said that, if you look at the three branches of government, you know, the checks and balances exist for a brilliant reason. But if you really kind of reduce it down to trying to figure out one person to blame, or at least where to start, I think you have to look at Congress. And the reason you have to look at Congress is that, that is the closest representation to the entire country as a collective. The Supreme Court isn't. They're nominated and they're fed through that system. President, the same thing. Like, as much as I would love to see 40 different people running for president, it's not realistic.
Right.
So who do you have left? Well, you have Congress. So the House of Representatives, by design, is supposed to reflect the pulse of the nation, and it doesn't. And I think the biggest reason it doesn't is because lobbying and the fact that there's no campaign finance laws, even at the lowest level, for small regions of congressional districts that are still corrupted by money, where, hey, my name's Bob and I own this fucking highway construction company, and I'm going to give you $500,000 to your campaign, Jim, and I'm going to tell you something. If you get in there and we get a road project, I'm the fucking guy who gets it. And so that's what happens at the very lowest level and all the way to the very top. So I think, to me, barring a complete fucking revolution, which I don't think is the right answer, and nor is it going to serve anybody, I think a hitting the what the fuck button on Congress by saying now there's no money whatsoever. And my philosophy mirrors small town, rural Texas grand jury systems, and the way that they do it. And I've served on 2 of them. And it's a 6-month period where basically in a small county, whoever is, and there's a small list of boxes that need to be checked. It's a tax-paying citizen. You're up to date there. You're not a felon. You've lived in that county for a certain period of time. And so if you check all those boxes, they submit a questionnaire. Basically, it's just basically a list where you say, I recommend 10 people for the grand jury, 10 people that I think are the best people for that position. They tally it all up, and I think they do 15 or 20 because, conflicts and they may need to dismiss people or whatever. And you don't get a choice. And so they show up and they say, hey, you're going to be on the grand jury, and you show up and you're basically elected by people. It's anonymous. There's no money that can be contributed to it, nothing. And so to me, like, taking that and trying to implement it on a larger scale, again, it's not going to work for president or even the Senate. I think it only works for congressional districts because they're small. It's scattered, and it's a good collective, mean aggregate of the feeling of that area and what they want done on their behalf. So now you don't have people using money. You can't bribe them, and they also don't get a choice. I think at this point, the type of people who are fucked up enough that would want to fill that position, there's something fucking wrong with you, and it ought to disqualify you for wanting to do it. To me, the way it started was that it was service to the country, not a fucking lottery ticket. And that's what it's turned into. I mean, if you look at from the lowest member of Congress all the way up to the highest part of, the fucking president, you look at what their net worth is when they started versus what they left, even if it's 1 4-year term, and they hit the fucking lottery, every single one of them. When you start to dig into, what they actually are allowed to put money into from a financial standpoint and in terms of the stock market, and you look at, again, where they can make decisions and influence those things and the insider trading that they have, it's all perfectly legal for them. You and I would go to prison for it. And I think it's total bullshit. I think, you could start by saying you can't invest in the stock market. You have to, every single person in Congress has to give your returns. It's not an option. The problem with that is even that there's a loophole. It's now, okay, well, my brother, I'm going to give him the fucking money and he's going to do it. And I still, so there would be ways around that. And so I think, again, barring a complete hard reset of a watering the trees of liberty with the blood of tyrants type of approach, I think just by taking that element out of it, where now it's being voluntold by the people that live around you. Because to me, if enough people in your neighborhood, community, city, town, what have you, decide that I think Julian is the guy that should be representing us, if enough people think that, then you're probably the right fucking guy, whereas when you're doing elections, and again, it's one person versus another person, that's just not an accurate representation. It's what we have with the president election now. It's like, so I've got fucking Dumb and Dumber. I've got 2 shitty choices that I have to decide which one is less shitty. Whereas with this, it's, again, I think for looking at the big scope of all of the problems that our country face, where they start, that's the simplest, least violent way to try to salvage what we have as a constitutional republic. Now, again, I'm going to say there's people that would poke holes in that and say, well, this is a problem, that's a problem. It's not fucking perfect. There would be hiccups for sure. But I think to at least try to salvage what we have, that's a good step one. Beyond that, there's certainly other things that you can try to implement within the House of Representatives, as an example, is by saying tax dollars being given away to any foreign entity needs to be set aside as a singular spending bill that gets passed the same way any other bill does in Congress, where if we want to give $4 billion to Ukraine, it's a standalone. It's not on top of aid for Hawaii or fucking cell phones for homeless people and a military budget all packaged together, where you see this same tit for tat nonstop in congressional hearings of like, well, they didn't vote for this. It's like, yeah, it's because there were 30 other shitty things attached to it. Like, that doesn't make me a bad guy. That means you're an asshole for putting all of those things on the same ticket. So to me, every single dime, any dime that goes overseas should be voted on as a standalone bill. And I think you really have to do that with all of them. Like, yeah, I know the logistics of that is probably either impossible or not realistic to think that you're going to have individual bills for every single thing, but at least lump them into likewise. It's like one of these things is not like the other game. It's like, how the fuck are you guys lumping all of these things into one bill? Like, who the fuck decided that was a good idea? So at least have, like, if it's military spending, well, it's all military spending, or if whatever. And so
topics.
Yeah, I mean, like, at least make it fucking similar. And I think those two things, would really make a catastrophic, in a good way, positive change for unfucking the country. Because the reason why I like to start with the House of Representatives, again, on top of or dovetailing onto the point of it's a good pulse for the country, but everything has to go through them. The Supreme Court, well, they have to move through there. So but the problem is that right now it's not really an accurate representation of the country. So if you can clean house there and actually have a legitimate, this is how the country feels, every justice that gets voted on is going to be by people who you want voting on whether or not that guy or girl should get put in. Whether it's vetoing bills that the president tries to do or that gets generated up by the House of Representatives, you have a much better chance, at least, for an accountability piece within that part of the government. And because they're the biggest check and balance on every other power within the United States government, I think that's our best shot.
I feel like I got to put a rap beat underneath this. My man's spitting today.
I wish you
ready
would.
To roll. This was good.
I'm always ready to roll.
I like that idea a lot. I like that House of Representatives idea a lot. And I agree with you. They're essentially the first line of defense, and we don't think of it that way.
Yeah.
But they're the ones that are supposed to actually represent the population, meaning, Rhode Island has many fewer reps than California does because there's more people in California. So it actually does speak to the local populaces. Yeah. But, we talk about lobbying money and taking that out, and I unfortunately agree with you. It's like you're cynically not gonna be able to do things like this. My friend Andy Bustamante, who is a former CIA spy, if there's such thing as a former, I doubt he's former, but when he was first allegedly coming out of the CIA, he was getting like his master's or something down in Florida, and the local U.S. congressman came in to speak with them about something. And so at the end, she said, can you guys let me know as constituents anything you want me to take to Congress to vote on? And he goes, I'd like you to impose term limits. Can you take that to vote? And she's like, I'm not going to do that. And he's like, but I'm your constituent. I just told you to do that. What does everyone else think? They're like, yeah. They're like, we're telling you. They're incentivized not to do it, though, because they like the cushiness of it. They get to have their nice steak dinners on K Street, feel important because people pay them, and that's just how it is.
I mean, asking them to do that is like asking the fox to audit himself in the hen house. Like, the shit's not happening, So it's never going to happen, So I agree. I mean, of course they're not going to do it. The same reason they're never going to disallow themselves from being able to invest in companies that they own and decide where, government contracts go to and what have you. That should be disbanded, illegal, and bribing, i.e. lobbying, should be illegal and not part of the process too.
Yeah, because other countries around the world take advantage of that process, obviously, too, with
Oh,
their
for
own
sure.
interests.
For
You know,
sure.
and like I understand, like right now, obviously, Israel is a small country in the Middle East. They're surrounded by a lot of countries that don't like them. It's a much smaller population, ethnicity wise, compared to the, I guess, like Jews versus Arabs. But like they're using that system to get our favor because they have things like APAC, which pays all these congressmen and these senators to then vote for aid, by the way, in the middle of those same bills you talk about, where they're voting on something else and then they throw in, oh yeah, 13 billion here. And I get it, they're trying to protect themselves, but we have our system set up in a way that they're literally able to do that. And then our taxpayer money just continues to go to fund bombs in Gaza.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and it's, I mean, to me, the sick, twisted irony of it is that we're essentially on both sides of it. You know, it's like we're sending money to both sides and you know, paying for two groups to fight each other.
You never heard of hedging your bets? Come on.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, it happens nonstop. But I mean, to me, that's the problem. I mean, as an 18-year-old joining the military, myself included, I think most of us assume that our elected officials have our best interest in mind and that they're only going to send us places that check those boxes of, you know, this is an existential threat and it's a requirement and we need to do it. That's just not the fucking reality, you know, and the older I get, the more I realize that. And even within the military, you know, as I spent more and more time, you get to higher up positions leadership wise, you start to see peeks behind the curtain and see how things really work and who answers to who. And it's pretty disheartening, you know? So yeah, I mean, there needs to be a significant change in a lot of things. But
Would you mind giving, if you don't want to, no problem, but would you mind giving some specifics on that, like some things you've seen without naming names or positions?
I mean, to me, the biggest thing is the, you know, I don't make the rules. Like, okay, well, who does? Like, well, it's my boss. Then fucking ask him why we're doing this. Well, no, you know, it's just like the higher up you go, and I will say that's its own problem. The biggest problem from a kind of boots on the ground standpoint in terms of why the majority of military leadership, especially now, is so fucked up is that it rewards yes men and people who are focused on checking all of the right boxes career-wise. So it's a combination of having a poor setup for promotion in terms of it doesn't really reflect who the good professional soldiers are. It reflects who the fucking dorks are that know how to game the system and check every fucking leadership box. And I did that school and I did this billet and I did this fucking thing, you know, and they line all that up and they blow whoever their superior is to get a good fit rep or eval or whatever. And so you've got these guys who the fucking dudes don't like, who are you know, basically fucking spineless in terms of war fighters, who are just administrative geeks that know and understand how to line all of these things up to make themselves look good and get promoted. The type of guys who don't give a shit about that, who they care about the guys that they're leading, who care about being in the best shape, being the best shot, being the most Viking-like pipe hitter to go overseas and do the job and lead men in a fashion with which they need to be led so that we all come home. Those guys aren't focusing on any of that, so they get shafted and either in trouble or they get stifled promotion-wise and to the point where they're just like, fuck this, I'm going to go start my own business, I'm going to go do something else. So the higher up you get, the more you have this yes man, career politician, guy
politics.
That's bucking for promotion and doing all of the things that he's doing solely focused on getting promoted, not on being the best professional soldier he is. So, you know, that process year after year after year is just going to continue to water down leadership and corrupt it. When you then couple that with administrations like when Obama came in, and, you know, I'm not saying everything he did was wrong. He did some great things for the military in terms of allowing us to do certain things and loosening the leash in some respects that even Bush had on us. But where I think he really, really took a big misstep was the cultural ramming of experimentation and social issues into the military with, you know, all of the different kind of, you know, sexual orientation and trans type things. And I would say shoving the political correctness component even further down the military's throat. And, you know, to me, one of the beauties of the military is that unlike most things, and I would say unlike almost everything else, is that you're not looking at things from a bottom line standpoint, from a budget standpoint. I mean, yes, we have budgets, but they can be adjusted if they're clearly defined, and you can, give a justification as to why they're changing. But you can really reduce it down to one simple question, which is, whatever the question is that you're asking, does that make us a better warfighting force? Yes, do it.
Yeah.
Does it not? No, don't do it.
Waste of time.
So, it's like, I can't think of anything else that you really have that luxury to be able to make it so simple in terms of your decision-making process. But the U.S. military is that. But we've ruined that by, doing all of these things that don't make us better warfighters, but appease certain glimpses or channels of our society, and I would even say, these loud minorities that tend to kick and scream and throw enough of a tantrum to get people to change their behavior, and the military just isn't the place for that.
The saddest part about it too is that even before this stuff started, not only does the military have men and women, right, but it's also like extremely diverse.
Yeah.
There's people from all different backgrounds in the military, all kinds of minority communities and stuff. Like it's like you could even give the argument, like, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Like, what are we doing here? And I totally agree. Like, when we're worried about, let's just call it what it is, virtue signaling over people that are supposed to be job occupation warriors, like,
yeah, what's the DEI
fuck are we doing?
hires? Yeah, I mean, it's stupid. And I mean, to your point of it's already very diverse, and to me, that's one of the beauties of the military. I've heard people say, trying to justify it within the confines of military leadership, especially at the higher echelons, at the Pentagon and Joint Chiefs level of leadership, and saying, diversity is our strength. But it's not. The fact that we can unify out of a very diverse group of people is what our strength is. Focusing on the diversity is not what makes us strong. It's the fact that you can take people from every fucking walk of life out there and turn them into a cohesive warfighting unit that doesn't identify any of those things, that doesn't separate out each other based on any of those things. They all gel as one unit and go and fuck shit up. To focus on that diversity piece causes problems, and I think that's why, at least from my perspective, if you look at the 8 years that Obama was in office, I think our society took several steps back in terms of race relations and focusing on problems that were self-grandizing in terms of they created themselves and actually made problems worse, because there was such a heavy focus on things that maybe historically were worse, but now, like, assuming that it's the same as it was in 1963, and it's not.
It's not. Yeah.
So when you put all those things together, I mean, that's why you see the military being, I would say, a shell of what it was even 20 years ago, 10 years ago.
Do you think that can flip back? The pendulum can swing back on that?
For sure it can. But to your point earlier on about it's going to take that huge punch in the dick, it's going to take a catastrophic ass whooping for us to abandon those ridiculous policies. Right now we can get away with it because of technology and the fact that, look, the reality is, even in Afghanistan and Iraq, they were hardened fighters, they were motivated, but in terms of a legitimate fighting force, it's laughable by comparison. Now, if you put us up against, I wouldn't use Russia, because I think the paper tiger aspect of their military has been exposed pretty significantly of them in Ukraine, and they're nowhere near as competent or significant as I think the entire world thought. Hats off to them for doing a good job at making everybody think that they were more dangerous than they were. China, on the other hand, is a whole nother fucking ballgame. And if we had to go to war with China right now, I think that they would absolutely fucking destroy us.
Really?
I really do.
They're military.
I think so, yeah. Because, one, if you look at whether it's campaigns on TikTok of what they allow their kids to see, if you look at what their recruiting goals in terms of the angle that they choose as compared to ours, and then what their government is willing to do, I'm not saying it's even right, but the Chinese government is willing to do pretty much fucking anything to gain an advantage, to get the upper hand, and or to dominate and win in any excursion that they may possibly think that they're going to be a part of, and we don't, So, and I think if you look at the kind of the overall average of what an American soldier is versus a Chinese soldier at this point, I think in many ways the Chinese soldier is going to be in better shape, probably better funded. That's debatable by anybody. But the biggest thing is that their government is going to let them do whatever the fuck they need to do to win, and ours won't.
How big is their? But we should Google that. I don't expect you to know. How big is China's military?
I mean, their
now?
budget still is not what ours is, but at this point, it's not even about money. Again, all the money in the world, if you have feckless leaders who are spineless and don't let you go be a fucking badass, doesn't matter how much money you have.
Yeah. All right. So 2.8 million soldiers, sailors, and airmen, twice the American number. All right, that's a little scary. The one thing I brought this up with Sean, I think, on the podcast when he was here, but the one thing I do like is that when you look around the world, they don't have a lot of military bases. They've bought a lot of ports and stuff like that for trade with all the shit they're doing, basically putting countries in debt to them. So, other things may be coming. But we do have, our military bases are literally, you pull it up on a map, boom, 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 everywhere.
Well, I would say search submarines, ships, and fighter jets for the China-American comparison, because to me, at this point, that's really what matters more. Really starting with World War II, and it's just gotten progressively more important to own the water, under the water, and the air. Troops are important, and you have to have a certain number of ass to be able to follow through and take ground and hold it. But
well, here you go. Unless you just pulled this up for you. The Pentagon's 2023 China military power report said China's Navy had about 370 warships, with the fleet expected to grow to 395 by 2025 and 435 by 2030. The current U.S. fleet is smaller, with more than 280 vessels. The Secretary of the Navy expects to reach 300 in the early 2030s. So they're ahead of us there.
Yeah, so they already have almost 100 more warships. Now, submarines, nukes, fighter jets, you're going to see similar numbers, is that they're ahead of us now at this point. And especially with technology being what it is, there's two things. One, fighter jets, submarines, and fighter jets and ships, I would say, aren't necessarily interchangeable, but there's a huge component to that. To your point with bases, all the bases in the world don't matter if you're going against an opponent who has 100 more ships than you that have planes on all of them and troops that they can put them wherever the fuck they want, as fast as they want. And while they're doing it, they also design, own, manufacture, and control all of the electronics components that we use to navigate, that we use to communicate. Just fucking think about that for a minute. China would fucking destroy us right now, and their numbers are bigger in every way. But again, like the fact, take Afghanistan and Iraq. Like, did the Taliban or ISIS have any rules? Fuck no, they didn't. That's a big part of why they were so difficult to deal with. They don't have a government saying, "Hey, you can't do that." Hey, when you capture this person, you got to abide by the Geneva Conventions. You got to do this, this, and this.
Nope.
Again, you can debate the morality of that all day long, but the reality of it is, we're basically fighting fucking goat farmers who, are giving us a hard fucking time, plain and simple, because they have no rules.
Hey guys, if you have a second, please be sure to share this episode around on social media and with your friends, whether it's Reddit, Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, doesn't matter. It's all a huge help. It gets new eyeballs on the show, and it allows us to grow and survive. So thank you to all of you who have already been doing that, and thank you to all of you who are going to do so now.
They have no uniforms, they have no rules, they have nobody to hold them accountable, and we have people breathing down our back trying to throw our guys in fucking prison for making a split-second snap judgment on, fuck, I thought he was armed, I didn't, whatever. Right. It's dark, a fucking grenade just went off, and this dude, is coming at me with a machete, and I fucking shot him. Well, he didn't have a gun, so we're going to throw you in jail. Like, again, even if we had bigger numbers and more money and everything, when you have a government who's constraining you to that degree, like, if you don't think for 1 second that every fucking guy, when he's over there doing those things, that's not in the back of his mind of saying, dude, what's worse than, like, what's as bad, or in some cases worse than not coming home, being labeled a fucking war criminal and being thrown in prison for the rest of my life for doing a job that you fuckwads sent me over here to do, and now are telling me to use kid gloves. It's a terrible scenario. And so when you combine all of those things together, we're in a bit of a shit sandwich with China, in my opinion.
Yeah. Okay. So completely agree on that last point right there. As far as the ability of our guys to do their job being called into question. It's like, this is one of those, it's between like a shit and a fart. You feel fucked either way. Like you are, on the one hand, it's like, well, the enemy doesn't have any rules, so therefore we don't need to have rules either, and you can go bad, right? The other way is, well, we're better, so we're going to set the example, but the enemy doesn't fucking care. They're going to use it against you.
Yeah.
I mean, China uses, another thing they do is they use our democracy against us, similarly to what I was talking about with lobbying, where, in China, if you have an opinion they don't like, you're never seen again, right? Because they don't have good rules. They have bad, shitty communist government rules. In America, you can scream whatever you want as long as you're not taking death threats to like the president or something like that. You're going to be good in most cases.
Yeah.
So maybe in China, for example, they can do something like, oh, let's have no free speech for our kids. TikTok's going to turn off at 9 p.m. and they're only going to watch nature and science videos while it's on. And then, but in America, we're going to make sure they just see titties all the time.
Yeah.
Right. And it's on all day, all night, whatever.
Yeah.
So they're using our freedom to then get an advantage like generationally ahead of us. No?
For sure. Yeah. And to me, to be clear, like I'm not saying that we should model ourselves after the Taliban, ISIS, or China, but to me, again, going back to one of our earlier topics of when to get involved or not, is that, that's what dictates that, is that you're saying, we're not going to just go because, well, this guy's a tyrant and he's fucking his people up. We're going to go because we have to, because we can't not do it. So if we are going to go, is that, just like with, say, Border Patrol, is that like politicians dictating Border Patrol policy is absurd. Ask them, just say, hey, I want you to shut the border down. You guys are the experts. You figure it out. Hey, here is our goal is that this is taking place. We need you, the U.S. military, to go over and stop it. You guys are the experts. You decide how to make that happen. And I think the American people are still good enough. Yes, there are bad apples in every fucking facet of society. However, there's not groups of them that are all together. And from every experience I've had in the military, like there were some guys that were a little more cowboy than others. But when you have a group of dudes who all, have fucking morals and were raised generally right, the sum total of what's being done is generally just. Do guys get carried away? Of course they do. But again, to me, if you're saying go over there and completely disembowel this enemy, there's nothing fucking great about that. It's going to be horrible. And that's why you only do it if it's absolutely fucking necessary. But if it is, then you have to make that example of saying that doesn't mean you need to rape women and children and set people on fire. But combatants are fucking combatants,
Yes.
and they get no fucking quarter. Period, and so like to me that's step one. There's a right way to do it, but the right way to do it is to ensure that you have mission success, that you completely eliminate that threat or enemy, and that one, it makes them say, wish we hadn't done that, we're not going to fuck with that again. And every country that's thinking maybe I'll try the United States, they see that and they say, we're not going to fuck with that one. Take fucking the nuclear warfare. I mean, we're the only country who's actually done it.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that was even necessarily the right call, but if you look at, okay, if we don't do it, and we're going to spend the next fucking 9 years in Japan, and we're going to lose 2 million fucking American soldiers. Yeah. Is that the lesser of two evils? Probably. Those are debates that you can have, and you can see every side till you're blue in the face. But to me, that's one of the core principles and problems that our government and society have is sending troops and then trying to micromanage them. I mean, to me, it's like you're an Eagles fan, right? It's like having the Eagles offense being voted on by the audience, or by the spectators, and it's like it just doesn't work that way, and you've got to trust that they're going to do the right fucking job, and you're going to go watch them. But you're not calling the fucking plays, so that's just how it has to be.
Well, we also live in the mass media age now, which is even extending back to previous eras where we are Monday morning quarterbacking everything. Yeah. Sometimes it's good to analyze, to figure out what's right and wrong. But there's this demonization that will occur with people having big opinions on past decisions. I know I'm guilty of it sometimes as well. But it's like, now the military is thinking about that. in the present, because they're thinking, oh my God, how are people going to litigate this 2 months from now or 2 years from now or 20 years from now? Because it's easy to just be able to be mad that like war happened or whatever, you know, catastrophe happened, and then find someone to blame afterwards. And I think we've seen that, unfortunately, with the war on terror period with Afghanistan and Iraq. Like, I love how you put it earlier. As a veteran, I always make sure I say this with the guys I have in here. It's like the politicians and the people back home are the ones who tell you to go there. It's not your fault for going there, right? You have a job to do when you go there. So I don't ever think we should litigate that, but people will go literally litigate like the job that like veterans did. You've seen it with the Eddie Gallagher case. You even saw it with a case that Sean changed my mind on, the Blackwater case. Like, I followed that in the media. I thought those guys were guilty as fuck. You look at the actual case, I don't think they were. I think they were in a really tough spot, and they got hung out to dry. And it's like, what is that doing to incentivize the younger generations of kids who see stuff like this and go, well, shit, I don't want to, you know, I don't want to get involved with that.
Yeah, and so to me, I would say not an easy fix, but a simple fix is look at the blame game. Is that, you know, if you really want to fix that problem, stop blaming the soldiers and blame the fucking people that sent them there. You know, because I'll tell you right now, if you started threatening fucking the people who decide that, hey, we're gonna send these guys to war, and then they do a bunch of crazy shit and say, okay, just like this case in Michigan fairly recently where the school shooter's parents got arrested.
Yeah.
You know, like that's going to make every fucking parent in the country pay way closer attention to what their kids are doing, who they're talking to online, all that shit. You start throwing congressmen in jail for sending us to a war where bad shit happened. I bet they're going to be way less fucking likely to send us there. You know, I mean, so to me, at least start with the root of the problem, which is don't send us there if you don't want horrible shit to do. What is the military's fucking primary purpose? It's to fuck shit up, period. Like, it's not the Red Cross. It's not the fucking Humane Society. Like, it's not anything. It's not Mother Teresa. Like, it's not a mission, you know, from a missionary standpoint. Like, our job is to go over and neutralize this country's threats. That's really it, you know. So if you don't want us to do that, just don't fucking send us there.
That's a clean way of putting it. This part of the conversation was really good. I like this.
Is it time to piss? Is that what you're saying?
Actually, yeah, I could go. If you got to go right now.
I mean, I can always go.
Let's do it. All right, we'll be right back. But anyway, we are back. I actually just thought of something, though, in the bathroom. I forgot to ask you about a few minutes ago when you were talking about it with vis-a-vis China. But, like, I've had conversations with a bunch of people on this podcast about different potential weapon threats and things like that. And without a doubt, one of the scariest ones I ever studied was in a book called Sandworm with a guy who's now a friend of mine, Andy Greenberg, who's been on the show. I was reading that book like 4 or 5 years ago, and he talked about how there was basically a test run done in Russia or in Ukraine by Russia back in 2014 and 2015 in that area of shutting down the power grid in Ukraine. Now, he's writing about this before the Ukraine war and all that. But when I read about the technological capabilities of this and basically how Russia, for example, is one country, was showing, oh, we can do this, no problem, that got me real scared because, you know, I start doing math. You're able to shut down 2/3 of the power grid in the United States of America for like 2 weeks. Like, the number of people dying is an insane number. And it's a nuclear type event. Right. And so I know, like, I've talked with Sean about this on the podcast as well. He has a lot of thoughts on the power grid, and a big fear of him is China with those abilities, because it's like, well, if Russia has it, of course China has it. My whole thing is, I don't want to be complacent in thinking of this, but like, they haven't done any of that stuff. As far as I know, they haven't attempted to do it. Maybe intelligence knows something I don't. Is part of it because, like, these countries know if they did something like that, we're going to do it 10 times as worse to them with our capabilities?
Can I answer your question with a question?
Yeah.
What about holding your dick made you think of Sandworm? I got to fuck with you. If you're thinking about it in the bathroom, I got to know where the inspiration came from.
I was just thinking about the name of the book when I was doing that little diatribe there, but touche.
Yeah. Well, so there's actually two things, I think. Number one, yes, I share your concern with their ability to completely fucking neutralize our power grid. I think it speaks to the archaic nature with which our power grid still exists on. And I would say that there is a thing to them not doing it. I tend to lean more towards it's more of a selfish reason financially, is that if you think about the amount of economic infrastructure that exists in China and how greatly they are benefiting from us using Amazon and so many manufacturers using them, is that if they do that, you know, it's kind of like a drug dealer spiking all of your customers. You know, I mean, like there's a point of that which they're gonna fucking their economy would collapse if ours did. You know, so to them, there's a huge financial incentive not to do it. Not even, I think arrogance wise, they're probably more of the train of thought of like, we could fucking destroy you and you couldn't destroy us back if we wanted to, because they're a pretty confident, arrogant fucking country. But I think skin in the game financially plays a much bigger role for them as to why they're not doing anything like that. I would say that that's them attacking the power grid is tied in terms of things that I would be concerned with. The other thing is Russia and Putin's like special pet project of the Poseidon missiles. I don't know if you've heard of them or not. They're basically nuke powered miniature submarines, and there's, from what I've heard, roughly 25 of them. And, you know, so because they're on nuke power and they're unmanned, they have a nuclear warhead on them, and they can travel like up to like fucking 90 or 100 knots, like way faster than we can do anything about. They can just circumnavigate the globe indefinitely because they're encapsulated, self-contained nuke power. And they're basically, he can just say, hit the eastern seaboard, and one of them at 100 knots an hour will fucking just go demolish right where we're at. And there's 25 of them, you know. So to me, because
Just floating out there.
yeah, you know, again, somebody I'm sure will skewer my stats on how many there are, what their capabilities are, but it's something to that effect. And so to me, that's equally as terrifying, because I think, number one, he has way less to lose economically by us being fucked, because we don't depend, like he doesn't depend on us and vice versa. And I think he's way more of a fucking loose cannon. You can tell by the political opponents that he's whacked, and, you know, and doesn't even try to hide it. You know, the journalists that he fucking either makes disappear or poisons or throws in jail or whatever. So I think he's a little crazier than Xi Jinping is. And so to me, those are pretty equally terrifying as far as existential American threats.
Yeah, I hadn't thought of that economic logic though on the U.S. That now that you say it, it seems very obvious, but that's interesting. Do you think that also prevents, at least for the time being, any other type of action from China until they figure out a way to be self-contained, which you know, they're not doing a great job of being self-contained economically. Yeah, no, I think that's the biggest driving force, and it's going to continue. It's going to continue to, I would say, dictate, not even influence, dictate their decision to not do things beyond a certain level in fucking with us. I think that, you know, the hacking of airports, the hacking of, you know, regional water and power grids, and, you know, throwing the balloons, like they're always testing the water. And I think the same thing with, you know, the tens of thousands of fighting age male Chinese men with stacks of cash who are in good shape, who aren't looking for, you know, a place to stay to get away from their country. They're here for a very obvious reason. Even with them, I've seen people, you know, kind of fear mongering of saying, oh, they're going to build a you know, Chinese paramilitary and help take over the country. They don't need to do that. That's what Nick was saying, right?
Yeah, I mean, they really don't. I mean, like, could they? Sure. But like, there's way easier ways. Like, now, if those guys are going in to help facilitate EMPs or grid, you know, neutralizations, or, you know, poisoning water tables, or, you know, what have you, maybe. I think it probably has more to do to facilitate with large scale hacking and things like that, where they're putting pop-up towers and, you know, building networks to help facilitate a larger scale thing. I don't think you're going to see those guys trying to acquire machine guns and, you know, doing like a conventional army kind of thing. That's just my opinion, but
down. But the place where they were, where there's a hole in the border or something, and they're always coming across, where, you know, you have people from South America, and then a lot of Chinese people come through this area because they have like a set system of what they're going to do. And he's like, these are usually able-bodied, you know, single Chinese males. So it's like, all right, I'm not trying to be like, oh, definitely espionage, but like somewhere in there is. Like some of them have to be. And so he had this document that he was able to get. How did he say he got it? Do you remember?
I think it was a migrant that he found it on the ground or something because there were Chinese coming through and I think he found it.
Right. So he got this document and it was all in Chinese. And then he had it translated via like AI. And I told him, get it double checked by a human, but but it mostly translates correctly. Do we have it on the screen? So this is it right here. We're going to zoom in on it. But I'm not going to go read the whole thing. I read it on that podcast with Nick. But essentially, this is like direct directions of what to do step by step when they get here that, to make a long story short, ends with them going wherever the fuck they want in America and doing it also, by the way, if they choose to follow these directions to a T, which many of them probably get like a quarter of the way through and then say I'm good and disappear off the map. But like if they follow it to a T, they're doing it in all legal protocols as well. Like contact the lawyer to have this case go through when you get to this place, whatever. And I think about this, and this is where I do get scared. Like, all right, we're making it this easy. You know, we already see the fentanyl wars coming across from the cartels, which is coming from China, the actual fentanyl itself. It's like you got an opium war, you got a potential espionage war going on the border. Like that is a what's that? Why am I forgetting words today? That's like a I'm really at a blank for words, but like that's an aggressive action. These are aggressive actions. That's not what I'm looking for, but it's gonna get the job done. That we're seeing from one country to another, and we don't seem to be taking that seriously enough.
No, I agree. I mean, you see it with, it's not just Chinese. I mean, you see people from the Middle East, Egypt. I mean, you name it. There's people coming from all over the fucking planet right now that similarly are you know, it doesn't look like you're a refugee, you know, like they're in good shape, they're well fed, you know, the clothes they have, like they're clean cut. So it's like, well, why are you here? I mean, yeah, I think it's pretty easy to ascertain and appropriate to do so, you know, to think that, well, they're here for some specific reason. There's an intentionality to that many people that all look the same and are doing the same things and having directions. There's a reason that's happening. We can debate as to why that is. And again, my opinion is that it's, you know, to help facilitate, or in case of, you know, if there needs to be a facilitation of something. But again, like when you look at that bigger picture, you know, if China was to completely take over the country or demolish it, that's not going to be in their best interest. Now, you know, that could certainly lend itself to saying, well, if enough of them come over here and kind of set up shop, plant their roots in and start building businesses, or, you know, get elected to certain offices, or, you know, what have you. Like, to me, that's a smarter play, and they're a very long game country that way. So I could see them doing something like that, where they're trying to influence our culture, they're trying to get into our politics, they're trying to start businesses, that, you know, they're trying to not assimilate into American culture, but do the exact opposite, because you've seen such a divisive component to our, even within the confines of our government, of, you know, wanting to say like, oh, diversity is our strength, and so we need to recognize everybody. We're not Americans. It's, you know, you're Ukrainian, you're Cambodian, you're, you know, whatever, and that's a problem. So yeah, I think it's probably more they're just trying to take advantage of it, because, you know, for them to try to, you know, infiltrate with enough people to, you know, to match police and military and whatever, like, I don't think that's that realistic, in my opinion. But
yeah, it's more. I agree. I think it's more the potential spy and information angle, because we know they've been doing that for a long time. But anyway, back to your story. Which we had a great, awesome tangent there to start off this podcast with all that other stuff. I'm sure some things will come up along the way. But you had said you joined the Navy when you were 17, but you had to, like, you officially when you were 18, because you have to wait until you're that age, right? Your parents have to sign for you or something at 17.
Yeah.
Okay, so you knew you wanted to go into special operations, which in that case within the Navy, I would imagine means going into the Navy SEALs. How far, like, how many years did you have to wait before you tried out for that, or did you go like right away?
Pretty much right away. So back then, just being a SEAL, excuse me, wasn't its own job. At that time, there was what they called SEAL source ratings, which I want to say there was maybe 15 or so of them that were regular jobs in the Navy that the Navy kind of deemed that it had something to do with being in the SEAL teams, or doing that in the SEAL teams could lend itself to, having some impact or what have you. So I looked at the list, and the first thing I saw was corpsman, and I was like, I want to do that. And they're like, yeah, we already have too many of them. It's basically closed right now. Pick something else. And so I was like, intelligence specialist, that looks cool. So I went through boot camp, then went through like 5 months of intelligence specialist A school.
What did that comprise of? Like
So,
what kinds of things?
It's really big Navy stuff. And, a little bit of it maybe lent itself to being applicable in the SEAL teams, but not much. At that time, this is again in 96, 97. So it was like, identifying Russian warships and planes from aerial imagery. It was reading aerial imagery from, TARPS pods off of F-14s. It was very kind of Cold War conventional carryover, big military intelligence gathering. So it wasn't anything super fancy or, fucking Jason Bourne like. It was neat, but so yeah, it was 5 months. Probably the coolest part of it was actually in Virginia Beach. Little Creek is kind of the main Navy base in Virginia Beach or in Norfolk. Dam Neck is this smaller base, which is where SEAL Team 6 is at, which is also where intelligence specialists and operational specialist A schools are at. So being there, like, the SEAL Team 6 compound was right there, and you would see Team 6 guys working out in the gym or swimming in the pool or, running around the base. And you'd catch glimpses of them here and there, which was pretty motivating as a 18-year-old wanting to become a SEAL. It was cool to see, the dudes at the pinnacle in all their fucking gear and, whatever. So that was neat. Went straight to BUDS after that, and started with class 214, made it all the way through to third phase. And 1 week before the last portion, which is San Clemente Island, which is like the last 5 weeks of training, I pinched my sciatic nerve really bad and then just failed everything. So I got rolled for that, came back with 215, and graduated with him.
Wow. So you had to go through a lot of it.
Had to go through all of third phase all over again.
Whoa. Okay. So what age were you when you graduated? 20?
19.
Oh, you're still not.
Yeah.
So you're a Navy SEAL at 19.
No, so like once you graduate, at that time again, Naval Special Warfare didn't have its own air program. Now you do static line and free fall like right after you graduate BUDS. Back then, you only got free fall as like a good deal school as you were a little more advanced, and it was later on you'd go through Fort Benning's traditional static line jump school in the Army at Fort Benning, and so went straight through that. Then you go through, at that time it was called STT, SEAL Tactical Training. Now it's SQT, SEAL Qualification Training, which is about another 4.5 months. And then you go to your SEAL team. I went to SEAL Team 3, and you have a 6-month probationary period where basically you have to show up and not get in trouble and, kind of prove day in, day out that you're a hard charger and a fast learner and, mouth shut, eyes open, ears open, whatever. And that you're not a tool bag. And then towards the end of that, you have to go around to every department and kind of get signatures from the department heads, from, the Armory, from, First Lieutenant, which is like boats and motors, and the air ops, and, all the different kind of phases. And they have to basically say like, yeah, this guy isn't a total rim job. And then you go at this chief's board, which is, so you walk in, you're in uniform, and there's like 20 salty fucking older SEALs in there, and they can ask you anything, and they can keep you in there for 20 minutes. They can keep you in there for 5 hours. And so some of it is like, what's the cyclic rate of an M4? What's the safe blast distance on 4 pounds of fucking, PETN? What's the, packing procedure for, this parachute that we use for rubber ducks? What's the process for deflooding an outboard motor? Like, they ask you all these operational questions, and it's a lot, as a 19-year-old, like, you kind of get force fed, by the fire hose, like all of this information of weapon systems, of demolition, of diving, of jumping, of, boats and motors, you name it. And you have to know your shit on all of it. And so they'll throw you some oddball questions, but then they'll throw you like some morality questions, like, hey, we're on deployment and your chief is married, but he's banging this fucking Thai hooker. Are you going to say anything about it? And like, or, you know, this happens in combat and, you know, there's a questionable fucking call and, you know, what are you going to do? How are you going to handle that or whatever? And so you've got to kind of navigate stuff like that. And again, they can ask you anything. I mean, they can ask you about your childhood, you know, so sometimes that's one of those things where they're more than anything just getting a feel for what kind of fucking dude you are and how you handle getting fucked with, how you handle technical questions, you know, pressure that way. Like, are you going to fold if they start dogpiling on you? You know, like it's more of kind of a psychological and social test than it is really asking questions. It's more kind of the vibe and how you're responding, how you're carrying yourself and that kind of stuff. And then usually if they like you, they'll fuck with you towards the end. Like one of the last question I got was pretty funny. It was, let's say, you know, we're camping, just you and I, and, you know, we're drinking one night, we're in the same tent, go to bed, we wake up the next morning and your ass is sore and you got a condom hanging out. And they're like, are you going to tell anybody? And I'm like sitting there like, what the fuck kind of question is this? And I'm looking around, I'm like, no, you know, I'm probably not going to fucking say anything. And he goes, you want to go camping? So just dumb shit like that. But, you know, usually they're only going to do that if they like you, you know. And so then they're like, get the fuck out of here. And then
this is at the end of that 6-month probationary period. Very end.
So you've been through buds, you've been through jump training, you've been through SEAL qualification training, 6 months of probation at the SEAL team. That's the final, like, yay or nay.
With the actual team you're going to be with, too.
Right.
And you chose to be with 3, or did they assign you there?
Both. I actually requested team 2 was my first choice, 8 was my second, and 3 was my third. 2 and 8 are on the East Coast, but yeah, I got.
Where's SEAL Team 2?
In Little Creek.
No, but where do they usually deploy? Like, don't they have segments of the world each one deploys?
Not anymore. So back then they did. SEAL Team 2 was Europe basically, and some cold weather stuff.
Interesting.
Team 8 was strike platoons. They'd go on carriers and do kind of like the fast response or quick response type stuff. Team 4 was all South America. Excuse me. On the West Coast, Team 1 was Pacific, you know, jungle training. Team 3 was all CENTCOM, desert warfare. Team 5 was cold weather, Alaska, North South Korea, you know, kind of that whole contingent. So, and then you had the two SEAL delivery vehicle teams, which is all the mini sub stuff, and then SEAL Team 6 which is all, you know, tier 1 anti-terrorism stuff. So fast forward a few years, and they kind of redid everything to where now it's, you know, every team it's kind of, you know, same whore, different dress. There's no real difference between them, you know, but
I always forget, the evens are on the East Coast, the odds are on the West, or other way around?
Other way around.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So odds are on the West Coast. 1, 3, 5, and 7 are West Coast. 2, 4, 8, and 10 are on the East Coast. 6 also, but it's not considered a regular tier 3 SEAL team. It's a tier 1 team. But
why is that?
As far as the tiers go, it's basically like it dictates funding and level of priority asset wise. So SEAL Team 6 doesn't do all of the same stuff that all the regular SEAL teams do. Their primary focus is anti-terrorism and like quick response, high level mission type stuff. So, you know, the 20 years of extended combat operations in Iraq and Afghanistan had basically, if you were a Navy SEAL deploying to those areas, you were doing generally the same stuff. Mm-hmm. Obviously, it varied deployment to deployment, team to team. The Team 6 guys would typically get like the higher value targets. They have more funding, better assets, tighter training. They're starting with guys who have multiple deployments, whereas at a regular SEAL team, you're always kind of going back to guys fresh out of buds. So your lowest common denominator is a guy that doesn't really know a whole lot. So you're kind of hamstrung by the level that you can get. Plus their funding is way fucking better. I mean, they basically have a blank checkbook and they get to use the TF-160 assets and pretty much, you know, they can trump anybody. Like, we're using this base, we're using this airplane, you know, like they just kind of walk wherever and can do almost whatever they want almost. But so yeah, that's kind of the gist on them.
But you wanted to be on, so you got on 3.
Yeah.
You said there were 3 that you like preferred, but
yeah,
you ranked them.
Yeah, towards the end of, or I think in second phase, at least for us then, they would have you fill out your wish list or whatever, and they would come in, like a guy would give you a brief summary of each team and what they did and where they deployed and stuff, again, because there was a big difference at that time. And then they're like, here are your wish lists, and there's classes where nobody gets what they want and it just needs the Navy, and hey, this team needs every one of you guys to go, and sometimes a lot of people will get what they want. Just it really depends, but so they'll try to send you where you want to go, if they can. If they can't, then they'll just send you where they need you. But
why'd you pick Europe?
So at that time, like your instructor cadre at GODZ is incredibly influential, as you can probably imagine. But like these guys, especially as an 18-year-old showing up and seeing the recruiting videos and just the level of reverence that I had and respect for these guys was just like of mythic proportion. Like these guys were just like, these dudes are fucking gods, and they walk on water, and like you almost idolize them. But they kind of perpetuate that mythic type of status and reputation because they're just so good at what they do, and they're all in good shape, and they're fucking hard asses, and they're funny, and they're just cool fucking guys.
Yeah.
Like they walk around like it's hard to even explain, but it's like every room that every one of them walks into, you're just like, holy shit, like this guy just exudes fucking total badass. And so at least for me at that time, like all of our first phase instructors were Team 2 guys, or at least East Coast guys. Most of them were Team 2. And keep in mind, this is prior to 9/11, so this was right after the Bosnia stuff had gone down.
Oh, yeah.
So like, the East Coast Team 2 guys, the Europe guys were actually the busiest at that time. So it was like, these dudes are hard. They've been to Bosnia. Not that a whole lot happened there in terms of our involvement, but it was just like all my favorite instructors were Team 2 guys, and so it was like, that's where I want to go, And then there were a few that were Team 8 guys, so I was like, that's the next best choice. If I can't be on the East Coast, the desert warfare stuff seems cool. Again, there wasn't much going on. I mean, we were doing shipboardings a fair bit, and so like really the most consistent and predominant real world operations that were taking place at that time in naval special warfare were boarding ships that were defying the embargoes and smuggling oil, and so there was a fair bit of that going on, and so it was kind of cool to get to do VBSS and board these ships at night and take them down, and it was real world shit. It wasn't like huge resistance. You weren't getting in gunfights with them, but they would foul the deck with motor oil and wrap barbed wire and shit over the railings and weld doors shut, and they'd make it a pain in the ass. But so that was kind of just what was going on, and so that was my mentality at that time.
So you ended up on Team 3 after this probationary period's over. You had done the 5-month course on Intel. So is that the specialty you're going in with as a Navy SEAL to Team 3? It was, and I would say that was fairly rare for a fucking 20-year-old first platoon guy to be the intelligence rep. Usually it was a guy that had done multiple deployments that kind of knew how everything worked, and could go into the intel shop and knew the people in there and had done multiple deployments, knew how as a platoon intelligence rep, how you would gather intel for your platoon, where you would get it from, because he's done multiple deployments and stuff. My OIC, this is certainly not a credit to me. I think he was just like, there aren't many ISs. You're an IS. That makes sense. You're the fucking intel guy. Don't fuck it up. I was like, holy shit. And so I'm in charge of like night vision lenses, and at this time, in the late 90s, digital cameras had just kind of started to be a thing. A big deal, yeah.
And they were like, the size of a fucking pizza box and super heavy, and it was like 1.2 megapixel pictures, and we're so a big component of what we do is special reconnaissance, whether it's in the desert, the jungle, wherever. And since we were a desert team, we did a fair bit of that long range reconnaissance patrols where we'd spend 2 or 3 days hiking into a fucking a point, and get all of our hide sites set up with cami netting and sandbags, and be all sneaky into an area, and then spend 3 or 4 days observing a fucking target that is a surface to air missile site, or whatever. And so
what do you mean surface to air missile site?
So like at the time, again, like in any country that we're going to go into militarily, we're going to start with air campaigns. What's the biggest threat of an air campaign? It's twofold. It's the proliferation of surface-to-air missiles that can get past our systems, or there's so many of them that it overwhelms our defense systems and we can't deal with them. So our biggest threat initially is going to be our planes being shot down by surface-to-air missiles. So that's where kind of a classic special operations mission would be infiltrate into where, aerial imagery says that there's a surface-to-air missile site in these locations. So they'll send out all these teams. We're observing these targets and for a couple days ensuring that, yes, that's a surface-to-air missile. Yes, it's active. It's being maintained. It's being monitored, what have you. And then, okay, hey, the air campaign is going to kick off. So now simultaneously, all of our dudes are going to do raids on these surface-to-air missiles. We're going to go down, do an L-shaped ambush, blow them up, fuck everybody up on target, and leave. Then our planes come in and just roast everybody. So it's kind of a 1-2.
Like the 4th of July,
yeah,
baby.
A 1-2 punch. So the other thing is GPS and communication jamming equipment now, which over the last 20 years has become a much bigger threat for our Air Force and our air campaigns, but we don't, have anything to do with trying to combat that. That's all signals intelligence and, E-2C Hawkeyes jamming shit in the sky and things like that. But
it's become a bigger threat, I assume, because other countries are just getting better technology.
Yeah, and just the technological advances of everything. So now we're focusing more on GPS and traditional communication independent navigation and communication systems that aren't relying on that shit, that are either crypto, they're closed and it's one-to-one end-to-end kind of stuff, or using navigation systems that don't rely on satellites and GPS that can be jammed.
So you were saying when you were coming in back, I guess in like 98 at this point, you're 96, it wasn't that common for them to assign basically a rookie like the Intel label. But is it more common now?
I don't think so. No, I think it's still pretty. Well, there's two things. One, I would say it probably never happens at this point, because now there are no intelligence specialists coming into BUDS. Everybody joins BUDS as a special operator, or what you're trying to do is become an SO. So back then, like, you'd have ISs and boatswain mates and air traffic controllers and yeomen and you name it. You'd have all these different rates. So like when you're in uniform, even though you have your SEAL Trident pin on, your insignia that says your SEAL rate could be any of those things. Like the IS is like a quill and a fucking magnifying glass crossed. Now it's basically the Trident without the eagle. It's like a flintlock, a Trident, and the anchor. It's just those three components is the insignia for SO or special operator. So now that there's not somebody with any intelligence training showing up, I can't imagine they would ever put a brand new guy as an intel department head. But
yeah, I was trying to remember our mutual friend Remy Adeleke. He was human intel, right? But maybe he didn't come in as that.
Right. So that program is post, like, after you've been in the SEAL teams. It's kind of its own. It's not a rating in the Navy. It's a special project that exists in Naval Special Warfare. So it's totally different. But
you guys keep track. You remember all this stuff so perfectly. There's so many different layers to the military. I could do a million podcasts and still be like, wait, what was that thing again?
Well, the neat thing about that is that, for any of us, like, it's second nature. It's like you don't even really have to remember things. It's just you live it for long enough to where you just understand it. And that's what baffles me about, like, the stolen valor stuff. Like, it's so fucking easy to catch somebody lying about that because of that. It's like, if you haven't lived that and you don't know it, like, it's I would say there's a 0% chance that you're not going to fuck it up somewhere.
Yeah.
Whether it's the wrong BUDS class or whatever. It's like, oh, who did you know? Like, even if they say, oh, I was in BUD class so-and-so, who was your LPO? Who was your class proctor? Fuck, I don't remember. Like, I know you weren't a SEAL then, because you don't forget that shit. So, and you see it all the time. I mean, there was a funny joke even back when I was going through. It's like at any given time, on average, there's like 2,000 to 2,300 active duty SEALs, and then in Vietnam, because this was, again, in the 90s, where the Vietnam frogmen were probably the most stolen valor oriented group.
Really?
A lot of people would say I was a SEAL in Vietnam in the 90s. And so one of the jokes was like, there was, over the course of the entire Vietnam War, there were, 4,300 SEALs in Vietnam, and I've met all 97,000 of them, and because they're just fucking everywhere, yeah, it's just, but it exists today, especially with the internet. People know more, and so they're closer to pulling it off, but it's still, I would say, woefully lacking in terms of the finite details that makes it easy to distinguish whether or not somebody actually was a SEAL or not.
Yeah, it's always a shame when you see that, obviously, when people are trying to say things they didn't do. My one thing as a civilian from the outside that does bother me, though, sometimes is when I see the military eat their own and jump to conclusions on stuff. I mean,
I don't get it.
Yeah, I've seen it up close, like with people I've had in this studio, and then I see the facts, and I'm like, guys, don't, why do we got to do this?
Yeah, I mean, to me, I would say even on a broader point, Chad Wright, I don't know if you know who he is.
Chad Wright?
Yeah, he'd be a great guy to have on here. He was a SEAL. He's been on my show. It's been a couple of years now, but he's a ultra marathoner and a really, really devout Christian, and just a super, super interesting and good and cool guy. He looks like Forrest Gump right before he turned around to stop running. He does. I mean, you can fucking pull him up. Like, that's exactly what he looks like. Always wearing running shorts. I mean,
oh, yeah. Oh, you know what? I have seen this guy.
Yeah. Dude, you should 100% have him on the show. He's a fucking awesome dude.
Yes, I have seen this dude.
Actually, on the flight here, I watched a video that he put out just in the last week or so, kind of addressing that. And I think he summed it up spectacularly with basically saying, like by doing that, by criticizing and questioning and accusing fellow service members, like you're part of this flawed system that the military has brainwashed you and made you become, which is thinking that the best part of your life was spent doing the thing in the military. And a big travesty is guys who get out and aren't willing to share their story for fear of retribution or accusations or what have you. And so you've got all this wisdom and all these really, really poignant, powerful life lessons that are not being shared because people don't want to get thrown under the fucking bus and be accused of lying or, whatever. And the way that he spends like 10 minutes just in a one take rant, and it's just masterfully well done. But maybe you start that out with, him talking about that on here, but I agree completely. And I have kind of made a very intentional point to never, publicly take a position on a guy, other than just being supportive, because to me, fucking life's hard enough, and one of the things that gets brought up quite often is, guys, especially in the SEAL community, if they write books or they use the SEAL brand and kind of weave it into their brand, and is that they're pimping the Trident and they're whoring it out, and they're making money off of the SEAL teams and what have you. And to me, there's some nuance there that I would say is really important, which is, at what point or where do you draw that line? Because I would say, if you're filling out a job application for anywhere, or you're putting a resume together and you say that you were a Navy SEAL and that contributes to you being hired, which you absolutely fucking know that it's going to, no matter what you do, even has nothing to do with special operations or what have you, is that it displays a certain character and a caliber of man that has that on his resume. Is that what's the difference? At that point, you're really just talking about levels of magnitude in terms of financial influence. So whether you write a book and you have a fucking big trident, gold trident on it, and you get "I'm a Navy SEAL" tattooed on your lower back, I mean, whatever. Which I don't know who the fuck would do that. I hope there's at least one guy.
You gonna turn around and show us a tramp stamp with a Navy SEAL trident on it?
If you put something else in this mug, I might, and you give it long enough to set in, I just might show you all kinds of shit. But I agree with his point entirely. And I just think, A, life's hard enough. B, like, there's such a small group of dudes. C, you weren't fucking there. D, everybody has their own, I mean, you can get in a car accident, right? And the two people of what their experience was vastly fucking different, even if there's traffic cams and dash cams, so to be like, this guy's full of shit. He's a fucking liar. And he fucking, I just, to me, it's like my first question would be why? Like, A, who made you the fucking gatekeeper of the community? Nobody. Like, nobody voted on making you the guy that's supposed to fact check people. And two, like, what's your angle with it? Like, what do you gain by doing it. And you know, where's the motivation? You know, to me, one of my favorite sayings, because the dog industry is pretty similar that way, where there's a lot of eat your own, shit talking, clicky, you know, fuck that guy, he doesn't know what he's doing. You know, there's a lot of professional jealousy or hatred or what have you, and it just drives me nuts. And one of my favorite adages in reference to both of those situations is, you know, blowing out somebody else's candle doesn't make yours shine any brighter. And to me, like, you could apply that to pretty much every aspect of life. It's like, you know, there's enough out there for everybody, like Jocko or Goggins or Sean or me, or I mean, anybody being successful. There's not a finite amount of success that can be had. And by, you know, trying to drag other dudes through the mud, one, you look like a 12-year-old fucking schoolgirl who's, you know, gossiping about your friends, and two, like, it's not helping you out at all, you know? So I just don't get it.
Yeah. So a couple things there. Number one, as long as you're not lying about what you did, if you serve the country and have good lessons or examples to provide to other people from that, and you can do that through the work you do, and you can do that and make money doing that, being a best-selling author like you are, or having a podcast like you do, or things like that, I don't know why anyone has a problem with that. That blows my mind. Secondly, you make the point about how different people can experience the same thing in a different way, and then things can get twisted that way. Well, I don't remember it like that, or I don't remember it like that. You know, that's why I think what guys like you and Sean are doing is so valuable, because essentially, you know, and you have on different guests too, but you have on a lot of veterans, and you guys both have on a lot of veterans specifically from like the global war on terror era. And like we are getting an oral history of that era from people who were in the Marines, people who were in the infantry, people who were in the Army Rangers, people who were in the Navy SEAL, all these different people who had different roles in Afghanistan, Iraq, and the like. And like, I think that's so important and such a big service, because that way at least people can maybe put things together and see like, oh, it was different for these guys and from these guys. And then they may think, even like some veterans may think when they see this stuff like, oh, maybe I am jumping to conclusions on other people and I shouldn't be, you know, talking about this.
Well, yeah, and I agree. I think the one kind of tricky part there is, and I'm not saying it's okay to lie, but when one guy thinks that didn't happen, he's lying.
Yeah.
You know, and I think that's where it's always justified, is like, well, I don't have a problem with him being successful. I have a problem with him lying about what he did or didn't do, or, you know, or whatever. And so that's where the tricky part is. And so, you know, for me at least, like, if I wasn't there, I'm not going to have a fucking opinion on it, period. You know, like, that's just the reality of it. And by there, I don't mean like I was in country at the same time, or it was our sister platoon and they were in this town. Like, if I wasn't on the fucking mission, you're not going to get an opinion from me on it in terms of what went down and whether or not it shook out the way somebody said or not, because it's not my fucking business, you know, and it's not my story to tell. So I don't understand why people spend so much time arguing and slinging mud at one another about it. It's pretty irritating.
Yeah, hope to see it slow down. But anyway, we left off where you were getting in actually to Team 3 and coming into service. So you had mentioned this, but it was an interesting time, because this is, I guess, like 4 years before 9/11, give or take. The only thing, so to speak, that had really been going down publicly was all the balkanization in Europe. And at the time, Al-Qaeda was kind of like this thing the intelligence community was tracking, but a lot of people weren't making a big deal out of it. And then in the late 90s, some attacks overseas happened. There was the embassy bombing, and then there were one or two others, and then I believe there was the USS Cole. Right. And was that your first mission, going to the Cole, or did you do things before that?
Yeah, I mean, that was my first, I would say, real taste of violent extremist terrorism and the impact that it had on the United States and the military, and that was in 2000, but October of 2000, and so.
Yeah, can you explain to people what that was for who don't know the history?
Yeah, so one of our faults, I think, is that, and again, pre 9/11, I think it was a lot easier to understand why we were so complacent. Not that it's an excuse, but it's at least an understanding. I mean, whether, like, even take the Bud's base, like, there was no gate guard at night prior to 9/11. Like, anybody could just drive on the fucking Bud's compound base. There was nobody standing guard duty. which is weird to think
Yeah.
of now. It's like it's impossible to even imagine now.
Yeah.
You know, so like that is kind of a classic example. But another, I would say, equally ridiculous thing that we were doing is that within the confines of the military and the war machine that exists, you have USNS ships, which is United States Naval Ship. It's not a USS ship. So the USS are combative vessels. USNS ships are supply vessels, tankers, etc. And so both USNS ships and even USS ships would pull into ports all over the world for resupply. And so that's what happened in the Gulf of Aden in Yemen, is the USS Cole was pulling in for a resupply, which again, like thinking of that now, it's like, what? But yeah, you let, the Yemenese port of Aden, pull 2 fucking tugboats up next to the Cole and push it into a spot where they're going to unload pallets of food and water and fuel. And again, it's like, it's impossible to even think that that was something that happened, but it did all over the world. And so, Al-Qaeda being who they are and taking advantage of the things that they take advantage, saw that as an easy target. And so that's what they did. So they basically took a couple thousand pounds of explosives and laden this little tugboat, or what looked like a tugboat, and then replaced one of the tugboats, got up alongside it, started pushing it in, and then clacked themselves off and blew a fucking massive hole in the side of the ship and almost sunk it. It killed 19 U.S. sailors. Damage control wise, the mechanisms within the ship were competent enough and quick acting enough to shut different things down and make it to where the ship didn't sink.
How did they do that?
So, I mean, going back to World War II, even with torpedoes, like there are very specific protocols for taking on water at different points of the ship. And so they can close hatches and shut things down to compartmentalize it so that it doesn't just run through the entire boat. So that's the gist of it. It's called damage control, which there's an actual job called D-Seaman, which that's their entire fucking job is to mitigate, damage and control it on a ship for instances like that. So they were Johnny on the spot, got it all under control. Now it was like half sunk and listing to one side real heavy, but it didn't sink. And so the goal was for Al-Qaeda was to sink it entirely. So the fact that they didn't sink it pissed them off. And then so they kind of vowed, even the Marban open radios were threatening, saying, the ship is not leaving the harbor. We will fucking sink it.
After they bombed it.
Right. And so we had just gone from Australia to Bahrain. So we're sitting in Bahrain waiting to do a bunch of exercises and desert warfare training. That happens. So we jump on the USS Tarawa and haul ass down there.
How fast were you able to get there?
It took like a day and a half, I think. Not super far, but the Tarawa was a big amphibious ship. It doesn't go terribly fast. And maybe even a couple days. I'm not even sure. But so we get down there, and then so for 63 days straight, our tasking is from sundown to sunup. We're going to be in 2 different boats that are circling the ship, and then we're going to have a 60 gunner, a law gunner, a sniper, and a comms unit, and a couple other guys that are just armed with regular M4s on the ship, maintaining a security presence and not allowing them to come finish sinking it. So for 63 days we did that, and it was an eye opener for sure. I mean, number one, like all of the power was shut down. You have 19 dead bodies that are mangled and buried in this ship that's sitting.
They're buried in the ship.
Yeah, like they're all, all like in different compartments of the ship that are shut down with 90-degree salt water submerging. Like, so you can imagine what that smelled like.
Oh, because they had to close it.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah. So
shit.
all of those dead bodies were still compartmentalized, and some of them lodged, in different parts of the ship.
Oh.
And then you have, an entire galley's worth of food that's now not refrigerated for 2 months.
Wait, so for 63 days they had that? There wasn't a way to like...
No, I mean, like at that point, so what we were waiting on was a floating dry dock, which was, I think they're called the Marlin Spike, came all the way from Mississippi. It had to get, and then we had to drag as a country, we had to get the coal out into international waters, get it loaded up onto this floating dry dock, and then send it back to Mississippi and have it completely redone, and which it did, and then ended up, now it's back in the fleet and deploying again. But
and that's where they take the bodies out in Mississippi.
Yeah. Yep. So yeah, for that 2-month period, it was pretty dicey. And there were a few different instances where they would kind of test the waters and try to infiltrate our, circle of trust, if you will. And
Like on a tugboat or?
No, like on little motorboats, they'd, come in or even like these little dong, miniature fucking ships that they would try to sail in or whatever. They're just, poking and trying to see if they could get past. And we never ended up opening up on anybody. There were a few times where we came real close, but if they came anywhere near our kind of invisible fence, if you will, we would haul ass out there and, draw down on them and what have you. But
where were you usually sitting again?
I was on one of the little boats that was floating around in the water that whole
Like
time.
how close to the boat, to the coal?
I mean, we would be right up alongside it and all the way to probably 350, 400 yards outside of it.
And how many guys did you say it was again from the SEALs doing this?
16.
16.
Total. So you'd have, probably 10 of them on the ship and then 3 in each boat with our special boat unit guys driving the boat and a guy on either a 50 cal or a Mark 19 grenade launcher.
And doing it in shifts because you're doing it 24/7 or?
Sundown to sunup. And so just one long shift like we were
Oh, so you
rotating
weren't
all.
worried about it overnight?
No, we were. I'm sorry, from sundown to
sorry.
sunup.
Did I get that wrong?
Yeah. So, so during the day, the Marines did that. So
got it. Okay.
Daylight, the Marines had it. Nighttime, we had it. And so, yeah, we would, at dusk, we would head that way. We take over the watch. Sun comes up, they relieve us. We go back out to the boat. So yeah, 7 days a week, 63 days straight, we did that. And then they finally got it out to the Marlin Spike and got it loaded up. There was one instance on the way while it was being tugged out to sea, a small other boat was hauling ass straight towards it, and we thought that they were going to try to do one last ditch effort thing, and it ended up being a Yemeni patrol boat that we boarded and almost shot everybody on it, like because they were military guys, or there were a few military guys.
But you weren't sure?
Well, I mean, it's just like they're in military uniforms, they have weapons, and so we take over the tug and flood it and then taking it down, and these guys are all just like, holy shit. And there was one officer in particular who they all just had pistol belts on with pistols, so they weren't standing there with AKs or anything, but he starts to fucking put his hand on his gun, and myself, Clint and Shane, two of my closest friends, all just swarm him and get our guns right up in his fucking grill and come off safe and just getting ready to fucking plug him. And then he's like, no, you know what? I'm going to put my hands back up. And so it was, they didn't recognize who it was. So they were responding thinking this was some unknown, whatever, just basically I don't know that I'd even call it a miscommunication. We didn't really feel like it was our job to let them know that we were doing that. And they saw something on the radar out there that they didn't recognize. So they were going to check it out. But so it wasn't really a big deal. But
was that the first time you ever put a weapon in somebody's face on duty?
For real, yeah.
Yeah, for real.
Oh, well, I say I did it a number of times in the water prior to that. Boats that would come up, we would draw down on them and stuff, but nothing ever happened.
Did it jack your adrenaline, though?
Yeah, I mean, a little bit. The one, I wouldn't say nice thing, the thing about training to a certain level of conditioning is that it becomes like a conditioned response, really. And so, yes, the adrenaline is there, but it's kind of graduated and it does level off a fair bit. It's not like the first time you jump out of an airplane or, whatever. It's not as crazy just because you're kind of so used to doing that stuff. Still there, just not.
Yeah. And during those 63 days, you have the 19 guys who perished who are still, their bodies are stuck in there. But then you had a whole ship. I would imagine the whole crew was still there, no?
Yeah. Yep.
How many guys, approximately?
Couple hundred.
So, I mean, what was their vibe after that? Just like shell shocked?
Yeah. Yeah. And, it was weird because the first couple nights we were there, we actually stayed on the ship. We stayed, like, you do the math, there's 16 of us, there's 19 dead people. So there's 19 open racks and we're sleeping in them.
Oh my God.
And so it's like, we're laying there and these, like you look across and, on a Navy ship, it's not very big. I mean, they'd have 18 fucking dudes in a room this size, just fucking stacked on top of each other in small racks. And so, like you're laying there and like, you can just feel this motherfucker eyeballing you and you look over and he's just like, staring at you with the 1,000-yard stare, like fucking crying or, whatever. And you're just like, Jesus Christ, like throw the curtain close. And, so, and of course, the SEAL teams being the band of Vikings that we are, there's of course some dudes jerking off in those racks and being total fucking savages, having no respect for anything. But so yeah, that's the fucking Navy. For
I guess you weren't one of them.
I was not one of them.
Okay.
I mean, I would tell you if I was, but it was my first deployment. I'm fucking 20, 21 years old. I mean, it was impactful. Like to me, that was the last thing on my mind. But,
yeah.
But we had some dirty bastards that were a little older and just didn't give a shit.
I guess so. Did you like? Do you remember talking with any of those guys though? Like some
A
of the
little
ones
bit.
that lost their friends?
A little bit. And the humbling thing I think for me was how appreciative they were that we were there. Because I think a Navy ship doesn't have much by way of armament. And a ship that small doesn't have any Marines on it. There's no. I mean, like there may have been a couple of MPs with pistols at most. Everything else is like whiz guns and tomahawks and shit. That you don't see anyway. So, had it been on an amphib where there's 1,500 fucking armed Marines, then it would be different. But so to see all of a sudden 16 dudes in full kit with fucking long guns show up ready to fuck people up, I think for them was a huge sense of relief. Yeah. So. They were just super grateful and appreciative and very welcoming. And, they didn't have much that they could offer us or, help us out, but they did. It's like anything we can do to help, we don't have much, but whatever. And so that was kind of a neat thing that it's always that way in the military and training, like you're all on the same team. And it's, a very uniting experience when you're, going through the different trials and tribulations of training that are tough and whatever, but now when it's real and there's dead bodies around and stuff, it's just different, and so that like it was kind of just a reassuring, very uniting experience interacting with those guys.
And the call was, what did you say, October 2000? Is that what it was? Okay, so you guys were the desert team. You had obviously been in that now for a couple of years. How much before the cold did you know about / were like really read in on behind the scenes on Al-Qaeda?
Very little. As an intel guy, I was at least familiar with them. I would say most of the platoon guys probably, if they had heard of them, they'd heard of them and that was it. Had very, very little concept as to who they were, what they were trying to accomplish. And they knew that they existed, knew that they had bombed a couple embassies in Kenya and Tanzania a couple of years ago, but that was really about it, so.
Were you guys focused more on like countries and governments at the time?
Sort of. I mean, for us, strangely enough, or maybe not strangely enough after explaining it, at that time, especially because the SEAL teams were so AO-oriented areas of operational expertise, et cetera, because it's like we're focused on the Middle East. Well, what's going on in the Middle East? Oil embargo, smuggling. So that was our focus. Now, if you were to talk to the Team 1 guys, what are you guys doing? Well, we're going down to South America doing counter-narcotic stuff against Colombia, cartels and whatever. That's what they're focused on. So if it's not directly involved in what's going on there, like you don't really need to know, and so you're not going to really waste any bandwidth worrying about it or even learning about it. So you want to be as good as you can at whatever it is in the front sight focus of what you're focused on, and that's kind of the deal. Now, on September 12th, that all changed. Now every fucking dude is buying, any book they can, and reading anything that they can, open source, even on the TSSCI side of pulling intelligence on these groups. Now it's a whole different fucking ball game. And if you think of Al-Qaeda as kind of the hub, you're looking at any fucking thing that can spiderweb back to them, to include in the Pacific, specifically the Philippines. You had the Moral Islamic Liberation Front, which ironically is MILF. which they don't know that, which I find fucking hilarious. And then the Abu Sayyaf group, who's more prominent in the southern third of the country down in Mindanao, and they were basically an Al-Qaeda affiliate or sympathizer and we're running a lot of Islamic extremist terrorist operations against the Philippine government and going back and forth from Indonesia, which is a pretty big hotbed. And so, yeah, like as soon as that happened, now we're putting all those pieces together. And
But you said September 12th right there. You're referring to September 11th, obviously.
Right.
But for you, though, and your guys who
Yeah.
got there in October 2000 and you 63 days looking
Yeah.
at the remains of what Al-Qaeda just did, were you guys...
for sure more focused on them, but not from a spiderweb standpoint, because it was specific to Yemen. Again, it's almost impossible, or at a minimum very difficult, to even try to put yourself in a mindset where your only understanding of Al-Qaeda is bombing one fucking USS ship in one country one time. So if you can try to imagine that's the only thing then you're going to focus on Yemen, you're going to focus on Al-Qaeda, but Al-Qaeda Arabian Peninsula, or AQAP, versus Al-Qaeda in even in Afghanistan is a big difference, and post 9/11, it became an even bigger difference. It was almost like, it's like you're under the same franchise, but two totally different goals. It's like, yes, on paper, our methodology and our ideology is essentially the same, but what we're trying to accomplish and where we're doing it is vastly different. So, yes, like the spotlight was a lot brighter on Al-Qaeda, but it was more specific to, okay, well, the coal got bombed in Yemen. What are they doing in Yemen? And so, yes, there is they're also operating out of Afghanistan. Looking back on it, I think my assumption at that time was that Afghanistan was more of the headquarters safe haven where, hey, our hands aren't dirty. We're just hanging out here, and different shit's being planned from there, which, was accurate. But, our understanding of how deep those roots went in Afghanistan was pretty limited at that time, even after that.
Did you have any dealings with Al-Qaeda or Al-Qaeda linked operations between the Cole and September 11th?
No.
Okay.
Well, no. What I will say, after we got the Cole out and on its way back to the United States, so that obviously made us adjust our policy as it relates to resupply and okay, now what are we going to do and how are we going to do this? So they basically shut everything down worldwide, and they made one port. They kind of looked at logistically, where can we put one spot that's going to be the most conveniently located given all of the things that we have going on, and it was Dubai, or actually Jebel Ali, which is by Dubai in UAE. So that was now going to be the one spot that USNS and USS ships actually. And they were smart about it. So they said, okay, USS ships are not going in port anywhere. USNS ships will go into these ports. They will get all of the supplies, and then they'll go do an underway replenishment with the USS ships out at sea, out in international waters. So you're never putting USS ships in there. There's no combatives, no active duty military personnel whatsoever. All of the USNS ships are merchant marines. They're civilians, not that their lives aren't important. But from a juiciness of target standpoint, they're nowhere near as valuable as, an active duty fucking sailor or marine. So our job was then to go, we stayed in Dubai for like 5 weeks. Of course, it was during Ramadan when everything's fucking closed, which is probably better for us, honestly, if we're being honest. But
no good food stands open?
Yeah, nothing was open. But so Jebel Ali is where the port is. We're staying in Dubai. So we're going back and forth. Every time a USNS ship comes into port, we go in ahead of time. We sweep the entire warehouse.
Wow.
We scuba dive and dive under the tugboats and vet them. We've got sniper overwatch on the tallest tower there. We're in civilian clothes, relaxed grooming standards, concealed weapons, bullshit names or stories, basically, while we were there. So it was a neat kind of taste of that, like, oh, it's a little more shadowy, more unconventional kind of special operations type of mission, because it was, a little more secretive, and what we were doing was fucking important, So we stayed there for, like I said, about 6 weeks. While we were doing that, they were setting up basically like a TDY, or like a temporary duty station billeting, where they would send a contingent of EOD guys and supply clerks and set up kind of a more permanent shop. We did it as kind of a Band-Aid until they could backfill and get an actual shop set up. So, we would work every other day or so. And it was busy, but it was cool to be a part of that. And then that was kind of the gist of it. So it wasn't really responding to Al Qaeda, because at that point, they had gotten away with kicking us in the dick pretty well. And so they kind of scattered like cockroaches a little bit for a little while until 9/11, which was less than a year later. So I think, after they did that, it's like, okay, we can hit the dragon in the mouth. Let's do it on a higher scale. And they kind of retracted everything, focused everything on September 11th, and then pulled it off.
Where were you on September 11th?
So I was being on the West Coast, and it was fairly early. I had, while I was getting ready, I was at SEAL Team 3 in a platoon. It was between my first and second platoon. And I remember seeing it on the news, the first plane hitting, and it actually, there was no video. It was just like, oh, a small plane ran into the tower, and it was like, yeah, that's fucking dumb. That sucks, whatever. I get in my car. I'm halfway to work on Interstate 5, going down to San Diego. I was living in La Jolla at the time. And then all of a sudden over the radio, it's like, interrupts. And it's like a second plane just hit the other tower, and we're under attack. And I was just like, holy fuck. So I kept going to work. By the time I got there, they had every gate shut down. They were basically every motherfucker that was coming through the gate, pulling them out of the car, going through their car like it was a full narcotics traffic stop. And so it took like 4 hours to get on base for most people.
Oh, you're just in like the traffic stop.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
This whole time.
Yeah. Yeah. So I'm listening to most of it on the radio. So then I get into the SEAL team, into Team 3, and it's, to say the tension and vibe was different is obviously a woeful understatement. So it was just weird. It's hard to describe. I mean, it was this feeling of being angry and I wouldn't even say nervous, but like anxious, but in a, I want to go fucking kill these fucking people type of way. It was like an unsettled restlessness, that was just pervasive. It was very quiet. And everybody just was like, it's fucking go time. Like, shit's going to get real fucking right now. And get your shit basically. And so, everybody's in their lockers, like going over their shit and sharpening knives and, fucking going through their stuff and double, triple checking everything and just trying to sharpen the sword to the best of our ability and get as ready as we can without any actual direction yet.
How quickly did you know it was Al Qaeda? Do you remember like
pretty
when
much
you found
right
out?
away?
You knew right away, like yourself.
I mean, all of us were like, it's them, and then our intel shop is like, yeah, it's them, so yeah, it was immediate, I mean, everybody assumed it, and then they confirmed it, pretty much right away. But the frustrating part was then it was like, the days afterwards, and the collapse of the towers and digging through the rubble, and like it was this, all right, let's go fucking do it. And then it was like, no, we're gonna wait, and then it just kind of drug on and on and on, and I think frustrated a lot of us. Like we all wanted to just go there like right now and start doing it, and we didn't, So I'm not saying how we did it was wrong. I think it was actually probably better than just half-ass sending us over there to see what the fuck's going on. Like, it would have been a lot worse had we done it that way, but that's what everybody wanted.
Yeah, I'm sure that's the reaction. Ironically, looking at the whole global war on terror and how things ended up, the beginning of it was like the most genius part, as it would turn out. I mean, that paramilitary operation was insane. But did you get, because like you didn't end up deploying to Afghanistan at all, right?
Right.
So your team, at what point did you guys find out like you're not going there?
So one of the weird things about the SEAL teams, weird or maybe unexpected is a better term, is that the assumption is like, okay, well, this is the varsity fucking concern, right? Obviously. But there are things going on in the Philippines. There's things going on in South America. Like there are still other responsibilities that we have. And so they're not going to send us all to one spot. The other thing is that the way that the SEAL teams deployed back then, and it was switching over to during 9/11 and between 9/11 and Iraq is when it switched from each team would have 2 platoons deployed at a time. And so there'd be 4 platoons that were always home, and there were 2 platoons always deployed. Is that now entire teams were deploying as a team. And so that's why in between the Cole and 9/11, I actually did a season on the Navy pentathlon team because because of the rotation switch up. It was like, okay, SEAL Team 3, You guys get back in February of 01. You're not going to start up again as a team until January of 02. So almost an entire year, like it's like going to schools and, painting lines in the fucking parking lot and just, being like, well, what the fuck, So I tried out for the Navy pentathlon team and made it and spent a season doing that, which isn't worth talking about any further than that, but it was a neat experience. But anyway, so we go, we're basically getting ready to form back up. But now it's like, okay, well, there's already other guys there. They're there. This team's going to go here. It's basically the Commodore is doing this shell game of who am I sending where, and it doesn't have anything to do with who's the best team or platoon or whatever, because they're all pretty equally competent. Some are a little better than others, but it's pretty nuanced. And so, it's like, okay, well, we have this responsibility here in the Philippines. We have this responsibility in Colombia. We have these responsibilities in Afghanistan. Okay, well, now Iraq's picking up, so there were a couple platoons from Team 3 that went to Afghanistan relatively soon afterwards. I just wasn't in one of them. So that's kind of how it shook out. And then as the rotation started, okay, well, now we're starting our workup. Now we have a little over a year of a training cycle before we're even kind of certified to deploy. So from September 11th till January 1st of 02, that period, we're just waiting to start our workup cycle in January, and then had to wait until the following year to actually deploy. So
whoa! So you were chilling all the way to like the Iraq War.
Sort of. I did do a 6-month. I wouldn't call it a deployment, but it was a 6-month trip to Jordan right after 9/11. I went in October of 2001, and normally we would do this October exercise every year, and in most cases, up until that point, it was really small. It was just a handful of dudes. We'd go work with the Jordanian Special Forces and SEALs, do a few, training missions or exercises together and call it a day. Well, now 9/11 just happened. And so now they're like, well, we want to beef that up and send a big fucking group of you guys over that can kind of act as a quick reaction force or a jump off point. If we need, we can send you into Afghanistan from Jordan a lot easier than from here. So we kind of went over there with the understanding and even maybe expectation that we might end up going to Afghanistan. Obviously we didn't, but we did this, exercise with the Jordanians for about a month and a half. And then I came home, jumped into the platoon, did about 10 months of a workup, and then deployed. Now, so keep in mind, as we were getting ready to leave, in them moving the chess pieces around, SEAL Team 3 Gulf and Echo Platoon, you guys are going to go to Guam and do our Southeast Asia deployment, which of course we were like, are you fucking kidding me? So we were all pissed, but we go to Guam, and we'd been there about a month, and then the whispers of Iraq heating up started to be told. And so SEAL Team 5 ends up coming, and basically they're just like, you guys are going to Iraq, spray paint your shit tan. You're not going to the jungle. You're not going to Thailand, the Philippines. We're going to Iraq. We did spend some time in the Philippines, did some Operation Enduring Freedom training with the Filipino SEALs who were going and fighting the MILF and the Abu Sayyaf group.
You did training or an operation?
Training with them.
Okay,
their president at that time wouldn't allow U.S. forces to actually carry on or conduct operational missions. They would only let us basically get them right up to the point where they were inserting, training them, helping them, equipping them, what have you.
Well, what we told them about.
I mean, I'll tell you straight. I'd love to tell you we got some, we didn't. We helped train them, and that was it. But so we did a little bit of that, and then Team 5 came over, and that was the most awkward turd in the punch bowl turnover party ever, because they were supposed to go to Iraq, and they were like, no, Team 3 still has enough time on their deployment to where you guys go to Guam and backfill them. We're sending them over. And they were like, you motherfuckers.
Fuck you.
Yeah, I mean, like, we almost got in fights during the turnover party, and it was fucking horrible. But so we go through Thailand, end up in Kuwait, and then spent the next couple of months getting ready to go into Iraq. And our first mission was the largest single special operations mission in U.S. history, and still is to this day, where we utilized the entire SEAL Team 3 on one mission, which was to take down the gas and oil platforms. There were two of them.
Where was this?
like 30 miles off the coast of Iraq. So there's a manifold and metering station that had like 30 miles of 48-inch pipes, like 4 of them, that were full of oil going from the metering station out to the terminals. That's where Saddam had been smuggling tankers and tankers of oil over the years. So the concern was that those pipelines were going to be blown up and flood the Gulf with all of that oil that was in the pipelines, and it was going to be a huge catastrophe. They wanted to avoid that, so they tasked us with taking down 2 oil rigs and the manifold and metering station all at the same time. So, 6.
Just Team 3.
Yeah. Every platoon at Team 3, we all did it at the exact same time and took it all down. And
how big is this?
It's like 1,600 yards long, 16 football fields.
How many people were guarding it?
About 30.
16 of you on 30 coming in from the water. Right.
Yeah, and
where do you drop in?
So we came up alongside via boat. We had rehearsed, and we spent like a month, 6 weeks even, staked out, like made a replica the same size of the oil platform, and
oh wow,
and ran it just over and over and over. For me, that was one time where the amount of responsibility, and at that time, now I'm 23, still young, but I'm the intel rep that's getting intelligence from the Army, from NSA, from CIA, from DIA, from Air Force, you name it, and trying to corroborate all these different intelligence sources about what we're going to face when we go on board there. And at one point, there was there were several reports that were all pretty corroborated or consistent, that there was over 100 troops on board this oil platform, and that they had explosives on every pipe, every 48-inch pipe, and they were going to blow it as soon as we got on board, and it was just going to be this huge fucking massacre. And we, at that point, it's like, this is what I'm hearing, and so I'm having to relay this to our guys, and we had one guy that was like, at what point do we say we're not doing this? And everybody's just like, never. Like, it's not up to us. Like, we're going if they tell us to go, even under these circumstances. And he ended up quitting, which I talked about on Sean's show at depth, or in depth. But anyway, so as it would turn out, there was about 30 or so. There were a couple of Navy divers, Iraqi Navy divers. There were some Iraqi Republican Guard guys, some Saddam Fedayeen guys, which is like his mafia. His group of hitmen or whatever, and then a handful of workers. And they did have explosives. They weren't rigged. And the only reason we interrogated them afterwards, and the reason why they didn't blow it when we got on board, is because they had nowhere to go, and they're like, we're not going to kill ourselves.
Oh, so you didn't kill everyone before coming on board? You
We didn't
snipe them?
No. In fact, we managed to get on board and captured all of them without killing any of them.
You captured all 16, you captured all 30, didn't kill any of them.
Right. Yeah. The only shots we fired were myself and my buddy Shane breaching doors with a shotgun, which we shot.
What, they just white towel it? Like, what?
No, I mean, it wasn't even that. It was that we managed to get on board fast enough to where, most of them were sleeping. There were a couple that were awake that we just took them completely off guard. And there was basically zero resistance or almost none. And at that point, by the time we got on board and swept through and caught most of them sleeping, like, they were fucking terrified. I mean, there were guys crying and pissing and shitting themselves, and they were fucking terrified. Most of them. There were a few of them that were pissed, and were eyeballing us, like we were the devil and whatever. But we just got the jump on them, and we had practiced diving and coming up completely stealthy. We had practiced fast roping on from the top, and for us it was like the fastest way we can do it without giving the fact away that we're coming to do it, i.e. via helicopter, is to get on the little 10-meter ribs, the rigid hold inflatable boats, and just haul ass up alongside and board it quick and just flood the target really fast and take it down.
Whoa.
Quick. So,
you zip tie all of them?
Yeah.
And then you brought them all back on the boat?
No, we left them there, took the whole thing down. We did. We did leave them there.
Sitting there like, fuck!
Yeah. We left them there, but we waited for the Marine Fast company to come, and then they had more in-depth interrogators and set up shop. And I don't know how long they stayed, but it took us about 7 hours or so to take the whole thing down. I mean, it was light by the time we were done taking it down, and then we jumped on another boat and went
Wait,
back
it took
to-
7 hours to take the whole thing down, not including taking down the 30 though. That's pretty quick, no? Getting all 30 guys?
No, I mean we got all 30 guys in probably 5 minutes.
That's what I was gonna say.
Yeah,
You're not
so-
lasting 7 hours
No.
trying to find like, where are you, buddy? Like,
Yeah, so the way that it's set up is, if you can imagine, it's like, imagine a 1,600-meter long row of scaffolding and railings and shit, where every couple hundred yards there's like a little guard shack looking station, and then there's different points at which tankers pull up next to, and then there's outlets from these pipes that they pipe the oil in. So the little stations are stations for the workers to onboard oil from those pipes, which is coming from the manifold metering station, i.e. mainland, onto the ships. So at one end is 3 or 4 tiered metal berthing and kitchens and housing and offices, and like all of the meat and potatoes was all in a building about the size of the building that we're in, like this whole building,
Wow.
So yeah, I mean, we flooded that and took it down really quick, and that's where all of them were. So,
and this is right before Operation Iraqi Freedom?
it was the start of it. It was like 2 days before we actually went across
Landed.
the border and went in country.
So is this like the first official mission of the Iraq
Mhm.
War?
Yeah, we
Like,
for
literally?
sure kicked it off. Yeah, it was the first thing, so which was kind of neat to be a part of.
Okay, now you then took part in the actual going across the border then too. So how'd that go down?
So we went back to the Kuwaiti Naval Base, which is where we launched from, and then we ran up to Ali Asalim Air Force Base and loaded all of our shit up. We stole a green Air Force Humvee and hand painted it tan. To the best of our abilities, just loaded down 4 Humvees with, we hung body armor in the doors. Like, none of them were armored with bulletproof anything. Put rockets and ammo and MREs in the water, and just fucking gypsy wagoned it up across the border into Nasiriyah. The Marines had gotten to Nasiriyah, and that was the first significant resistance that they had encountered, where they were really taking heavies. They had established a main supply route through Nasiriyah, and then it was eventually going to go up into Baghdad. But that's Nasiriyah at that time, which is in the southern part of the country, was kind of where the front lines were. Because I don't know if you remember, I mean, how old were you in 2003?
9,
so probably not. The way it was supposed to work was half of our forces were coming up through Kuwait, and the other half were coming through the Med, and we're going to come down through Turkey. They're going to meet in Baghdad, north-south sandwich Baghdad. Well, at the last minute, Turkey said, no, you can't use our country, go fuck yourself. And so we're just going to go south to north and sweep all the way through the country. And we used half of our forces that we had originally planned. And so we were on that southern front anyway. So at that time, Nasiriyah was kind of the front lines, if you will. So we haul ass up there, and then we stayed put for a few weeks running counter ambush operations, basically, where that was really cool, because you had kind of the nicety or the flexibility of the Wild West of, there's no forward operating bases, like it's just a fucking free for all, so there weren't many rules. But we also we had just, basically the Marines, 15th MU set up, like they just built this berm complex, and we just threw tents up and stayed in a berm. They posted guys at each corner, and so we were running operations out of there, and we would just go get our own intelligence. We would kidnap dudes, or like you could tell, like we're getting ready to go across this bridge. One of their tactics was they would have 2 or 3 vehicles and pop all the hoods like they're having car trouble or whatever, and wait for you to stop, and then they would fucking ambush you or whatever. And so as soon as we saw that, we flanked them and went, forward, back, and all got out and swooped them. Take them hostage, kidnap them, throw them in our vehicles, and take them back to base and interrogate them. And then we would use that intelligence that we would get right on the spot to then go find caches or go, fuck shit up or whatever. So
How much are you guys making decisions for yourself as to what to do in the field versus like
100%.
100%.
Yeah, I mean, it's basically.
So you're not calling base like, oh, do we have permit?
There's nothing, none of that whatsoever, and that's what was cool about it. Is it reminded me of all the stories in books that I had read on Vietnam of when it's basically like, hey, some commander is like, okay, here is my sector. SEALs, this is your fucking grid coordinate. You stay in there, you go do whatever the fuck you want. And they would just go out, and patrol trying to find shit, they get shot at, or they do recon by fire. I mean, they would do whatever they want. They'd just go ambush people. They would kidnap people. They would source and gather their intelligence however the fuck they wanted. And then they would act on it however they wanted. So you're really only developing your concept of operations for your immediate boss, who usually is going to be one of your guys. And it's like, yep, just let me know if you need anything, and so it was awesome. So, we would hit train stations, we'd blow up, weapons caches, we would, mix it up a little bit here and there. At that time, the resistance, I wouldn't say is insignificant, but it was very tempered in that they didn't really know what to expect. So as soon as they saw us coming, like they might flood into an apartment complex, again, similar to here, and get in different windows and shoot a little bit. As soon as like we would start shooting back or sending grenades through windows or blowing vehicles up out in front or whatever, then they would just be like, fuck this, And at that time, it was the first time that UAVs were being used, handheld UAVs. And so we had a UAV operator with us, and it was fucking awesome because so he's got this little screen, and we're in a Humvee, he's in the fucking moon roof and just launches it while we're driving, and it goes up. It's like 200 feet above, maybe 300 or 400 yards up in front of us. And now it's like, dude, we have the fucking playbook. We've got the eye in the sky. Like we see that vantage point 300 yards ahead of everywhere we're going. So you're seeing dudes setting up and behind corners, like you can see everything. And obviously that's a huge advantage. But what was funny is that, a UAV that'll fit on this table at 200 feet in the sky looks like a fucking jet a mile up. And so they thought like they were about to get bombed. And so they'd start shooting at it and fucking running, like diving behind vehicles and they thought the world was ending, thinking like, oh, that's the first jet of like 10 of them that are coming to just bomb the shit out of us, not knowing that it's just a tiny little camera that's 200 feet above them. So they caught on fairly quick, as you can imagine. But even still, like they would try to shoot it down and usually couldn't. And so that helped us a lot. So, we kind of had to jump on everybody and utilize that for that several weeks.
Were you around like other units from the military at this point? Or is it you guys pretty much all out on your own?
So in that area in Nazaré, and again, it was only for a few weeks. But
can we pull that up on the map, Alessi, if you don't mind? Nazaré.
So we had the 1st Marine Division and the 15th Marine Expeditionary Unit was who we were with, but they were running supplies. They may have been doing more combat operations than I'm familiar with, and I just didn't know. To my knowledge, we were kind of the only show in town in terms of really going out and trying to fuck people up. And so, as you can see, we're
we got it up on the screen, Nazaré, right
so
there.
So if you look where Kuwait is,
not just a little less. It was just there. Yep.
Yeah. So we drove up Highway 1, get into Nazaré, and it's fucking game on, and stayed there for a while before we went up to Baghdad, and then ultimately up into Tikrit, which is his hometown, where we took his palace down, which is awesome.
We're gonna get there.
But so so that's all I have to say about that. And give you the Forrest Gump one-liner. Is it time to go? It was cool. It was kind of like the textbook, like total flexibility, deciding what to do, how to do it, when to do it. And we were kind of blue golding it, where we would go out one night and we would be kind of the main assault element, and our sister platoon would be our quick reaction force. And then the next night they would go do something, and we would either be in Humvees waiting to respond if they needed, or we'd even be in CH-46s or 47s, the big twin rotor helicopters, and we would fly around just doing racetracks. And if they said, hey, we're fucking taking heavies, then we would come in and react or whatever. But and then there were a few occasions where there was a train station in particular where we all went at the same time. So it was 32 guys, 2 platoons all at once on night vision, driving, go in, take this train station down, and blowing shit up. And again, little gunfire here and there, nothing really nothing crazy though. Like again, at that time they weren't really, and I would say generally speaking, for most of of the years spent in Iraq, a lot of the operations were that way. You know, there were certainly times where they would ambush you and they would overrun bases and they would really take it to you. But if you were to put a percentage on it, I think the overwhelming majority of the time it was, they'd, zipper you up or try, pot shots here and there. They'd engage you for a little bit and then try to disappear because they knew it was probably going to be overwhelming and they wouldn't get the best of it. So similar to Vietnam with the Viet Cong, not being in uniform and cutting your hair during the day and serving you fucking, meals. And then at night fucking fighting you and man jammies running around and disappearing is kind of the same environment, which is a pretty tough enemy to face. But so we spent a few weeks there doing that and then went up to, I want to say a small village called An-Numanaya. We're there for a few days. Then we were in Baghdad.
What was Baghdad like?
It was pretty surreal, honestly. I remember being in this soccer stadium, and it was reminiscent of hearing about Somalia, where they kind of all mustered on a soccer stadium field, and it's like the whole world was burning around them. It was kind of similar to that, where, I think for me, it was like that's where it really kind of first hit me. We'd been in country for weeks, and it was the first time where I was like, holy fuck, like, look at what's going on around us. It's like, there's all the, there's fucking tanks and army units and SEALs and fucking helicopters and all this activity. It was like a scene out of a movie, and it was like the first time where it really felt like that, where there was all these different units all kind of jammed into this soccer stadium, and it's daytime and you're looking around and it's like there's, just smoke billowing out of a building over here and gunfire here and shit coming up into the sky there. And it's just like, dude, we are surrounded by fucking chaos right now. And so we ended up going to the northern part of the city and taking down, we took down a couple of targets that were kind of dry holes and there wasn't much to it.
Again, just your team in this type of situation.
Yeah, and so at that point, now we had been linked up with the 1st Marine Division, and there's 25,000 Marines all in a column moving north. And at that point, so now they had basically tasked us with going ahead of where we were supposed to go, and we were checking out the routes, making sure that certain bridges, so we would look at, okay, here is our route. This would be a spot we would ambush. This is a spot, and so we would go and make sure that bridges weren't rigged or there weren't people setting up or whatever, and we'd kind of clear it, get out of the way quick, and then they would go ahead. So that was cool because, we're essentially ahead of the front lines in a conventional war. And kind of similarly, I think, we would run into guys, armed groups and whatever that it was so ridiculous that there's 4 unarmored Humvees and 16 dudes by themselves miles ahead that they're all just kind of looking around like, that can't be just them.
Yeah.
So it was like most of the time we would get in and out relatively unscathed, and so it was like just this quick in and out and what have you. But we ended up at this Scud base, which from the first Gulf War, I remember that was kind of the big terrifying thing, was Saddam was launching all these Scud missiles into Saudi Arabia and I think into Israel and whatever. But
he did like missiles.
Yeah. So we go and this entire military base in northern Baghdad is a completely dedicated to Scud missiles, training, manufacturing, testing, a schoolhouse, the whole thing. And we take the whole thing down, and there were, it took us most of that day to do it. And again, there were pockets of shit here and there, nothing super significant. There weren't any like these big gunfights where we were battling it out or anything. It was all, again, guys just kind of disappearing and running from us most of the time. But one of the unique things is we ran across all these murals that were like, the size of the wall behind me. And it was like Iraqi and American propaganda stuff. Like one of them was it was like a big skull with an American flag painted on it. And then it had this big gnarly fist with an Iraqi flag painted on it. And the fist was coming down on the skull, cracking it. There was one where it looked like a blonde Rambo, like blonde hair, blue eye, muscular dude in just like a tunic. And the tunic was an American flag. And then this, big Adonis Iraqi looking dude behind him. He was down on his knees with his arms or his wrists tied behind his back. And this big Iraqi dude with an Iraqi flag choking him, like wrapped around his neck, yanking his fucking neck back, choking him. And Then other really weird shit that looked like these apocalyptic scenarios, and it would say like "No for USA" and just bad English kind of translations and shit and whatever. But that stuff was all over their base, which like we don't have anything like that. Like there's nothing on any American military bases that's like, even at the height of Iraq and Afghanistan, like you're not going to see a painting depicting America, fucking up some foreign country or whatever. And so just
what month are we in now?
This is, right at the start. It's like
still right
April,
April
of 03.
That's pretty wild to see.
And so we take that whole thing down, and then we make our way up to Tikrit, and Baghdad. There was a lot of resistance there, but we had overwhelming force and managed to take Baghdad down as a city easier than I think we were expecting.
Was that from like multiple angles
No,
taking that down, or was that all that?
It was pretty much from south to north. Obviously, on kind of a more micro scale, you've got flanking movements and angular shit going on, but generally speaking, it was south to north. And so, as a military intelligence wise, we kind of assumed that Tikrit would be his last stand. Like we originally assumed it would be Baghdad because that's where he spent most of his time. Now we're thinking, okay, well, Tikrit was his home. That's where he's from. That's where all his family is. That's probably where he's hiding, which he was. And so that's where we're going to meet our heaviest resistance. So the entire 1st Marine Division and SEAL Team 3 Echo Platoon roll up to Tikrit. And the night before, like we get right on the outskirts of the city, and the entire 1st Marine Division is in a single column line for miles, going from the southern tip of Tikrit way the fuck down by Baghdad. As far as you can see,
Single
both directions.
column.
Yeah. And so we get up to the very front, and there's like this little sewing circle of Humvees parked around each other, and we pull up and, like, hey, have you guys secured the area? Everything's good. Yep. Everything's good. And so we let our guard down. We're like, dude, there's fucking 25,000 of us, and they just swept through the area. We're all good. It's quiet. So like a bunch of fucking idiots, we take our boots off and our helmets with night vision, set it in the vehicle, and like popping out maps on the hood of the cars and, eating MREs and fucking shooting the shit. And in the middle of that, like, if you can imagine, like just a T intersection basically, and going, paralleling the city, but heading east is this like gravel road. And then there's this little berm and a big thick tree line, and then a bunch of fields behind it. And that tree line was kind of the key thing, is there was this like nest of trees and then another tree line going south. So it's kind of like an L angle, and so we're here, Tikrit's here, here's the L angle. And so this is all field, like trees, and then it kind of disperses and gets to fields. In that little clump of trees was a group of insurgents that had a little fucking nest. They had a bunch of AKs and ammo. They had like a little fucking kitchen station set up. They had RPGs. They had this Technical, a truck with a fucking anti-artillery or anti-aircraft artillery piece, and the bed of the truck was full of shells. And
this is the stuff your insurance company doesn't want you to know about. Have you noticed your auto insurance payments have practically doubled recently? Insurance companies are hiking up premiums like crazy. So when any driver over 25 has a clean driving record, they are able to qualify for much better deals on their monthly insurance premiums. So we're seeing a lot of people take advantage of comparison websites to find the savings that they qualify for that their insurance companies won't tell them about. For example, after I filled out a short form on this site, I was able to save nearly $100 a month on my own insurance, and I still have premium coverage. It's crazy. I put the link below to the website I used. Look, it's easy. You just fill out this simple quiz to get started. I chose my vehicle year. Mine's a 2017. I chose the make, Nissan, the model, Sentra S. And then the site just asked me a few more questions and then showed me all the best quotes I qualified for. It was that easy. Now, I'm taking that extra cash that's back in my pocket and using it to cover high gas prices, pay for groceries, and even to start investing. I'm going to put the link below so you can still check it out while you can. But you really need to act now if you want to take advantage of it. I recommend clicking the link right now so you don't miss out. Find out how much you could be saving before it's too late. I'm going to leave the link for a few more seconds. Click on it, Bookmark it, save it, share it with a friend. Tap Learn More below to find the savings you qualify for.
And so as we're fucking, hey, you know, in the morning we're going to take this, blah, you know, we're dirt diving tomorrow morning's assault on Tikrit. And all of a sudden, dude, just all hell breaks loose and we get fucking ambushed. And so, you know, of course, our first thing is like, dude, we got to get our shit back on. Like, I'm fucking barefoot. So I'm throwing my fucking boots on, my, you know, getting all my shit on, my body armor, you name it. We get all of our shit on relatively quick. And then we get into this like lazy L-shaped ambush facing where we're taking rounds from. And of course, we didn't know this at the time, but what had happened is 2 Marines went, you know, the buddy system, like, hey, one guy's got a shit, so take a buddy with you. He goes out into this field and stumbles upon this group of fucking dudes that were literally dirt diving. Like, they're in the dirt, drawing a fucking plan with slung AKs, getting ready to ambush us. Thank God those dudes walked out there and stumbled upon them before they did it, or else it probably would have gone way worse.
Turkey shoot, yeah.
You know, but so they're like, what the fuck? And so they just stand up and zipper these guys. So they're all shot to fuck running our direction. And then so that initiated. So they started it from that and just started opening up. And so we're here. Tree line is here. They're shooting at us like this. Well, this column of fucking Marines realizes that there's insurgents here. So what do they start doing? They start shooting that way. And so now we're getting ambushed by a group of insurgents and the blue on blue overspray from not 25,000, but a column of fucking LARs and LAVs is shooting our directions. They start shooting AT-4 rockets. One of the rockets hit that truck filled with rounds, and these are big fucking anti-aircraft rounds. So an 84 millimeter rocket hits that truck, it blows up, and all of these rounds are blowing up sympathetically, like intermittently. And so, again, not knowing that the truck was even there, like, we're thinking, dude, like, how many fucking guys are there? There's just these, you know, feels like artillery going off all around. And I remember when I was sitting in the front seat trying to get my shit on, a round, I mean, technically didn't graze me, but I mean, it was within an inch of hitting me in the fucking head. It hit the right by the steering wheel, and I took a picture of it. I may have it still somewhere, but yeah, you can see this big fucking hole in the dash right by where my head was, getting my helmet on, and then whatever. But so while we're in this L-shaped ambush, we're trying to make comms with the Marines and finally say, like, hey, you know, we're on night vision, you're not. Like, we can see dudes in ski masks, trench coats, like squatting down with AKs, like they're trying to dissolve back into the thing because now it's kind of gotten away from them. And so we see this dude, we shoot him, he disappears. We move through and kind of go through that whole nest target-wise, whatever, and see how kind of intricate. I mean, not that it was super elaborate, but it was like, how the fuck did you get, these guys were like 30 yards away and you missed them. But anyway, so finally clear through that, we get them to stop shooting. All of the sympathetic detonation rounds finally finish going off. We sweep through the target, get everything under control. All of our guys are good. The 2 dudes that got shot, I don't know what ended up happening to them. They medevaced out, and one of our corpsmen, Glenn, who was one of the guys that died in Benghazi, who was a good friend of mine, he was our corpsman on that deployment. He patched those dudes up, and then they sent them packing. And I don't know if they survived or not, but
wow, that's just like, because you said you were sitting there literally like with the maps open, just chilling.
I mean, total dick in our hand, like oblivious. I mean, that's our mistake. Like, we should have never declined our posture to that degree. We just shouldn't have, or should have swept the area. But, you know, when we pull up and we're like, hey, there's 30,000 of you, you know, like, is the immediate area cool? Yep. Okay. I'm going to take your word for it on that, you know? So, so
lesson learned there.
Yeah. So then it was like, okay, it's 2:30 at 6, we're rolling, get some sleep, you know, and everybody's like, fuck you, you know, so we crawl under a fucking Humvee in a sleeping bag and try to sleep. And then, as soon as the sun's coming up, we get up and do this, I'll say flawless. I mean, the execution that the entire 1st Marine Division and we did taking over Tikrit was pretty fucking flawless.
How'd it go down?
I mean, it was basically a swarming of an entire city. I don't know if it says what the population of Tikrit is, but it's not a small fucking spot.
Right,
160,000.
Okay.
So how many, like, because we always have this too, like, everyone could be a potential enemy from your seat, but like Saddam's, how much of it was like guarded by Saddam's army versus just insurgents from all over the place? Like, what was the mix up there?
At that point, it was pretty much all insurgents. You know, if you put yourself kind of in their shoes, you know, by that point, like most of their country had been completely fucking steamrolled in a few weeks, and so all of the actual uniformed military fighters, I mean, most of them were pretty much fucking in civilian clothes and running around as insurgents, or they were somewhere else, you know. But so it was a mixed bag. But you know, in terms of identifiable uniform, there's very little. Now, our plan was that, you know, each Marine entity kind of had its own area of responsibility, and they were like, okay, Saddam's palace is, if he's there, that's probably where he's at. It's the highest point in the city in terms of vantage point and observation wise. Comm suite set up. That's where we're going to set our leadership up. SEAL Team 3, you guys go take the palace down. So we like fucking banked around and hauled ass, like maneuvering through all the shit, kind of like we had been doing, like just blew through, like didn't clear our way there. We just fucking blew all the way through.
Bullets flying?
A little bit. I mean, again, it was like, you know, like
just a Tuesday.
Well, I mean, if you think about an entire Marine division, like how slow that takes place, the footprint, the presence, the sound, the sight, that's very obvious what's taking place. And so there, you know, one of our biggest tools of the trade is is violence of action, element of surprise, you know, slow as smooth, smooth as fast, like it's going really quick doing things. And so that was kind of the methodology and the thought process, which usually works, is that you get to wherever you're going so fast that they don't even have fucking time to respond. Now, if you're moving 25,000 people, like they're going to respond, they're going to set up, they're going to ambush, they're going to do all kinds of shit. So we just hauled ass straight to the palace and kicked the door in. And
was he like was the palace literally in the middle of town or far end? Like, how far do you have to go from first entering to Crete?
So if you can pull it up on the map, I don't know how much you can zoom in.
Let's zoom in onto Crete, see what we can do.
All right, so you see right where the river is there.
Yep.
So his palace was on the eastern bank of the Tigris.
So that right there?
Yep. Yeah, that's it right there.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, let's see if we can pull this bad boy up. See what we're looking at.
It's crazy. I mean, it's like it was opulent of like biblical proportion. Like,
was there anyone in there when you went in?
Not. I mean, by the time we got in, no, everybody had completely bailed out. So.
Oh, so there was security around it though.
So yeah, you can see how big it is. It's fucking enormous. And that building to the right is the maids' quarters, the service quarters.
Nice.
And yeah, so we took the whole thing down.
Leslie's about to take a job over there.
Yeah.
Shit.
Took several hours to do it, and.
So you get there, they have security around the perimeter. Like, is that his army?
No, I mean, like I said, we got in as soon as we got there. Everybody just fucking ghost towned and like completely fucking ran away from us. Now,
but it still took a couple hours
to take the whole thing down. Yeah, just because of its size. You know, because like
clearing.
Yeah, I mean, like looking back on it, yeah, they all ran. I mean, you don't know that at the time. Like, you don't know if they're all one in the next room or the next room, you know, so you're doing everything very methodically, very surgical and slow and quiet. And, you know, so it took a while, but yeah, so we took it down and then stayed there and based out of there. So we lived in his palace for several weeks. Yeah. Which is pretty cool. And,
now, did you get like good souvenirs from there, or?
I will just say if I did, I certainly wouldn't share that.
Okay. All right. So it's sitting on the Ritlin mantle at home.
Yeah. Maybe not. But, yeah, so
there's probably a rich Russian oligarch who owns it off like an eBay fucking.
Yeah, how to get caught 101. Sell fucking war prizes on eBay. So it was cool. I mean, it was as you can imagine. You know, it's a fucking palace of an Arab dictator. So it's like.
What did it look like? Like, what did it?
I mean, it was obnoxious. Like, it was so over the top. It was hard to even believe. Like, even in the ceiling, there were murals in hand painted, hand laid, like quarter-inch. I mean, imagine ceramic tiles that are hand painted, and they're quarter-inch by quarter-inch. They're fucking tiny. Now imagine making murals. I mean, over the entire fucking ceiling of the whole palace, it was all murals made out of 1/4-inch tiles. So it was just, and that was just like one element. And then there's crystal chandeliers, like the fucking soap dishes were gold, the like marble everywhere, fucking gold and brass and crystal everywhere. I mean, like the whole thing, and it was that fucking big, you know. So it's like I can't even. I mean, I don't even think you could put a price tag on it because a lot of that shit is priceless. Like, I mean, there's Nazi relics, there's, you know, imported Italian marble, crystal from the fucking, you know, Chinese empires that are 3,000 years old. I mean, it was like a fucking museum, you know. And now you got 16 Vikings fucking jerking off in the bathrooms and leaving double-decker dumps and toilets and totally fucking the place up. You know, totally just violating the entire fucking place.
Anyone taking pictures of double-decker in the toilets?
I don't think so.
I feel like that's not Abu Ghraib. People would respect that one.
Maybe.
They'd be like, all right, we're double-decker in Saddam's little fucking golden toilet.
Yeah.
Leave some Dallas Cowboys toilet paper in there, too.
Absolutely. That's where it belongs.
That's right.
Let's be honest. Fucking go Cowboys.
Paying your bills on time raises your credit score, right? Wrong. In fact, this is one of the 3 major credit score lies you're being told by the big credit companies. Fall for any of these 3, and it doesn't matter what you do. Getting to 720 and above will be a long, hard struggle if you ever get there at all. In fact, if you're one of the 153 million Americans with a credit score below 720, it's probably because you're unwillingly falling for.
Wow, that's just imagine, because that wasn't his only one either,
No,
right?
no,
he had multiple.
Yeah, I mean, actually, so that was actually, I mean, it was one of his more impressive ones, but the main palace that he lived in and spent most of the time in was in proper Baghdad. And it was like, I remember, you know, talking to guys that when they raided that place, like all of his shit was still there. Like that's where he lived all the time. So he didn't have much in the palace that we took down. Like it had been either looted or moved out or whatever, mostly. So
you slept there?
Yeah.
You slept in beds there?
No, we like, so we would position ourselves either on the rooftop if we had watch, or down in like that entryway right there, like as kind of a security thing. So we, you know, like we would spend time throughout the day in different parts and whatever, but yeah, we were usually either at the very top or at the very bottom. But
how many days were you there?
It was a few weeks. I don't remember exactly how many, you know, but
chilling in the world's greatest resort for
yeah,
a few weeks.
Fucking A, yeah.
You go swimming in the little fucking moat right there?
I didn't, just because I don't trust any of the fucking water there. So
Yeah.
I didn't
Good
get
call.
I didn't get in the river. Yeah, like in any natural body of water there, I'm not getting in it unless operationally I have to, you know. So
Probably for the best.
For sure. Yeah, I don't need any I don't need to bring drippy dick home because of a fucking, you know, some nasty pool.
Although you know what? I went down to the Amazon jungle with my buddy Paul Rosley, who's lived there for 19 years recently. And like before we were going, he was saying, you know, he's out of his fucking mind. But he was saying all this shit we were going to do. He's like, oh yeah, bring your bathing suit. We're going swimming. I'm like, the fuck we are. I'm not going with the anacondas and piranhas and shit. I'm like, no. He's like, no, we're going swimming. I'm like, Malaka, I'm not doing that.
Yeah.
Literally the first day we walk down the one trail, we get to the other side. He's like, all right, let's go in. I'm like, all right, let's do it. And we did it every day.
No problem.
And like, no problem.
Yeah.
But
no weird fucking burns when you pee kind of shit.
Well, that's the thing. I held my dick clenched in there because there is something that it's got like a long Latin name, so they don't call it that, but they call it the penis-eating fish.
Yeah. So you're doing the Buffalo Bill tuck the whole time?
Yeah. It'll literally like climb up there and start eating. So
I don't need any of that.
Yeah, no one was peeing in there,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
it was like a lazy river. You're just floating down the Amazon River.
That's
It was
wild,
great,
man. That's
you
cool.
should have done it in the Tigris right here.
I don't think so. Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to pass on that, and I still would today, but
Did he leave behind any scotch or anything for you? Anything like 600 years old that was good?
no, not like that. There were really cool relics though, like stained glass. I mean, it was essentially a window, but it was like a stained glass portrait window of him, or like there were these, you know, plates on the door that were like, you know, the Iraqi eagle and the green banner and like the, you know, the flag, and so there were elements to it like that were really cool and well done and what have you. But as far as like the guys down in Baghdad that, you know, like dude's clothes are there and his, you know, one of his wives or mistresses safes full of fucking jewelry and shit like that. Like they ran into shit like that, and gold plated AKs and pallets of fucking cash and all kinds of
That's what I'm talking
crazy
about.
shit. But
that was kind of gone. Still though, that's pretty crazy. You were there for a few weeks.
Yeah.
And then what made you move out? Like what was the whole op tempo there?
So basically at that point, we had now been on deployment for over 7 months. And so our rotation was coming to an end. While we were there though, we had 24/7 manning, at least 2 guys on radio and just watch on top of the palace all the time. And I talk about it in the first book that I wrote. There was going way the fuck back to where that guy quit. As we were getting ready to go into country, one guy's like, I can't do it. Fucking SEAL, quit. Our intel guy, who was like 20, hadn't been through BUDS, wasn't a SEAL, was an intel guy, but was like a wrestler in high school and was a pretty tough dude. And we were like, what the fuck, you know? And he's like, I'll go.
Oh, he just volunteered.
And we were like, what? He's like, I'll take his spot. We're like, you're a fucking intel guy. He's like,
fuck it,
I'll go. We're like, we just kind of looked around, and I think even like that nowadays, I don't think would fly, like even in, a little over 20 years, but
real fast, I'm sorry to make you go back for a sec. Those podcasts you did, I believe it was Sean Ryan episode 4 and episode 5. I listened to those a couple years ago.
Yeah.
They're amazing. I remember you went through that story, but for people who haven't heard that, can you just explain the one guy who just bailed here?
That comment where I said, we had a guy that was like, at what point do we not go do this?
Yeah.
And that was him. And so he like ROIC grabbed him and just threw him in the back. I mean, he was a deer in the headlights on that GoPlat mission. He basically just fucking couldn't do it.
Just froze.
So when we went back, we go up to Ali Aslim. We're getting ready to cross the border. And right at the last second, he's like, guys, I can't do it. I'm sorry. And we're just like, fuck you, leave then. And so he was a 60 gunner, which there's only 4 of them in our platoon. It's a big responsibility. It's the belt-fed 7.62 machine gun. That's the area weapon that gets motherfuckers' head down a lot faster than an M4.
How long had he been in the SEALs?
It was his first deployment. He was a new guy. Mm-hmm. So anyway, and coincidentally, his younger brother was also a SEAL and was the exact opposite of that. Like, this dude had balls that you needed to carry around in a fucking wheelbarrow. He was an absolute fucking badass in Iraq and did all kinds of crazy heroic shit. And was just a total fucking monster, and got his hands dirty for Uncle Sam, like, I don't know how many fucking times.
What does he think of that whole thing?
I never talked to him about it. I can imagine, but
yeah.
But anyway, so this guy's like, well, fuck it, I'll do it. And we're like, all right, well, here's how you fucking shoot this, and sit in this seat and point the barrel out, and if you see us start shooting at shit, shoot at it also. And that was his direction, basically. And so,
what a savage.
And so after that deployment, he comes back, very quickly went to BUDS, and has been a SEAL for like 20 years after that. So I think he may even still be on active duty, so I won't say his name, but
that's awesome.
Yeah, total fucking badass. But he and I are on the rooftop, and it's in the middle of fucking night, and from that vantage point, you can see the Tikrit airport, which is the Air Force airstrip. And underneath it, they had all of their munitions. I mean, not just ammo. I mean, like missiles, fucking bombs, explosives, you name it. They had all of their shit stored underneath the airport, which, to me, even not understanding anything, it seems like a dumb place to put that stuff, because that's generally going to be target number 1 is airfields. But so we bombed the shit out of that. And so for like the whole time we were there, this airfield, this airstrip, it looks like the surface of the sun, like with solar flares. Like, it's just blowing up constantly for 2 weeks, just shit going off all the time. And so we're just like 5-year-olds playing with matches, like just staring at this carnage blowing up, being fascinated by it. And then all of a sudden, these 3 little blips of light from a different part of the city, a little further south and a lot closer towards us. You see blip, blip, blip. And we're just kind of sitting there and don't think much of it. And then all of a sudden, 3 explosions about 400 yards directly south of where we're at. And immediately I'm like, oh, fuck. And then 3 more blips. And then now it's like 200 yards south of where we're at. Then 3 more. And now it's like rattling the fucking windows right south. So they're just walking mortars into us. And we look at each other. We're like, I guess this is it. We can't get off this rooftop. It's going to hit the roof. We're fucking dead. We're 5 stories up. Whoa. So we're just like, holy fuck. And no sooner than we kind of looked at each other like, how about a high five, you know, or like, what the fuck are we going to do? All of a sudden, from across the river, you hear this like mechanized whirl of Optimus Prime having an orgasm, like this weird, just this crazy fucking mechanical whizzing sound and whatever. And then all of a sudden you just hear this whoop, 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 and all these flashes of lights from coming over there. And then where those 3 blips were just fucking disappeared.
Off the face of the earth.
Yeah, I mean, completely fucking evaporated them. And come to find out, it was an Army artillery unit that, like, when those flashes of light go off, it has, you know, radar and all these fucking mechanisms. And I don't know how it works. Thank God it does. Like, triangulates, and like after so many rounds, it can pinpoint exactly where it was fired from. And then it fires a bunch of fucking rounds and just fucking leveled it. Totally. Whoa. I mean, there's no way I'd be sitting here had they not been there. No fucking way.
So, like, right before there was going to be fire your way, they got it.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah, I mean, just literally in the fucking nick of time.
Now, it's the 2 of you on the roof, and then the other 14 guys, some guys are
they're all
taking a
tits
shift.
up asleep down below. Yeah. Oh, there was 2 of them awake. Everybody else is asleep.
You can't, like, sound the alarm like, boys, get up here.
Well, I mean, it didn't matter at that point. Yeah, I mean, it was just like it happened so quick. You know, it's like we're 5 stories up. You're taking stairs up and down. There's no power, you know, so... Yeah, it was, and even to get onto the roof, it's like the top room or level in the palace. Like there's this hatch and a ladder. Well, you got to like climb up, and yeah, I mean, it took a couple of minutes to get up and down. So,
whoa. So then, when did you shipped out after like 3 weeks?
Yeah,
and that was because the deployment was coming to an end.
Yeah, and during that time, like we would go do sniper overwatches. We would go hit targets. We were doing shit during then. It was just kind of hit and miss, you know, and similarly, it was like by that time, you know, the insurgents weren't really doing the insurgent thing to the degree with which they ended up doing, you know, 6 months later. It was a lot of just pockets of shit here and there, trying things out. There was no organization. You know, the military was completely disbanded or had given up or had taken their uniforms. You know, the ones that still wanted to fight weren't sticking around in uniform. They, you know, they were just dissolving into the public. And so it was mostly that kind of stuff, is dealing with little pockets here and there. But one thing that was really cool, and I apologize for the tangent, but I had the opportunity to interview one of Saddam's pilots in the last year, and getting to talk to him about, while I was in Iraq, you know, explaining the story that I just said of we did all this, getting to hear him tell his story of what he was doing as an Iraqi Air Force pilot in that same window of time that I was in Iraq during that invasion was fucking incredible.
Wait, we're in an Airheads commercial. Want to skip it?
Skip.
Like,
what was he doing?
I mean, so he was hiding, basically. Like, they would say, hey, go to this fucking base and fly these planes over here and hide them, and then do this. And like, they were basically scattering like cockroaches for their fucking lives, you know, and was scared to death. But it was so surreal to be able to sit here like 20 years later. It's like a German and a D-Day troop. Like,
yeah,
it was like 20 years ago, you and I would have been trying to fucking kill each other right now. And
now we're doing a podcast.
And now we're just sitting here talking like it's nothing. Like, holy shit, how weird is that? You know?
Yeah.
But it was really cool to be able to get that side, you know. But
it's interesting though, because it goes to show you, people, even some of the people serving, they're not necessarily their governments. They're people too.
Yeah.
Sometimes they're not. Sometimes, you know, if they support an evil regime, they're all about it. But like, there's a real human side to it where people get stuck in the middle of something because leadership fails.
Yeah. Yeah. And I mean, that's usually the case. Like, I think I would say kind of a pretty general consensus for most of our troops that were in Iraq and Afghanistan have a healthy respect for our opponents, in that if the roles were reversed, you know, if China said, hey, we're gonna hang out in Mexico, and fucking this whole democratic Christian-based democracy thing isn't really panning out for us. You guys have atomic weapons. We don't really like that, so we're just gonna overthrow your shit. Like, rest the fuck assured, we'd all be in mass running around shooting them. You know, we'd be doing exactly what these guys are doing. So it's weird, because it's like, it really is. It's like, that's nothing personal. It is fucking business in that way. It's hard not to take somebody trying to take your life not personal, but they're just doing what they think is best, you know. So
what's that guy doing today?
So he wrote a book, and he was on the show promoting the book, and so he's a U.S. citizen now, and I think he's just going around like speaking and doing the whole book speaking circuit, I think.
That's
right
really
now.
cool. We'll put the link to that episode in the description. I want to make a note of that to make sure we do that. I gotta check that out. That
It's pretty
sounds
neat.
awesome.
Yeah.
And you did that in the last year, you said?
Yeah, it's about, I think in the last year. So
Very cool. So you had talked about this early on in our conversation, and I kind of tabled it because I knew we were going to be talking about the Iraq War, but you were pointing out how there's the separation when you get there. You have a job to do. You've been told to go there. You're trusting the process of the people who said you're supposed to be here, and you're getting the job done. And that's 100% the right way to look at it, especially though at the beginning, given the fact you're literally sleeping in this guy's palace, right? You just took this down. Everything's going pretty great to this point. In April, May, June, these times, like, are you thinking to yourself, man, this was a really good idea? Like, we got this shit on lock?
Yeah. And I think it's important to build a little context around it in terms of the backdrop of leading up to the justification for why we went. You could argue that NATO isn't really a non-biased, neutral third party in terms of, allowing or sanctioning militaries to go into other countries and topple their fucking governments. But however, like, we didn't do it alone. Like, we technically, we did make our case to the UN, to NATO, to a lot of other countries, shared intelligence with them, and everybody was largely on board. There were a handful of U.S. politicians that voted no, and there were a few people in other countries that were like, "Yeah, I'm not on board." But overwhelmingly, like, all of our allies and everybody who, if we're going to fight a world war, we're going to get them on board and fight it with them, we're all kind of unanimously saying, "Yep, I think that's the right call." So, for us, it was kind of a no-brainer that way. When there was that little hint of like, well, we think there might be a 9/11 connection, I think most people are like, nah, I don't think so, but it doesn't matter because the weapons of mass destruction, everything else, like, it's the right thing to do. And so also I was 23, so it was like, I wasn't thinking about it that much anyway. It was more of like, well, if our entire fucking government and NATO and UN and the allies are all kind of saying, this needs to be done, like, probably needs to be done, and I don't need to think any more of it than that. It really wasn't until even years later where I really started to question the validity and the excuses given, and maybe it was that naive that that Bush and Rice and Cheney and the administration at that time truly was acting on the best intelligence that they had and were doing the best they could with what they had at the time, and they truly thought that was the right answer. Maybe. Like, who am I to say that it wasn't? Again, like, I wasn't there. I wasn't in the fucking war room. Does it seem like a mistake now? Yes. Is it easy to play armchair quarterback? Of course it is.
Yes.
So, who knows? I met President Bush and got to almost interview him for about 2 hours. It was me and only a couple other people in his office in Dallas, and I got to sit down and talk with him for a while and asked him about a lot of different things. I did ask him to come on the show, and I will say I do actually really appreciate that instead of like most people who would have said, yeah, you know what, I'll put you in touch with my comms guy, and we'll see if we can work that out. He looked at me straight in the face and he goes, yeah, I don't think I'm going to do that. Thanks, though. And I was just like, fuck, man, I respect that way more than wasting my fucking time putting me in touch with your comms guy.